To all of you. I'm Abha Bakaya, I'm your host for the day, and this is the GCCI Gujarat Sustainability Summit. It is a milestone event, a dedicated ESG and sustainability summit happening for the first time in Gujarat at this scale. A dialogue by the industry, for the industry. 30 plus speakers from across 5 different cities and 3 countries are with us here today, bringing you a whole host of expertise, insight, concepts, and dialogue to really take away how you can implement these in your businesses. We have leaders from the government, regulatory bodies, corporates, think tanks, universities, and most importantly, the industries of Gujarat, especially MSMEs. The event will be a net zero event setting, developing a roadmap for the events to follow, and a much needed one at that. Just a few notes before we kick off all of our sessions today. As you can notice, you have a QR code in front of you, and it will also appear on the screen. Before some of the sessions, we would love to engage with the audience, and we will be running some polls. You can engage with these by scanning the QR code on your table, and during the sessions, as and when you have questions, you can also send them in using the QR code as well. And the speakers will take them, assuming that there is enough time. With that, I'd like to invite on stage the man who's put this all together for you today, the GCCI ESG Task Force Chairman, Samir Sinha, for the introductory address. A big round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see the hall full on a Saturday morning in Ahmedabad. It only goes to prove that Gujarat always leads from the front. Congratulations to all of you for being here. On behalf of the GCCI ESG Task Force, it is indeed my pleasure and a privilege to welcome you all to the first GCCI Gujarat Sustainability Summit. This really is the need of the hour, and I'm really glad that we are a hall full of responsible citizens. It is my honor to welcome the office bearers of the Chamber of Commerce on the stage. Please request everybody to please come on the stage. Let me join me in welcoming Shri Sandeep Engineer, President GCCI, Shri Apurva Shah, Vice President GCCI, Shri Gaurang Bhagat, Honorary Secretary, GCCI. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And now it is a matter of great joy and honor to invite on stage my dear friend and today's keynote speaker, the Chairman of the Quality Council of India and the Founding Director of ONDC and the Founder and CMD of the Savvy Group, Jakshay Shah. May I now request Sandeep Bhai. May I request President Sandeep Engineer to please make his welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Shri Jakshay Bhai, Chairperson, Quality Council of India, my fellow office bearers of GCCI, Shri Samir Bhai Sinha, Chairman, ESG Task Force, the members of ESG Task Force of GCCI, esteemed guests, all distinguished speakers, industry leaders, policy makers, and members of the media. It is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to this Gujarat Sustainability Summit 2025, organized by Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This summit is not just an event, it is a testament to our collective commitment of building a sustainable future for Gujarat, India, and the globe. ESG is a word whose full form also is not known and understood by many. Even myself took time to understand need of ESG and why we must go for an ESG audit. So ESG is for environmental. Social, many people take it as sustainable, but no, it's social and governance. Sustainable, safety, or some S is taken in different ways and understood in different, but it means the impact on environment by someone, the social, how you run your company with the social impact on the people working with you and the society and the governance has emerged as a critical framework for businesses worldwide. It is not only just a buzzword, it is a global imperative. Investors, regulators, and consumers are increasingly prioritizing sustainability, ethical practices, and transparency. The European Union and other regions are भाई कॉफी मशीन बंद करવું પડશે તમારે कॉफी मशीन बंद करવું પડશે તારે The European Union and other regions are leading the way with stringent ESG compliance requirements, which are fast becoming the global benchmark. This shift is reshaping industries, redefining competitiveness, and compelling business to rethink its strategies. So if I take example of my own company, around 5 years back, I remember every investor, when we go to road shows in UK, Europe, US, they were asking ESG rating. What is your ESG rating? And then we started ESG audits, compliances, and today our ESG points or rating is 25 and medium risk company. So I don't know, I don't understand still how this rating comes, how this rating happens, and how this rating is been calculated. So today, I think we should understand what exactly is the way the ESG is implemented, calculated, and understanding on the ESG ratings. But I think I just looked at my rating today morning only, and 25 is not a good number. I think we need to improve the number, which I feel, and I'll understand from the speakers how this rating is being calculated and done. And you all should understand this very deeply. As we gather today, it is important to recognize the rising tide of ESG compliance requirements. The European Union has introduced comprehensive regulation such as Corporate Sustainability Report Directive, CSRD as is known, and Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations, CFDR. These frameworks are not just guidelines, they are mandates that demand accountability. Non-compliance can lead to reputational damage, financial penalties, and even loss in market access. For Indian companies, particularly those in export-oriented sectors, aligning with these standards is no longer an option. It's not optional, you need to do this. It is a need. If you want to do business globally, you need to have all these things in place. It is essential to remain competitive in global marketplace. This brings me the next critical point. Indian companies need to be future ready as the globe supply chain increasingly integrates the ESG criteria. Indian businesses must adopt sustainable practices to maintain their market position. A lot of these things are coming, and this was the first time when we met Samir Bhai, and he came up with the idea of forming a ESG task force, and immediately we formed a ESG task force. It's very new for even GCCI because we have all the conventional task forces, and the globe is moving out of the conventional ways of doing business. And this task force was created, and today we see the result of the work done by this task force. And so we are very thankful to our chairman at this ESG task force, Samir Bhai, for this Great event. Proactive adoption of ESG framework will not only help Indian companies attract foreign investments, which increasingly favor ESG compliance businesses, but also ensure smoother transitions as domestic regulations evolve and align with global standards. The time is to act now. The question is not whether we should embrace ESG, but how quickly and effectively we can do this. In this context, I would like to highlight the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, who has consistently emphasized the importance of sustainability and inclusive growth. His vision of Panchamrit, India's five-fold strategy to combat climate change, and the ambitious goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2070 has set up the tone of India's sustainable development agenda. The Prime Minister's call for lifestyle for environment further endorses the need of collective action and individual responsibilities in addressing environmental challenges. As businesses, it is our duty to align with his vision and contribute to building a greener and more resilient India. Today, if you go and see I have a machine now because my second generation speaks about AQI every day. And I have put AQI machines at different places in the house. And if you measure the AQI of even Ahmedabad, we need to do a lot on AQI of Ahmedabad. And measuring AQI at 160, 150 is something which is very, very harmful for all of us. So this is how we need to start a lot to improve our environment which we breathe and we live every day. And ESG is a part of this whole program which will help to improve our environmental conditions for the future generations to come. At GCCI, we recognize the challenge and opportunities that come with this transformation. This is why we are proud to announce the establishment of a dedicated ESG task force. The task force will play a pivotal role in supporting businesses as they navigate the complexity of ESG compliance. Our mission is clear: to provide guidance, resources, and training to help business understand and implement ESG practices. As far as I know at present, mostly ESG audits and compliance is done by Big Four. And Big Four costs are unaffordable by many MSMEs, so they don't go into these audits. And with this task force activities will make ESG compliance for all these MSMEs to be cheaper, better, and give guidance how they can go with these ESG compliances. We aim to act a bridge between policymakers, industry leaders, businesses, ensuring cohesive and collaborative approach of ESG adaptation. The key objectives of ESG task force are education and awareness. We will conduct workshops, seminars, training programs to educate businesses about ESG framework and their benefits. Knowledge is the first step towards action, and we are committed to empowering our members with the tools they need to succeed. Policy advocacy. We will engage with government bodies to shape ESG-related policies that are practical, business-friendly, and align with the global standards. Our goal is to create an enabling environment where business can thrive while meeting the sustainable commitments. Resource development. We will create toolkits, guidelines, and best practices tailored to Indian industries. These resources will serve as a roadmap for the business at every stage of this ESG journey. Reporting mechanism. We will assist businesses in developing robust ESG reporting mechanisms to meet global standards, transparency, and accountability, which are the cornerstones of ESG, and we are here to help businesses to achieve both. Global partnership. We will foster partnerships with international organizations, ESG rating agencies, and industry experts to bring global insights to local businesses. Sustainability is a global challenge, and collaboration is the key to find effective solutions. So a lot of these things are quite even new, and were new for me, and even are new for me and everyone sitting, most of them sitting here. And this is a very important subject which is going to be must, and everyone has to comply in the future as the globe advances to make this globe more greener and more peaceful to live. In addition to this, I am pleased to announce the launch of GCCI Gate 2025, a GCCI annual trade expo, a flagship event that will be held at Vigyan Bhavan, Science City, Ahmedabad from 10th to 12th April 25. Gate 2025 is not merely an exhibition of products and services, it is a transformative platform designed to foster collaboration, showcase cutting-edge technologies, and promote sustainable solutions. The event will serve as a testament to Gujarat's entrepreneurial spirit in its commitment to drive progress across diverse industries. We invite entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, and industry leaders to participate in GATE 2025, which will act as a launchpad for forging meaningful connections, fostering innovations, and capitalizing on opportunities in an increasing dynamic global economy. So this exhibition is first of its type, which we have visioned and dreamed from the GCCI platform. And first time GCCI is going ahead to have this GATE 2025 exhibition at the scale which we are going to put it. And this is going to continue from year to year in the future also. We are also putting in another exhibition, which is Farm to Fashion for Textile, which is in the month of May. That is also a very, very innovative exhibition for the textiles. So we are calling it From Farm to Fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards sustainability is not without challenges, but it is the journey we must undertake together. GCCI is committed in leading the way, and we invite each of you to join us in this transformation and their endeavor to transform. Let us seize the opportunity to redefine business success, not just in the terms of profit, but in the terms of purpose and impact. Today, you are being here today. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to sustainability. I am confident that this summit will inspire actionable insights and meaningful change. With that, I declare Gujarat Sustainability Summit 2025 officially open. Let us make the milestone of our shared journey together for a greener, more equitable and sustainable future. Thank you, and I wish all of you productive and inspiring summit. Thank you. Jai Jai Bharat Mata ki Jai, and Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat. I am learning for Jakshay Bhai. And all these are my fellow classmates also from LDIs. I am a senior, so please keep respecting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Could I also invite Shri Jakshay Shah to give his keynote address?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes. Namaskar. Sri Sandeep Engineer ji, Sandeep Bhai actually, my senior, my alumni, President GCCI. Sri Apurva Shah, my friend, Vice President GCCI. Gaurang Bhai, my old friend, Secretary GCCI. Samir, Chairperson GCCI ESG Task Force. Other office bearers, esteemed panelists, our guests and dignitaries from India and across the globe. Respected members of GCCI, ladies, gentlemen, and friends from the media. Good morning and very warm welcome to all. Friends, let me congratulate Samir first. He is not only in partner in crime, but partner in progress also. And who's been flag bearer for a sustainability summit, not in Gujarat, but across India also. Congratulations, Samir, for putting a fantastic event, first time in Gujarat, the Sustainability Summit. It's my honor and privilege to address such a vibrant dais and welcome you all to Gujarat's first ever industry-led Sustainability Summit. Friends, what a time to be in India. And what a time to be in Gujarat. Do you remember this picture? Anyone remember this picture can raise hands. So some our farmer was knocking the door for a developed country, and some newslet media from US, they printed. And very quickly, in 2017, just 3 years, we went from this, a complete change in the perception file. Friends, let me assure you, in coming days, we'll see such leadership stance like this across all the sectors, not only in this. Friends, India is marching towards Viksit Bharat, a developed India by 2047. And this is our Amrit Kal, and for us, it is Kartavya Kal. And let me tell you, India's development aspiration is not just an economic goal. It's a model for global leadership, a Vishwaguru, based on principles of sustainability and coexistence. We are grateful for this vision and journey has been guided under the extraordinary leadership for our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. In the last few years or a decade, under his leadership, we have created a momentum towards sustainable development through lifestyle environment, industrial excellence, and digital transformation. And for you, it is not a surprise, but we have seen him working in Gujarat. I think Sandeep, આપણે બધાએ, he was CM, આપણે બધાએ જોયું છે આ. It's not surprise to us, but we should take pride that he is now taking a stage in global platform. And we are pushing hard for this renewable energy, national manufacturing mission focus on clean tech manufacturing and green jobs. Soon we'll be a leader with global quality in sustainable manufacturing of semiconductors, EVs, electronics, consumer goods, climate-friendly agriculture produce, precision medicine, vaccines, and so on. And more importantly, in governance also, I'll cite few of them. We have created PM Jan Dhan Arogya Yojana, direct benefit transfer, COVID, ONDC, which QCI helped to establish, aiming to empower 13 million small Kirana stores at ONDC. And of course, UPIO, you all know. And we are also helping other economies around the world move in this direction, as was also seen in our G20 presidency. Friends, Bharat has arrived. It has an important seat at the global high table. And you all, my friends, have an important role in the way Bharat shapes its role globally. So now, friends, we are all from Gujarat. Let me ask you a question. If India has to be a developed country by 2047, Sandeep bhai, Gaurang bhai, Apurva, Samir, and all, can Gujarat be a developed state by 2047 with Kerala, Assam, Sikkim, or maybe Tripura? We will be at the same time, we will be the developed state as the same time as Gujarat? Yes or no? No, we have to be before that. For India to be developed by 2047, with our aspiration to host Olympics in 2037 to 36, Gujarat needs to take charge and leadership. And Gujarat needs to propel this development with almost 90% of our targets achieved by 2035 or 36 and to be fully developed by 2040. Then we can call Gujarat or Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra, big state, can take a leap, and when they become developed state before India becomes a developed country. And standing here today, friends, I encourage all of us to lead this charge through an inspiration from Asiatic Lion, which has its home in Gujarat. And who knows better than us, than Sandeep Bhai, who is doing relentless CSR work in forest area in India. He's donating so much, he's doing his bit. And I am inspired from him, and my presentation is dedicated to him also. Friends, in the natural world, the lion does not just dominate. It nurtures, regulates, and ensures balance. In the dynamic ecosystem of global industry and trade, Gujarat industry is that lion. And as we strive towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the Gujarat vision to be developed by 2040, Gujarat must be embody the lion's leadership, fearless, strategic, and profoundly future-focused. Friends, Gujarat must roar forward to be the leader of the pride of industry. Today, my call of action to you all is the pride of framework that embodies our role, our guardians of India's industrial and economic ecosystem. Here, the P stands for preserve and protect, R for reduce carbon, I for impact and innovate, D for dominate through diligence, and E for evolve ecosystem. So friends, just as lion safeguards its ecosystem, Gujarat must preserve and protect its MSMEs. Our MSME today lack technical know-how on sustainability. This can be solved if MSME, Sandeep Bhai, share best practices to show light to others and help develop one industry cluster at one time. At QCI, we solve this in the context of villages. Our Sarpanch Samvad platform democratizes sustainability, empowering village leaders. We have been able to tap 30,000 Sarpanches out of 2.5 lakh. And we are successfully trying to help to improve quality of life at this last mile. And we need to have a similar effort at MSME as well. We should come together to have an MSME Samvad in GCCI also. As partner in this transformative journey, GCCI has the potential to lead this. And QCI can help you in enabling this transformation. Friends, reduce carbon. The lion hunts grass-eating animals, Sandeep bhai, tumne khayal hase. Why? Which helps in reducing the balancing carbon dioxide in the ecosystem. Similarly, we need to enable carbon reduction by shifting from conventional energy sources. We must transition to clean energy, digital efficiency, and circular economic models. Under Honorable PM Modi ji, India has set the ambitious goal for net zero emission by 2070. Gujarat is leading in transition with 100 GW renewable energy target, Green Hydrogen Policy 2024, and India's first real-time emission trading system, ETS, in Surat. At QCI, we facilitate several aspects of the visionary Panchamrit, जो हमारा संदीप जी ने अभी just बोला, program through accreditation. Friends, GCCI and QCI can come together to become public action partners. We can become active participants to advocate for necessary policy changes required from the government also, state level and central level. Impact and innovate. Friends, Lion also has a significant impact on its ecosystem and innovates to tackle its prey. Similarly, Gujarat must not just comply with the global sustainability standards, it must define them. Take the example of Gift City. With its smart infrastructure, automated waste management, and district cooling system, sets a global benchmarks, and our green hydrogen production facilities are decarbonizing heavy industries. What has been done in Gift City needs to be replicated across Gujarat and eventually across India. Integrated impact and innovation is need of the hour, friends. And GCCI again must play a frontier role in facilitating this. QCI led creation of future-ready standards for drones, Ayush medicines, defense manufacturers, etc. And we can help GCCI in this journey too. Friends, dominate through diligence. The lion known to dominate its ecosystem through strength and maintain diligence in its territory also. Similarly, we must aspire to dominate the global markets, but the road to that is filled with diligence. We will face significant challenges in the coming days. Developed economies like Europe, US, UK are going to impose sustainability regulation like CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, deforestation regulations, CSR directive, and it will be changing, but Gujarat is known for their resilience. We will need to prepare our industry immediately. India's zero effect, zero defect Z certification, with QCI is implementing, was aimed to enabling this journey towards making supply chain sustainable. And friends, I nudge all GCCI members, you all, to adopt Z certification value chain partners. QCI will help you to this journey. Together, we can solve the issues of having robust and transparent value chain partners. Last, evolve ecosystem. Lion helps to evolve symbiotic ecosystem. Similarly, Gujarat transformative must be built on ecosystem collaboration. The partnership between government, GCCI, and QCI is a cornerstone of our green industrial future. Through GCCI's industry leadership and MSME network, and QCI expertise in quality infrastructure, and the intent of the government, we can unite MSMEs, policymakers, and innovators. To summarize this, friends, we have the vision, we have the resources, and most importantly, we have the spirit. We have an office bearer active like this. You have Samir for leading this sustainability summit also, and the endeavors to ahead also. Let us embrace the Pride framework, not as more as an acronym, but as a guiding principle. Let us preserve and protect our invaluable MSMEs, reduce our carbon emission and environment footprint, impact and innovate to set global benchmarks, dominate through diligence in the global market, and evolve the ecosystem through unwavering collaboration. Friends, Gujarat is not just a state, you all know. It's not just a force also, a guardian, a leader. And now in Gujarat, you have honorable PM, you have honorable Foreign Minister, you have honorable Home Minister. એટલે પેલું ગૌરાંગ એવું કહેવાય ને મોસાળમાં મા પીરસે. Our time, this time will not come again for any state. So let's Gujarat roar with the pride, leading India towards a Viksit Bharat, a developed India, a sustainable India. Let us work together hand in hand to transform Gujarat into a beacon of sustainable industrial practice and excellence. Let us together build a future where prosperity and sustainability coexist, where our children inherit a planet that is not only thriving but also cherished. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you so much, Akshay. Could I also invite Shri Sandeep Engineer to give a memento to both Shri Akshay and Shri S.J. Haider. And we'd also love a group picture of all of you. So do stay on stage for that. Yeah.
I just want to add that the pledge that we are giving is actually a pledge for the net zero event that we have. This entire event is the first net zero event, net zero carbon. And we are mitigating, we have the footprint of Jakshay, carbon emission footprint of his on the plaque and for the entire event, and we'll mitigate it by planting a Miyawaki forest.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll be inviting some of you right back up in a few moments, but just to give you a little break. I'd like to talk a little bit about GTU and the sustainability course that they've launched. Today's world faces immense sustainability challenges, as we all know, but AI can be a game changer. The curriculum developed by Intel as per the global standard is aimed at leveraging foundational and practical AI knowledge, enabling students to understand sustainability goals and the potential for AI to address environmental, social, and economic sustainability challenges through case studies, real-life solutions. It's a 16-week elective course that will be offered to GTU students regardless of their stream and require no prior experience. Through engaging case studies and hands-on learning, students will be empowered to innovate and lead the way in AI-driven sustainability solutions. To share GTU's vision and commitment towards promoting sustainability education in an inclusive manner, I'd like to invite Dr. Rajul K. Gajjar, the Vice Chancellor of GTU, to speak about the course. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Warm welcome to all the delegates, to GCCI and to Samir and the whole ESG team in particular. So carrying on with the conversation that we heard right now from Sandeep Bhai, Jakshay, Pride of Gujarat, MSMEs, the state leading the country, Bharat leading the global action through the Viksit Bharat Abhiyan. Many things are happening parallelly across the globe, across the country, more so in this state, which is turning out to be a model state in terms of the entire drive towards deep tech, the entire drive towards manufacturing, and therefore at GTU, which is a central state university taking care of all the technology, we felt that Intel, so just to give you a brief, just a little earlier, Intel and GTU co-partnered to create a course on AI for manufacturing. And this was the first time that the course was rolled out from India, especially Gujarat, and not from the US. That is where we talked to Intel USA and we said that we will take the problems from the industry in the country, in Gujarat, and not the problem statements from the US. The course took off very well. Across the country now, this is being termed as a model course for AI in manufacturing, where we are working with GCCI. We launched that also at the GCCI platform because we didn't want to work in silos. Every time that an industry says that we do not have industry-ready students is a situation where the industry needs to open up wider platforms, and that is where we launched the course. The students are now working in Sankuls through GCCI industry Sankuls, where they are, as of now, gathering the problem statements. Looking at this beautiful ecosystem, Intel was encouraged and they want to launch the AI for sustainability. And as it is, the conference was already planned, and so we thought that we will bring it a little bit. They had to rush also. We had to bring it a little bit forward so that it could match with the sustainability conference. The idea here is, as we heard right now, manufacturing, Viksit Bharat, Bharat at 2047, we are going to lead, and therefore we have to revisit our roots. We were, believe it or not, in your DNA, at least in your grandparents and parents' DNA, sustainability was already built in. It is there in our blood. In our hearts, in our day-to-day routine, if you revisit what we were doing, it was already there. But we also need to align all our MSMEs, all our industry. The more we go forward, we have to look at the sustainability aspects and revisit our roots. And therefore, this beautiful course, which is now designed with GCCI once again. So, and the answer to Sandeep Bhai, when he mentioned that we are also learning, would be rely on AI. We will tell you how AI can take care of all those complex parameters, and the students, the industry, and chambers like GCCI will work together. I would like to invite once again on stage Mr. Jakshay Shah, Chairman QCI, Mr. Sandeep, Engineer, President GCCI, Mr. Apurva Parikh, VP GCCI, Mr. Gaurang Bhagat, Honorary Secretary GCCI, Sameer Sinha, Chair ESG Task Force.
Most of them are the lord of the last bench of that class.
So that was a secret that you gave away. All the LDIs are here. Dr. Mihir Shah, who is leading this course from the GTU and the Intel end. Dr. Keyur Darji, who has been our proponent for skills and sustainability. And I would also invite Ms. Hemangini Sinha to be here on stage. We will launch with all the leaders. These are the leaders who are driving sustainability and the industry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you. Just a reminder to the audience, as we begin our sessions, there will be a QR code either on your table or on the screen. Do feel free to engage with the polls that are suggested. They will come up on the screen, and also remember to send in your questions via the QR code as well. I'd like to welcome on stage our moderator for the first session, a vision for a sustainable Gujarat. How do we meet the 2070 target? Conducting this conversation, Prashant Das, Chairperson and Associate Professor of Real Estate at IIM Ahmedabad. In conversation with Arun Sharma, Advisor to the Chairman and Group Head for Sustainability and Climate Change for the Adani Group. Abhishek Bansal, Head of Sustainability at Arvind Limited. Neerav Nanavati, CEO at Blue Pine Energy, and Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India. Could I give our panelists a huge round of applause, please? Welcome on stage, all of you. Wonderful. Okay, I think we have everyone here with us. Over to you, Prashant.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Prashant Das. I'm your host for this panel discussion. We have a lineup of some very impressive speakers here coming from different walks of the industry and policy making. And I would like to start with some small anecdotes. In the industry, we like these acronyms. So a few decades ago, it was CSR. Then it became SDG. And now it is ESG. But there's a fundamental difference between CSR and SDG. So I'm reminded of Majru Sultanpuri, who wrote कि मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बढ़ता गया. Ladies and gentlemen, that was CSR. ESG cannot work like that because Majru Sultanpuri Sher was a bit of a fatalistic disposition on the reality of the world. It was about ke sara sara. That is not how ESG works. I remember advising a large luxury chain client in the UK, and we were talking about what should be the tenure of their general managers and directors of finance and CFO at different facilities. And it turned out that if you leave general management role with one person for more than 3 years, it becomes suboptimal. In other words, the top management has to recycle itself in 3 years. It was slightly larger for the directors of finance, perhaps 4 to 5 years. And that is where Mark Carney's statement comes in, and he talks about the tragedy of the horizons. That managers and businesses are there to serve their short-term goals. So if you end up becoming the person who is at the helm of a business, your prime objective is to maximize the outcome for next 3 to 5 years. But the global problems that we are dealing with goes far, far beyond that. The climate change will happen perhaps 3 decades later. So what do? We cannot continue to adopt the same model as we adopted for CSR. We have to come together. And that is where Sandeep Bhai talked about all of us coming together. Jakshay talked about building an ecosystem. And that is why Sameer Bhai had to organize this conference here today so that we all can come together. We cannot do it alone. So on that note, Ratnesh, if I could start with you. Given Gujarat's significant progress in renewable energy, what do you see as the biggest challenge in scaling sustainability efforts further in our state?
Thank you, Prashant, and thank you for that share from Majru Sultanpuri ji. Well, first of all, a very warm welcome to all of you to this very, very significant dialogue that is being facilitated by the Gujarat Chamber. I mean, it's very timely and it's very relevant and it's very critical. And I represent a global body of corporates. So you mentioned SDGs, you mentioned ESG, but I would like to add the MDGs also, which were very, very objective, and only 8 of them you could measure and you could be done with it. However, as the world community realized that the reality is more complicated, more interrelated, and that excellent introduction of ESG in the opening session. So I would like to remind all of you that E, S, and G are not 3 separate alphabets. They are all interrelated. What we do with the environment, what we do with our society, while we produce wealth and while we pursue profits, and how we conduct ourselves within factory premises. What are the rules? What are the processes? What are the non-negotiables that we implement? And it includes anti-corruption, bribery, and all other governance ethics, integrity, and all other, how we treat our workers, how we, are we working towards a living wage than a minimum wage. So all these standards that we beholden ourselves. And this is what UN Global Compact represents globally. We are present in 62 countries, and from where we see this whole progress, Gujarat is at a very, very high spot, in the sense that I would like to share something which I came across recently, that wind energy, the first wind turbine project, was in this state in as early as 1986. And Mandavia, I think that was the name of the Mandavi. So what happened is that led to the policy which informed the whole national discourse on wind energy. And right now we are at a very, very high. So what Gujarat, another episode I would like to remind you, when we were, I used to work for UNDP then, UN Development Program, and we were supporting all the sub-national governments. And within that, Gujarat, we had come, and the whole officials were there in the Secretariat in Gandhinagar, and they had mapped out everything, where we have data, where we do not have data, what we need to do. So Gujarat, the government is very proactive, and the way Gujarat Chamber of Commerce presented itself, we have a special task force on ESG. So I think you are there. The only thing which we need to evolve together, a common understanding that between now and 2047, or between now and 2070, there is no respite. There is no falling back. There is no place for complacency. It's a battle that we have to fight and win every day. And I'm so happy that this is a net zero event. A lot of care has been taken. So that same attitude has to be done with all that we do. And there are huge and complex challenges. As Prashant wants me to enumerate them, we are all very well aware of. Where is the land for all the massive solar and wind turbines? When we juxtapose demands, various demands of agriculture, of urbanization, the intermittent nature of this renewable energy, how do we design better and greater grids, smart grids, which can take care of this intermittent nature of this renewable energy? How do we make the world a safer place, a more inclusive place? So all this relentless pursuit of sustainability, of equality, of thinking in an inclusive manner, and Global Compact is here to support. We already have 25 members from Gujarat, all the leading corporates who are our members, and with them we are trying to craft this story of incremental but firm progress towards a more equitable, a more environmentally sustainable, and a well-governed industrial and manufacturing and enterprise of Gujarat. So, yeah, thank you.
Ratnesh. Thank you for highlighting the equity part of sustainability and cautioning us that sustainability is not just about environment and social. The S word is a huge component to it. And it goes back to us coming together. We cannot solve it alone. We have to come together. And thank you, Samir Bhai, for putting this group together so that we can take collective efforts. Arun, I'll shift to you. Adani Group has made significant investments in renewable energy. But as we are, emphasizing that we cannot do it alone. So what role do large corporations play in accelerating Gujarat's transition into net zero?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I will actually pick up on the Indian context, which is different from the global context. And India actually is leading, in spite of lecturing from the West. And Gujarat is leading in India, and it has to lead. That's the role it has to play. So let's look at the Indian context. Its priorities are in this order. Energy security is its top priority. It spends some $200 billion a year in energy imports. It's a debilitating yoke on its economy. The second priority is air quality in its cities. It's a public health disaster. Life expectancy, average life expectancy in Delhi is significantly lower because of air quality. And air quality is not the same as greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emission is a global problem. You pump greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and eventually it leads to global warming. It is a local problem. And air quality has to be focused. And of course, renewables and green hydrogen will play a role. And I'll come to a grand challenge for Gujarat, where it has to lead, and it needs to lead in this area. The third priority is decarbonization. And India has given itself a goal of 2070, but it can be done much faster. And Gujarat has to have a more ambitious goal. That's what I will urge. In Adani Group, other than 2 companies, most of our other companies have already signed up for a net zero SBTi target of 2050 or earlier. The ports business has signed a target for 2040. It can be done. And the fourth priority, which no one would have dreamt of, is India is on the verge of becoming an exporter for the first time in its history of clean energy. And I'll pick that when we discuss green hydrogen and how it can be done. So let me say how India has actually done it. India is on track to deliver 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity by 2030. July of last year, it had exceeded 200 gigawatt. But it is not just that. And Gujarat is one of the leaders in this space. I was at New York Climate Week, and Mr. Haider was in the audience. And what you have to understand that India has gone beyond allocating land for renewables. It opened to the private sector the renewable farms, and you have seen what has happened. It also opened interstate transmission lines to the private sector, and when it allocated land, it also put bids for transmission line connecting to the single Indian grid. So in Khavda, even before a single electron was fired, the connectivity to the grid was ready. We didn't lose a single electron. In the US, there are hundreds of gigawatt, in Europe, hundreds of gigawatt of renewable energy generation capacity waiting to be connected to the grid. So I think the West just needs to stop lecturing India and learn from it. But India has more to do, and this is where Gujarat comes in. The Supreme Court has also ordered that involve the private sector in intra-state transmission lines, and this is being considered. Some states have already done it. Gujarat needs to do there because that's where the decarbonization will happen. Now, let us come to the air quality issue. I was very pleased when, the speakers talked about air quality and how Ahmedabad has to go. There is a serious problem. I live in Brisbane. I checked the AQI in Brisbane. It's around 10 to 15 right now. Okay. Brisbane is going to host the 2032 Olympics. It'll probably be one of the cleanest air Olympics in history. Remember Beijing Olympics? It was a disaster, but China was able to undertake in 2-3 years in a military-style fashion to make air breathable for the Beijing Olympics. Maybe 15 is too strict a target. So I looked at the AQI in London, where the Olympics was also held. 50, good enough. Why not Gujarat set a target for 2036 that Ahmedabad AQI will be 50? And it will be a proud host of the Olympics. Nothing like a grand challenge to get the juices flowing, the MSMEs contributing, and the renewables and the green hydrogen area where Gujarat already has a leadership will be able to take it to the next level. So what I'm saying is India is leading. let not anyone fool you and lecture you on ESG. And Gujarat has to lead India.
Thank you, Arun. Neerav, let's pick on where Arun passed the baton about air quality and cleaner energy. As a renewable energy company, what innovations or business models you think are helping accelerate the adoption of clean energy in Gujarat?
Thank you for having me. A warm welcome to everyone. And I'm a native of Ahmedabad, so always a pleasure to be back here. I grew up here, but moved out for studies and work. But first of all, let me congratulate the organizers of this event. Really well put together. Even the attention to detail in terms of the boxes of water, the recyclable name tags, the elephant poop diaries. Class act. Thank you, guys. Well done. Very well done. Any event where AQI is a topic is very near to my heart, and I'll tell you why. I flew in from Delhi last night, which is where I live. For the first time in 6 months, the AQI in Delhi yesterday was below 100. For the first time in 6 months. For the first time in 6 months, I went outside for a run. Now, this is the state of our nation's capital. This is a huge problem. In my house alone, there are 6 purifiers running 24/7, in my office as well. So clearly the need of the hour is for us to come together collectively and do something. I run a company called Blue Pine Energy. We build and operate renewable energy plants all over India. Today we're in 10 states. Gujarat remains our largest exposure to date. And there's a reason for that. Gujarat is cutting edge in terms of industry, in terms of growth, in terms of policy, in terms of regulation, in terms of credit history, payment securities, etc., etc. I could go on, but clearly Gujarat is the leading state today where everybody wants to do business. My investors who are based in the UK have very clear goals on ESG, and which is why ESG is an integral part of everything that we do. Building power plants is only part of our job, but making sure that we integrate the larger communities in which we build those power plants, we ensure that we build those power plants and generate that clean energy in adherence not just to the laws of the land, but also in sync with the local communities, upskilling them, giving them employment opportunities, ensuring that we leave that place when we finish operation of that power plant in, say, 30, these are 30-year assets, by the way. So when we finish the operation of these 30-year assets, we leave that place a better place than we were when we first started building it. So that is core to us. To the question itself of what kind of innovative models are there, and I think Ratnesh mentioned the first wind turbine happened 25 years ago in Gujarat. Today, and this is something that I want to talk about, is I saw the picture of the Gir lion that Jakshay was referring to in that acronym PRIDE. Today we're building India's first wind farm very close to that Gir forest. And how are we building it? We're making sure that we've taken all the approvals, requisite approvals from forest zones, from forest departments. We're making sure that we're building that wind farm, and it's a large wind farm. From the easternmost wind turbine to the westernmost wind turbine is a 60-kilometer distance. So this is a massive swath of land that we're building on, but we're ensuring that everything that we do in terms of setting up our camps for our people, our offices, our substations, the transmission lines that we run, to the Gujarat grid, the internal transmission lines that we run to connect the turbines to each other, they're all done with a sustainable goal in mind. This is absolutely what needs to be done as we go, because renewable energy, as was mentioned before, is the need of the hour. 500 gigawatts by 2030 is the goal. Gujarat is going to be 100 gigawatts of that. 20% of the national goal is going to be Gujarat. And how are we going to get there? There's going to have to be new models that come in. And today, renewable energy is not just when the sun shines during the day or when the wind blows in the evening. It has to be 24/7. Our country is a night-peaking country, which means that the predominant load happens at night time, after the sun is set. How do we achieve meeting that load? By ensuring that the plants that we build are well integrated with a battery storage system, or some storage mechanism to ensure that we harness the energy from the day, from the evening, and are able to supply those peaking loads that the industries want now at night. Today we're serving 2 data centers in the state of Maharashtra, and those are 24/7 operations. They have a peak load 24/7. So how do you sustain that operation at night? You have to be able to build and integrate storage, large-scale storage, along with sun and wind, to be able to serve that load. And this is what innovation is.
Right. So, I mean, solar would only harvest energy during daytime, but our peak loads are in the nighttime. You know, it's a very interesting way of looking at the renewable energy challenge. And wind turbines only tend to be in rural areas, right? So, perhaps we need innovation to also bring some sort of wind energy into urban space so that, you know, real estate developers, in addition to solar, could also gain some carbon credits, as one of the upcoming sessions would talk about. Abhishek, we are very keen at hearing from you. So Gujarat contributes around 7% of India's GDP. And we emit around 8% of carbon, national carbon emission. And but we lead on many fronts. If I'm not wrong, in the textile sector, we contribute around 23% of the national output. And firms like yours have been leading exporters as well. How is Arvind Limited integrating sustainability into its operations, and what challenges do industries face in adopting green practices, given the fact that by design, the challenge of sustainability is higher in certain industries like yours?
Certainly. Thanks, Prashant Bhai, and thanks, audience, for patiently hearing us. I'm Abhishek Bansal, leading sustainability at Arvind Limited. Arvind is one of India's largest manufacturer and exporters of textiles. And textile industry globally is about $2 trillion and about 2% of the global GDP, one of the largest sort of industrialized sector. And textile production, however easy it may seem, it's very resource intensive. When you look at energy, water, chemicals, or anything, any resources that comes to mind. And that's why there's been a lot of focus, especially globally, being a consumer-facing industry, to reduce all the impacts and create also positive impact at the same time. At Arvind, we've taken a lot of steps which are in line with what local needs are and what global needs are. And our major challenge first was to shift our entire production to recycled water. So we've been working on water recycling since early 2000s. And by 2020, we had stopped using any fresh water for the production needs. And we completely shifted to recycle water. All units are zero liquid discharge. And we buy sewage from Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar municipality, treat it and use it in the process to make up for the water losses. So to give you an idea of the scale, we recycle more than 25 million liters of water every day, and more than 7 billion liters annually. And imagine if that was coming from fresh water, with the pressure on, extreme pressure on freshwater resources due to our population and agriculture. Our next big area of work was agriculture itself, because almost 70% of the raw material is cotton, which comes from agriculture, and is also highly intensive crop because of being a cash crop. And that's where we have been, again, working since 2007, when we started our first organic farming initiatives. And till about last year, we've reached more than 95,000 farmers across Gujarat and Maharashtra, where we help farmers to grow cotton more sustainably and follow different global standards as per the branding requirements. And along with the agriculture, of course, we help save much more fresh water in agriculture than our total consumption is. Our current big area of work is renewable energy. So again, we started working on it in 2015 when we put up first megawatt scale solar plant. And our current capacities, we have reached 66 megawatt of solar and wind. And our emissions have come down from more than 1 million ton in 2015 to about 600 100,000 tons right now. And our target is to bring it under 100,000 tons by 2030. So there's a lot of work on, not only on renewable power, we are working very aggressively on bioenergy, because our energy needs are equally split across power and heat. And for heat, we are transitioning every unit from coal to agriculture waste or other bio-based residues. And we set up our own supply chain to collect and harvest the agriculture waste and also do various processes on that to make it suitable for our use. So these are three key areas that we are working on, and at our end, Arvind is rated as #1 in India and #6 globally as per S&P 500 ESG ratings. So we've made a lot of progress, and as we heard earlier, India is taking a lead when it comes to sustainable textiles, and it has become one of the key business factors. So sustainability is not only, of course, there are sustainability goals on its own, but it is helping drive business for us, because global brands who have big sustainability ambition, they are pushing more and more business to the supply chains which are more sustainable, more traceable, and so on. Thank you.
Yeah, Abhishek, let me build on what you were saying. The clock is ticking. So I'll have another round of questions for all the panelists for your quick responses. In terms of circular economy, obviously this is more challenging for some industry than others. But industries like yourselves, where this has been achieved to some extent, what can other industries learn from it in terms of what the textile industry is doing in addressing environmental challenge? Any thoughts on that? So you talked about 3 different areas in which Arvind is working. Which are these areas you think that other industries also could learn from?
I think 2 areas which comes to mind, which are quite sort of neutral to the type of industry. One, of course, the water itself. So I think in last 20 years, water treatment technologies have advanced so much that now it is practically possible to recycle any type of wastewater. Only challenge there perhaps is the mispricing of water. So water as a resource is practically free or not priced efficiently to drive water recycling. But in certain geographies within India, for example, if you see Bangalore or Karnataka, parts of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, where water is priced more than 150 rupees per meter cube, it makes sense to, as a business sense as well. But water is, I think, something which every industry should focus on and is easy to tackle. Second key area is bioenergy, because if you look at India is still in large parts based on agriculture. We generate more than 500 million tons of biomass every year. And our coal consumption, if you see, is in the range of 600 to 650 million tons. So if we could harvest and work on biomass as a mission, it has potential to sort of almost offset 70–80% of our coal requirements. And it's practically a free source of energy, which is leading to all sort of AQI problems. Biomass is burned practically everywhere. In Delhi, it causes unique challenge due to the topography. But if you see in Gujarat or south of India, it's set to fire everywhere. So,
correct. So both solid waste and liquid waste is a major problem with the textile industry. And I guess this is also where all industries could join hands. You know, the way you are addressing those challenges, if there is some knowledge transfer and spill over to other industries, that will be very helpful. Ratnesh, that brings me to you. Help us. You have seen global best practices all over the world. Quickly, what could Gujarat do to become greener?
Well, Gujarat is already there in terms of right policy framework ahead of the national kind of cycle, because I did some research before coming here. So for hydrogen, for wind, for everything, there is a comprehensive policy framework, and the PPP models also are working reasonably well. Of course, there's always a scope for improvement, and because of this good coordination, you are able to achieve a lot. And already I mean, 20% of the national target. I mean, in terms of landmass, I think you are much less, and still you have taken this ambitious task upon yourself and are confident of achieving it. So something is working very, very right. And I would really agree with my fellow panelists from Adani that we don't need lectures from outside or the West. And in fact, UN Global Compact is what Arvind representative was saying here. So industries leading and who have achieved it, leading the way for others who are on the fence, thinking about it, not so convinced about the financials and other things. So that is what we do in terms of the 500 plus member base that we have. We constantly work on these issues, and Gujarat also is part of our focus area where the whole learning, peer group learning experience is what we highlight. Now, in terms of what Gujarat should do, I mean, I would be unfair if I'll say it's all perfect hunky-dory. There are immense challenges, and how the industry leaders or a few leading industries, how they take the MSME along, their entire supply chain, what is in it for them, what are the price and other bargaining issues in terms of whether I do these additional expenditure in my plant and machinery or any other mitigating setup, how do I get reimbursed? So all those things. Then it comes to the workers, it comes to the communities, whether the transition is just. All of you highlighted it in your interventions, but that has to be at the center, because at the end of the day, the S part is going to determine the success. And finally, I would like to say that government and private need to have a harmonious and a long-term perspective so that the investments being made today do not become unremunerative due to change or adaptation in new technology. So it should be a PPP in the truest sense with the community at the center. That would be my
So you
mantra.
are pointing towards public-private partnership. I think complacency is always dangerous. If we want to stay leaders, it's always good to adopt best practices from wherever we can. But I hear you that we need indigenous interventions. We don't need to replicate what is being done elsewhere because it may simply not work here. But the very motivation to, improve AQI or go that ESG path, I think is something that we could continue to learn from best practices across the globe. Nirav, you are in a business where the output is very volatile. The supply can be volatile, and the prices can also be quite volatile. I assume that your solution is to get that hybrid renewable energy. Do you think this is replicable all over India? Because in Gujarat, we always have sunshine, and in certain parts, we always have the wind, right? What has been your experience with this hybrid strategy so far?
Let me pick up on two things. First, I think the one where my panelists talked about water. And I firmly believe that the next wars in the world, all over the world, will be around water. Water is a really scarce resource, and I think we're already facing that. As for a lot of our plants to operate them, we need to clean them on a very regular basis to ensure that the generation is maximized during the daylight hours. And for cleaning, water is the only resource. So to make sure that sustainability becomes a mantra and becomes part of your operations, we're moving all our plants from wet water-based cleaning to robotic solutions. And I think a lot of renewable energy companies are doing that because we are finding that the quality of water is either not good or not enough to be able to generate the amounts of green power that we need to supply the load that the industries and the governments require. So that was the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I want to say is sustainability is not just about our operations, but it's also about greening the supply chain. And what does that mean? That means that everyone upstream of us, from the fasteners and the cables that we use, from the wires and the poles that we use to build our plants, for the solar panels, the modules, the cells, the wind turbines, the blades, the steel towers, each one of those industries has to undergo a greening process as well. Only then will the energy that we generate from our renewable plants be truly green. Otherwise, it's greenwashing. So to the question of, in the supply chain, how do we manage that? So in the Indian supply chain is very robust, is very versatile. So for example, up until some years ago, we used to import modules from China and build our solar plants. What has happened now is that we now import only the cells and get them converted into modules in India, which means that there is a robust and developing ecosystem of module suppliers in India that is growing by the day. And the goal is to achieve that vision of 500 gigawatts by 2030. We'll get there. Most of our equipment,
so
our
focus
generation
on
will be
building indigenous capacity for improving the supply chain.
Right.
Arun, in the interest of time, I'll move
Sure.
to you. The last question. Let's talk about carbon credits markets. With India expanding its carbon credits markets, how can businesses in Gujarat leverage this for both being compliant and financial gains? I assume that we are past the motivation of compliance and financial gains. The monster of AQI is already in front of us. We have to make genuine efforts. How could we move ahead in this direction?
So the whole business of carbon credits is evolving. Right now, there are business models using Vera and Gold Standard where you can plant trees, get it certified, and monetize it. Indian government is itself coming up with the Green Credits Program, a carbon market, and we expect the regulatory framework to become clear. But there is a global push also. You might have heard of Article 6. Basically, what it tries to do is $1 spent in Japan for decarbonization doesn't go the same distance as $1 spent in India. Okay? So what the world is trying to do is sometimes it might be difficult for developed economies to get the same amount of carbon reduction because ultimately it is a global problem. So why not let that investment happen in India, but those countries are able to take the credits to meet their target. And I do not want to venture the interplay between Article 6, India's carbon market, and the current voluntary carbon market, and we all want a fungible international, where a rupee can be traded with $1 and $1 can be traded with £1 or €1, is something like that will emerge. But I want to pick up on the subject of MSMEs. When you look at decarbonization, scope 1, just electrify, use some biofuels where it's feasible. Otherwise, the last mile is going to be green hydrogen in case of India, because carbon capture and sequestration isn't going to work in India. We'll have to send it to Saudi Arabia. Scope 2, source renewables, or invest in captive renewable capacity. What do we do with scope 3? Because scope 3 is where also the MSMEs come into play. Now, scope 3 is your upstream emission, the people who supply to you, your downstream emission, the people who buy products from you, and some of your own emissions in terms of you're a consulting company or an IT company, you buy carbon credits to decarbonize their, their air travel, and then they try to put themselves on the back. That's trivial. No one cares about it, okay? It is how does heavy industry do? So this is where the game will only happen when we create a business model that works. So if the consumers are prepared to pay a premium for low carbon products, then we can provide a premium to our suppliers to reduce their carbon footprint. And we can also give a discount to our customers if they do low carbon methods of using it. So let me give you an example. When we acquired Holcim cement assets, and I'm taking the most difficult example, everything we can see a pathway. Holcim had decided to become net zero by 2050. Hardly any cement company has done that. But they had full intention to sell their Indian assets, okay, in doing so. In Europe, there are enough salt caverns, they will capture the carbon dioxide, store it, so they can get to net zero. When we got the assets, we would have been absolutely justified in abandoning SBTi 2050 target. But we said, if the Adani Group cannot do it, and this is a Gujarat success story, if Adani Group cannot do it, no one else can do it. So we stuck with the target. What have we done? The cement business has decided to invest in gigawatt of renewable captive capacity. We will do that. But no matter how hard you try, some level of carbon capture will be required in cement. But what do you do with that carbon? Are you going to liquefy it, put it on a ship, and then sell it, give it to Saudi Arabia and pay rent for storage? The business model doesn't work. So this is where green hydrogen comes into play. So if you combine that carbon dioxide with green hydrogen, you make methanol. Now this is where the customers come in. If that methanol is bought by someone to use as a transportation fuel, then the carbon dioxide goes back into the atmosphere. They don't get a discount. Okay? But if that methanol is used to make PVC, which is a building material, which stores the carbon dioxide for 100 years, that you have effectively stored the carbon dioxide, you give them a discount. And that's how this is going to work. So what we need is a trust architecture where every SME is able to record their scope 1 and scope 2. They don't need to do their scope 3 because my scope 3 is someone else's scope 1 and scope 2. So if everyone focused on their scope 1, scope 2, everyone's scope 3 will be addressed. And we need a trust architecture. India can do a blockchain where every SME is able to record their scope 1, scope 2, and with that, the big corporates will be able to reward them as the market develops.
A lot of very interesting ideas here. All the way from installing blockchain to record scope 1 and scope 3 records. But I'm fascinated by the example you gave about fungibility of carbon credits. I think we are in very early stages, but this is also an academic question that, you know, do we adjust it with purchasing power parity? Ladies and gentlemen, we have to conclude our session here right now. The clock has stopped. We are in the negative zone already. But before we disperse, we won't get an access to such an august group of panelists here. So allow me to have a brief Q&A session. If any one of you would have any questions for any of the panelists here, you're welcome.
I actually have.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We're a little short on time, but we do have a couple of questions that have come in. What strategies can be implemented to effectively integrate and empower universities and institutions beyond national and international renown to contribute meaningfully to sustainability initiatives? Okay, that's the first question. The second question is, Shanghai has blue skies again. How and when will Delhi ever have the same? Is that possible? Anyone brave enough to take that?
Start with the China question, gentlemen.
I'll probably pick up on both the questions. Let's just make the problem simple, the China problem. Like, you know, let's just make the problem. 2036 will be the Olympics in Ahmedabad. We've got more than a decade, okay? Let's set up a target. Let's actually figure out an incremental progress in AQI, average AQI annually going forward. What are the technologies that are there that we need to do? Where are the emissions that will happen? Someone actually talked about biomass burning. The biggest problem in India is we waste our biomass, okay? Sometimes we make ethanol for transportation. That needs to basically move to battery electric vehicles. The only sector where biomass is the only solution is aviation, sustainable aviation fuel. And they can outpay any other sector. So if we had a national and a statewide policy that our biomass will be used for sustainable aviation fuel, then suddenly the premium to the farmer who is burning it or a sugarcane mill that is using the bagasse to generate electricity goes away. And this is the policy setting that needs to happen. And so these are the things by which you incrementally work towards 2010. The university question is interesting. You used to be a deputy vice chancellor of a university for 16 years. And I worked with the Times Higher Education in actually coming up with the impact rankings. Now, aligning universities, for Indian universities to look at those impact rankings. I know there is no Indian university in the Shanghai Jiaotong top 500. Okay, it'll take time, there are issues there. But impact rankings are helpful because universities compete. How do universities, human capital, their research and innovation, their community engagement is going to impact the sustainable development goals? And if universities start competing on it, it will influence the kind of courses they develop. And I was very pleased to see that, that there is a course now on sustainability. I'm advising IIT Kanpur in their Masters of AI and Sustainability course. I think more and more needs to happen. So let us create that, let the Indian universities compete on the impact rankings so far as SDGs are concerned, and then suddenly things will actually happen.
Yeah. Nirav, did you?
More. I think on the second question, universities, I think if you ask me if there's one single factor that could lead us to delay the achievement of our net zero goals, it's the availability of skilled labor. With the amount of construction in the renewable energy space happening all over India, this is becoming a real bottleneck. And we and many others in our space are trying to partner very actively with universities, colleges, and we're not just talking about engineers. We are talking about craftsmen, electricians, installers. I mean, all those tradespeople who are needed to run these plants, to build these plants. That's the need of the hour. So a closer integration with universities and educational institutions at all levels in the chain is what's required.
One line. So one of our members, Renew, which is in the same space as you, so they have done an arrangement with the ISM Dhanbad. So all the people who are working in especially women who are working in the coal mines, they are being trained in the solar thing. So these are the steps which are required, and industry only has to do it because, as you rightly said, where do you get the manpower to actually man these things? And I mean, person power, sorry. So that is what is the need of the hour, and many industry are actually taking those initiatives in partnership with the universities.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. I think we'll close it there, Prashant. They were completely out of time. But could I request the GCCI office bearers to come on stage and help us present some mementos to our speakers? A big round of applause for that fabulous session. Could I invite Sandeep Engineer to come and present to Arun Sharma, Apurva Shah to come and present to Ratnesh Jha, Gaurang Bhagat, please if you could help us present a token of our appreciation to Prashant Das, and Samir Sinha, if you could please help us present to Mr. Abhishek Bansal. And finally, Ajay Patel with a gift for Mr. Nanavati. And of course, we'd love lots of photographs as well with all of you on stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A quick note, there is a car that seems to be causing a bit of a jam outside. In case 9049 belongs to anybody here, if you could help our team outside with access to the key. All right. With that, let's move on to our next session, Global Sustainability Scenario, and are we ready to do business tomorrow? A reminder once again on the QR code on your screen. Clearly you've been using it to send in those questions, and do engage with the poll as well. To take this discussion forward, I'd like to invite Shailesh Tyagi, partner, service line lender, Deloitte Sustainability South Asia. Welcome, Shailesh. To moderate this panel with our speakers today, Heidi Berg, Sustainability and ESG Director, Danish Industry, Maria Cooper, Expert Energy and Sustainability, PUM, Netherlands, Ankit Kapasi, Lead Sustainability Services, DSS Plus, and Najid Narmawala, Director, Climate Change and Sustainability at EY. A big round of applause for our next set of panelists, please. Can I hear a loud round of applause? Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. And if I could get the audience to settle back down, please. Over to you, Shailesh. Thank you.
Wow. Only Samir can do this, right? Only Samir can organize an event like this. One phone call to me to make me travel on a Saturday. I'm a typical Aussie. Moved there in 1994. And I'm here on a Saturday, first time ever in my career for work. Thanks, Samir. But on a serious note, when I've only done sustainability in my entire career, I can only do two things. Pick you guys up in an Uber or work and discuss sustainability. So thank you, Samir. Lot of familiar faces. Really impressed. My kid brother Najid is here. He's a champion. I see one of the best experts I have ever worked with in the real estate sector, Professor Arun. I worked with Rani for 7 years, living in Sydney as a Deloitte engagement partner. Now, before we start, I would like to wake people up a little bit. I can see some people still checking their phones. How many of you think that this event needed sustainability to make it happen? Anyone? Anyone can answer this question. Answer is yes. I'll make it easier. All right? Before somebody starts shouting at me, conscious of time as well. Listen, guys, sustainability is not about buying credits and making an event carbon neutral. It's about making an event which is bringing people together. And think about natural capital, financial capital, social capital, and human capital. You needed people, human capital. Your guys are here, right? Natural capital, you see those sustainability management initiatives like that water bottle. So you're keeping your natural capital impacts low. Relationship, I didn't know Samir. Samir knew someone, I have a lot of respect. Same equation there, I'm here. Relationships. And financial capital, we needed money, goes without saying. That's sustainability. You need sustainability in every single aspect of your life. You just need to realize it. Last question before we start. How many of you understand the difference between net zero and carbon neutrality? Because we use this term forever. Not my panel. My panel is pretty smart, not on. Quite a few faces I won't allow. Please, try. What is the difference? Because there are two different terms, trust me. Okay, very simple. Yeah, please. That's fine. Join Deloitte. Interview is over. Absolutely. If you need to offset your emitting, that's carbon neutrality. Net zero, there's no need to offset. There's no need to balance that net zero. So with that, I will start the panel because I would like my panelists to talk because I love talking. I'm a typical consultant, right? So I'd like them to talk. I'll take the... Yeah. So guys, Sustainability starts with my panel. Look at the diversity and inclusion, right? So that's the first lesson Sameer has taught us by making this panel quite balanced, right? So I taught you 3 things today, and I'll send my invoice. Nothing is free with me. All right, cool. I'm just opening the questions which we all agreed, so I don't ask my panelists questions. Very quick intro about me, 60 seconds. I lead Deloitte sustainability practice in South Asia. Started my career with Deloitte, have been a partner for 12 years. This is all I do, nothing else I can do, literally. When the first time I told my dad I want to work in this space, he stopped financing my MS and MBA degree. He didn't, I have to take a loan. From that day till today, he's quite proud, right? So this is where so many people, it's evolving. This space is evolving, but this place is overwhelming. Sustainability regulations, frameworks are overwhelming everyone. Companies are prioritizing profits over safety. Think about an airline, I can't name it. Think about people are questioning their own lobbying initiatives. Do they align to my key goals? Think about greenwashing. Think about more investment in clean tech than fossil fuels. Right? So these are my thoughts. I love reading up in this space. But when it comes down to pressure, regulations, investor pressure, from shareholder activism to stakeholder activism. And finally, technology. Now there are 2 aspects of technology. One is, now Najid, my friend here, I know him quite well, he will talk about tech ESG. He would say I have a platform which we can make reporting very easy. It can track traceability, blockchain. And then a guy like me will come, would say, hang on, but has AI really increased decarbonization efforts? Are these companies emitting 30 to 50% more last year? So think about the use and this, right? So these are my thoughts about the key things. Now what we will do, we'll start with the questions. And we'll have sufficient time for Q&A. I promise you that. I'm a good moderator. All right. So straight away to one of my favorite countries in the world. My bestie comes from Netherlands. But think about how, look, I'm just trying to, in India, we have started the journey. I'm going to be candid with you. 4 years ago, I moved back to India. Family still lives overseas, so I do all my work here. Even contributed to BRSR Assurer standard with Najid in my previous life. So we understand the regulations quite well. But MSME, right? So there are 2 questions for you. When we have started this journey, there are a lot of barriers, and there's a lot to learn from more advanced countries in sustainability. And let's accept it, Europe started very early. What are some of the learnings you can bring in from your experience? And some of the aspects are more about engagement, right? I'll have the same question from both of you. I've combined it, but feel free. Okay. We want to get different perspective from Denmark and Netherlands, and then I'll come to my friends there. Over to you, please.
Yes. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and really excited also to see how much this topic and sustainability attracts to this summit. And that's something, the learning actually, because there are so many learnings. I think the discussions and the talks that I have so far here is so many things that are recognizable from more or less 15 years ago. And it's an open door, but it starts with being aware. I started in the energy business 25 years ago, and sustainability was not really a topic. The market opened in 2003 for green energy, that you could choose your energy supplier. And actually consumers, investors, no one was actually aware. And now we are more than 20 years further, and now it's really with also the regulations and the stricter sustainability requirements, it's not a nice to have anymore, it's a business imperative. And back to SMEs, the biggest learning was, I worked for a big energy company and we were telling what you had to do and so forth, but it's really start small. Start tomorrow or when you are back in the office or in your organization on Monday and assign one person in your organization to ask him, her, do a simple walkthrough and look at your organizations and the processes. Look at your utility bill. Don't make it too big. And ask to find 3 to 5 actions which you can start immediately and which will save you cost. Because in the end, sustainability, becoming or be sustainable, goes hand in hand with profitability and reducing cost. And that is something also in Europe and in the Netherlands, when businesses saw that, there is where you saw the change. And also the implementations that you are doing, of course, green energy and renewables like solar, hydro, biomass, etc., and the resourcing and productions from our natural resources play a key role in decarbonization. But in organizations, my learning is the key aspect is resource efficiency. And there is the focus for you as a business, because it's difficult to have a view on long term maybe, but on the short term you can reduce your operational costs with becoming more sustainable.
No, thank you. Same question, I'll come to you, Heidi, with this pen, if you allow me. It's all about baby steps. It's all about 2 or 3 by 3 metrics showing what's material, what's your value chain wants, and what you can really learn and get their buy-in or investment. Because in India, if you look at, around 40% is the number we are looking at, and we look at the export as part of the GDP, and the export is a little bit more. Now, it's significant, but then around 60% say deployment cost is a problem. Unless my orders get cancelled in the chemical sector, I need EcoVadis rating. Otherwise, why I should worry? So, based on your experience, what you have seen in your region where you operate, some of how companies have prioritized their sustainability initiatives, and what are some of the learnings for long-term engagement with MSMEs here in India?
So again, thank you everyone for this, for showing up on a Saturday, like you said, and thank you for the organizers for making this fantastic event. So I come from the Nordic countries. I'm actually Norwegian myself, and I work for the Confederation of Danish Industries. And I just first want to say a couple of points about what to learn from the developed countries, and maybe Northern Europe countries in Northern Europe are really seen as leading in sustainability. And we do have a lot of, strong economies and also smaller countries with very, it is easier to manage these kind of challenges in smaller populations and smaller regions. But I must say that the governments do play an important role. And I believe many of you here are in the construction sector. And one of the things that the Nordic governments have done is that they have set sustainability targets for every government building project. So if you're building a new school or a new government business, a government office, those buildings have very set targets on the energy performance and the sustainability of those buildings. And that is a really nice way of, and you can't even enter the bid. If you don't have a sustainability profile for the project as a constructor or a materials provider, you're not eligible for even being in the bid. And I think that is a very smart way of a government because those are big contracts those are, you know, everyone wants those jobs, and then you learn through that, and then the government, of course, has to pay the premium of those more expensive materials or all this, but that's a small cost for the government in educating the market, and also, of course, getting very good government buildings. And then another thing from inside the companies, I think a main learning from Northern Europe that Indian companies can take along is the engagement from the very top to all the way down throughout the organization. Having really good leaders at the top that believe in this, you know, if the leaders at the top are not strong, then, you know, there's political changes, there's economics in going this and that way, and that doesn't bring the strong commitment. So strong leaders at the top that are personally committed, doing things like, you know, small things, but being the example of, as an organizer, having this kind of water or printing on the 2 pages or whatever, and then engaging everyone through the organization and educating. And I'm so happy to hear in several of the discussions earlier today and then in the presentations, educating is important because everyone needs to understand the connection of what does this have to do with sustainability? Why do we put the solar panels on the roof? Why is it important that we control the air conditioning system better? So I think these are some of the points that to learn from the Northern Europe region, I would say, yeah.
No, thanks, Heidi. And just to add, I remember 2012, I had a director in my team, Danish guy, and his thesis during his MBA were about helping MSMEs for free, helping them with a guidance document on sustainability. It's also in the university web page. I'm talking about 2012. So definitely pretty impressive, right? But we can talk about it offline. Thank you. Ankit, my friend, I'll ask you a very basic question, and I know you have a lot of experience in that space. I've stalked you enough. Whenever we go and talk about sustainability, I go to On, and On would say, I'm doing a lot. Brilliant stuff. I go to it's his value chain. They would say, it's not for me. It's for big companies. And then let's think about Gujarat. The economy here is doing well. There's a lot of value chain, small players, big players. So if you bring everything together, what's your perspective on the importance of sustainability for all? Thanks, Ankit.
Very good question. Let me take an analogy over here today. We've all appreciated, a lot of my fellow panelists here and the one before talked about this bottle of water. We talked about this green sustainable event. Where would the owner stop? Do you all praise this event, or do you go back taking that in your life? It is all about that. You're all here to listen about sustainability, but not just to integrate that in your business operations, but to make it a way of life. So if you look at this bottle, I was reading this, everything in this bottle is integrated. What you have is on the side a space to write your name. This bottle is not a plastic bottle, it is a bottle that you can reuse. Will you be able to take this with you? I brought it from my table rather than opening up a new one. Can you make it your own theme? Can you make sustainability your own theme? Passing the buck is very easy. When you talk about these are not my emissions, and I think one of the panelists in the last session also talked about how scope 1 and scope 2 are my emissions, scope 3 are someone else's scope 1 and scope 2. Until we all start recognizing that these are not just terminologies, but these are impacts that we have on environment and human health, that these are direct impact on all of us, we will all keep on passing the buck. So my urge is very simple. I think, sustainability is for all of us. Sustainability has been a topic for the longest time. I started this about 25 years ago. Like you, my parents questioned it at the time. I was asked initially, do I plant trees or do I recycle paper? The scenario has changed. Someone else talked about CSR. SDGs, ESGs, let's not think of them as new targets until you make them a way of life. And when you think about, let's say, for example, sustainability strategy, and this is one challenge I see many of you who have your own companies or working for companies. One of the things I've seen as a challenge, even for the very large companies, forget just MSMEs, is you design a sustainability strategy for yourself because someone has asked you to or because you want to. This cannot be independent of your business strategy or it'll never work. Start believing that sustainability is integral to business, not just believing, seeing it. You will gain new business. Again, someone talked about sustainable finance, Blue Pine Energy, they said our investor is asking for our ESG performance. It's no more how much is your EBITDA, how much is your turnover, what is your ESG bottom line. Until that is done, your business will not grow. Sustainable operations means you are more efficient as a business, which means you are saving costs. Sustainability essentially means you are doing good, not just for yourself, but for the local community. You are creating jobs, you are improving health. You talk about the local landfill in Ahmedabad. There have been studies which talk about how carcinogenic this is. And this is just one part of Ahmedabad. Every business coming together, we are all impacting the health. It's not just the AQI. Essentially, you cannot pass the buck. It's like being in a house of three, a father, a mother, and a child. Someone will have to cook, someone will have to wash the dishes, someone will have to help around the house, or else we will be in a mess. So that's the message I can leave with. Thank you.
No, thanks, Ankit. And before you go on and move on, not go, please stay, move on to Najeed. But what are 3 learnings, Ankit, for MSMEs in Gujarat, according to you? How they can learn, the MSMEs in Gujarat can learn from large companies? What will be the 3 learnings?
Very interesting again. So, don't wait. This will be the first one. Don't wait until you are at that stage when you are expected to do it. You have to do it. You'll be too late. There is no time like now. That will be the first thing I'll tell you. The second will be, you might feel like you are a supplier to someone and hence being asked to do it. You'll soon be a customer to someone. So behave like one. And number 3, you made a tough one over here, but let me think about this. Number 3 is, okay, think about this. It's a new terminology to many of you. I worked on this pretty extensively. Think about industrial symbiosis. So don't think of environmental sustainability as a cost. Think of it as an investment, a long-term investment, which will pay off financially and otherwise. It will pay off. And when I say industrial symbiosis, initially at this stage, if you find this expensive, work with other people. You can jointly take on activities which are sustainable, which help mutually yourselves and your supplier. For example, I just finished a conversation last evening with a very large fertilizer company in India which refused to pay for its suppliers' Scope 3 emission measurements. What we agreed to eventually is, how about the 2 of you combine, and from the profits you make from the sales, which the customer was promising, you can share the fees. And they found that way. So these are my 3 takings. Thank you.
Thanks, Ankit. So essentially, to sum up, think global. You have to go global. You have to think about level playing field. You want level playing field, you have to create one. Yeah. Greatness demands greatness, right? That famous quote. You need to do it. You'll be forced to do it. You want to stay in one city, one state, one country? Nah, won't work. You want to go because you're doing well. That's what Ankit is talking about. Think global, start early, understand the requirements of your value chain, anticipate it, what's coming in 3 to 5 years, and start early. No, brilliant. Thanks, Ankit. Najeed. So Najeed and I know each other for years. He's my kid brother, I call him. That's offline. He's brilliant when it comes down to linking money, valuation, and sustainability. So Najeed, having worked extensively, and we both worked together, I guess, for years, think about helping investors understand sustainability, aligning sustainability metrics into business, embedding. These are the themes Ankit talked about, embedding, integrating. And then think about how it impacts the bottom line. Why this question is absolutely important, myself, I have a team of 250 people, 6 partners reporting to me. They all are doing what we have been discussing. What I have been doing is how to create value for the businesses. I don't go and tell them I help you with reporting anymore. I pick up a project and I link ESG performance to bottom line improvement. Simple. Create value. Talk to me. I'll tell you we are doing at least 17 projects at the moment. Now, that question is for you, Najit. Over to you, mate.
Sure. Thank you. Shailesh, it was always a pleasure working with you, and the kind of experience that I've worked and gained from you is you know, how to challenge and go ahead with the challenge, and overcoming the challenge is what is the greatest strength with you. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone to participate today and for giving me the opportunity to speak. The state of Gujarat, we should all know that the state was the first in the country to form the climate change department when no one was talking about it. It was way back in 2009 that this journey started. The state has come a long way, and it has a significant role to contributing in the sustainability journey of the country. We as a country has also taken targets, but there is a large contribution of the organizations within the country in helping moving ahead and moving the needle. Sustainable finance. Everyone is very much keen that we want to work on sustainability, we want to do and achieve targets, but where will the money come from? Professor Arun in the previous discussion mentioned that there is a discussion between inter-countries that how can we leverage the money that is spent here versus the advantages or the benefits that it can gain to the overall global warming and climate change related impacts. So sustainable finance is the instrument which the companies have started to leverage. And today in India, there is a lot of things that are coming up. It is not something that is very much prevalent, but is picking up. The companies in India have to understand that there is ESG that needs to move from 1.0 to 2.0. This 2.0 is on the operationalization. Everyone is talking about that this is my sustainability initiative, this is the program that I'm running, but how to operationalize it at the ground? How can you take ESG to your home? How can the ESG culture be built is what the 2.0 is. So if we build on these mechanisms, the financing instruments can be linked with these matrices, and we can get good instruments to be able to finance our sustainability related projects. Yeah, so that's my answer to your question, Shailesh.
And Najit, some examples, if you can quote or cite, maybe in the next question, think about it. Some examples you can bring in because, yeah. No, thank you. Just brilliant, as always. Thanks. Now, I will now go back to your roles, what you do, and my questions will be around that. And from Mumbai to Netherlands, right? Mariji, if I look at some realistic and affordable first steps that small and medium enterprises can take around energy, you're an energy expert, around energy measurement, energy efficiency. Because in India, 1 unit saved is 2 units at the point of generation. And the other side of energy is carbon footprint, greenhouse gas emissions. So if you improve energy efficiency, you reduce your carbon footprint. So what are some of most practical and affordable steps these small players can, but very important players can do? Over to you.
Yes, and maybe in that sense it's an open door, what I said also in the first answer. Do you know what you're consuming at home and in your business? Do you know what you pay for your energy and for your waste, etc.? So it starts with tomorrow, be aware. What are you using? a practical step, and I know yesterday we had also a discussion with experts in the real estate sector. I think in the end, your utility bill is a starting point. Of course, not everyone has maybe already IoT sensors or smart metering. That's really starting. But measuring is to know. So that's a first practical step. Just a quick analysis, a walkthrough. Another practical part is if you need to replace something, machinery, equipment, whatsoever, look at the most efficient, not always the cheapest replacement or a second hand or whatsoever. Look at the energy label or uses of the machinery and calculate that in your investment. Not the upfront price, but also the lifetime spent of the machinery of the equipment. So look at the total cost of, let's call it ownership. Because then you can make also a decision on including the energy savings of this equipment. Another practical thing, and Heidi mentioned it also, make your people aware in your organization. It starts also in small things. If you do prints, do a double-sided print. If you use coffee mugs, don't use plastic or carbon, but ask everyone to take a coffee mug from home. So it's also about attitude and mindset, waste, etc. So those are some practical steps where you can start with tomorrow without any cost, actually. That's mainly my answer.
No, that's brilliant. And essentially, think about know your footprint.
Yeah.
Whether it's energy, whether it's water, whether it's greenhouse gas emission. And what you know, you can manage. It's a great start.
And if you know, you can think, okay, what are the biggest energy consuming processes, equipment, etc. And you can start make small actions to improve it, to reduce your efficiency. So, and I would say that's also, don't make it too big, because if you make it too big, it's really difficult to start improving it.
Oh, look, sustainability is like fitness, guys. Something to think about. Start small. Otherwise, it never happen. Anyway, something to think about, right? Heidi, you know what? When I was going through your profile, what I loved the most was your interaction with Asian value chains. And I was talking to Najit offline in general, and Najit questioned this saying, oh, she has an interesting profile because she has to manage regulatory requirements in various countries. I'm like, yeah, okay, that will be my question. So how you make sure you bring all these different requirements, but they are at the end interoperable standards. You know what I'm talking about. Having been part of devising a lot of them, a long career. But one thing is for sure, how you bring comparability, how you bring relevance, right? Now, in my previous role in Australia, we helped stock exchanges in Asian countries, 3 of them, come up with those requirements. But the challenge was, those requirements were not very well understood by many. So how you're managing that relevance, comparability, and consistency?
Yeah, and this is this huge challenge, right? That you mentioned in your introduction, how particularly Europe is pushing forward a lot of ESG relevant regulation. And as Indian companies now increasingly are exporting, which is just fantastic news, you know, you have to also understand those rules in the countries you're selling to. Because like we've discussed quite a bit now, the scope 3 of the emissions of the whole production, that needs to be reported by the company buying in Europe, for instance, and many other issues as well. So even if you're operating in India, you have to start learning some about the European regulations. But you don't need to know everything. And I think that's also, you know, don't start too big. Don't think that you need to fully understand European regulations. Always is your local regulations most important, So start with working out those, and then engage with your partners in Europe or wherever about what is important requirements for them. Because probably they will only ask you as an exporter for some data points, not everything. So approach it in a pragmatic way. Don't start doing all the ESG trainings of like a European course, because you won't need to know all the regulations there. But do them here. And then another part which is so important here, and I think that's where organizations like Confederation of Danish Industries and the Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, I think we as industry organizations, we have a special role in educating and bringing out the right information. Because there will be thousands of companies across India that are asking the same questions. And it's a very waste of time if everyone is trying to figure out on their own. So I do think these kind of collaborations, also down to specific industries, like we had someone from the textile industry up here before, you know, that is one of those industries where there's so much learning that should be shared between them. So yes, it's complex, yes, there are many regulations, but by collaborating, I think we can tackle them. And they all go back to some core same frameworks. For instance, the scope 1, 2, 3, that's all from the greenhouse gas protocol. So this is a global standard everyone is referring back to at the end, even though it's packaged a bit different in India or China or Europe. So also try and understand those basic principles, and then it's much easier to adopt to the regulations. And I'm sorry to say, that was also mentioned in the very first introduction, right? The big four are of course important, but as small companies, right, everyone cannot, unfortunately, afford to engage you. So I think that's where coming together on a more industrial, small scale, and learning from each other. So yeah.
No, I mean, no, thanks, Heidi. In all honesty, even Big Fours, and Najid would agree, are looking at it differently. They are looking at creating an ecosystem. I'll give you one example just to facilitate. We have an ecosystem called Green Space. It's for free. Go online and check. One of my very old friends in Sydney came up with it. Think about net zero. Think about an ecosystem of experts, consultants, technology provider, all coming together on one roof. It's for free. Anyone can use it. So we are using our global reach, global connect, to bring that. And you're right. But I would rather say, but there are areas where the small players who can add more value. I'm going to be candid. So, and we have partnerships with those. So yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you. I mean, you always make me think, Heidi. Always. Ankit, you mentioned strategy, my friend, and I'm conscious of time. I made a big claim. I'm a good moderator. Now I'm worried. But you know, so let's go back to strategy, sustainability strategy for MSMEs. And strategy is only as good as how good it works. So you have to make it work by embedding it without disrupting your core operations. Now, if I am a small player, I'm worried about running the business, right? What's your take on that, please?
Right. I might have partly addressed this earlier. I will be slightly repetitive. But before I do that, you mentioned we are short of time. And I was looking at the clock. And if I turn that clock around, if you think of this as a clock of how time is running out for us as we consume resources each year, our global clock for when we utilize our annual allocation of resources finishes sometimes in July or August each year. If we have, let's say, 10 tons of something, we tend to use it for an entire year, we tend to use it by July or August. Imagine I'm wasting your time by telling you this and not addressing that question. So while we should be moving ahead as countries, as economies, as companies, we are addressing the wrong thing. So let's make sure we are doing that. To address your question, MSMEs, as I said earlier, do not think of sustainability strategy as something different to your business strategy. The day you think turning off a light, as simple as that, or maintaining my machines on a regular basis is not a cost, but it's a cost saving, you will start building sustainability core measures. That's the first thing over here. Second is it's good operations management. You want to run it more efficiently. You want better yield as a company. That is sustainability. Do not differentiate it just because you read a terminology somewhere. Do not work towards ESG targets which are difficult. And most importantly, make those targets which are your targets. I'll give you a quick example of a chemical company in this region, I'm not going to name them, who decided to give a 30% decarb reduction target by 2030. They already achieved it by only defining the carbon within their premises and not the actual impact which was happening in another premises only for them. Now the thing is, all of this is eventually greenwashing. That's not the purpose. When you design your strategy, design your targets which are aligned to your growth, because then your company will grow along with those targets. Waste, energy, water, transport, whatever is the impact, focus on that. Do not focus on what is not a target just because someone has advised you to do so or everyone's doing so. And then you will be automatically aligned. You'll set the wheels in motion. Thank you.
No, thanks, mate. Brilliant answer, because it's more about not looking at it separately, looking at it out of business strategy, then no. Najid, I'll ask you 1 minute question, the final question, because you and I have had numerous discussion on this in the past. Looking 10 years ahead, because if I ask you sustainability finance or linked green finance and SLL, it will take a lot of time. But think about 10 years ahead for Gujarat, your home city. I know your dad is sitting there, I'm his big fan. What will define business success in this sustainability area for Gujarat, for Ahmedabad?
Sure. So, thank you, Shailesh. So, just to finish on giving one example, I'll start with that note and then come to the question. So, the companies who are primarily financing their green initiatives, one of the company that I personally helped in getting them a 750 crore sustainable finance loan. Now, the beauty of that particular loan is because there are sustainability initiatives that are embedded and there are initiatives that are being implemented. Operationalizing it and banking on it gives them some point basis discount on their instrument, which is where the beauty of sustainable finance is. Now, coming back to the question, how can the companies move ahead? Now, Gujarat as a state provides a lot of platforms for us to be able to leverage. And what companies in Gujarat have always been famous for is taking risk. The risk or the risk-taking appetite that we have as Gujaratis is the most important element in making that change that can move the needle, the change that can help be future ready and be more and more sustainable. The companies that are emerging as part of the new entrants into the ecosystem or the existing large players, everyone today and their boards talk about ESG. And this is how the change will happen and this is how the state of Gujarat will lead. Yeah, with that note, I'll hand it over to Shailesh.
No, thanks Najid. Najid always reminds me I'm not from here, but most of the work he has done here in this state is with me, right? Yeah, so maybe not, maybe I'm from Gujarat. But on a serious note, thank you for listening. You know, after 30 minutes I sleep in any discussion. You guys were quite awake. Never ever, literally, I had such a good mix of panelists. I know Ankit very well. DSS is a brand, Najid of course. People from 2 different countries, more advanced in certain areas. We are not far now, trust me. 4 years I'm seeing. It's amazing work we are doing. Thanks again, Samir. Thanks, everyone. I would like to finish it on time. Cheers.
Right. We do have a couple of questions.
Brilliant.
One is, how can Gujarat develop a sustainability strategy that is rooted in local realities rather than merely adopting Western paradigms? And we have a couple of more too, if we have enough time.
Look, anyone can answer because it has both the elements of your experience here and your experience, of course, working in the country and the state. So, Najid, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll take it up. So, thank you. An excellent question. And continuing to what I was trying to say, the state has it in blood, and the kind of policy framework that the state has, way back in 2009, when the first time climate change department was formed, till today, a lot of innovative policies, be it related to waste management, be it related to water utilization, be it related to new energy solutions, the state is always in the front line, which means that the state gives the most opportunities for the businesses to adopt to the new change. And I believe that yes, this state is going to leverage and is going to make the difference in the future.
I think well covered. Just to say that, of course, in addition to policies, this is a state where we have the whole belt of chemical and pharma industry, semiconductors coming up. With big companies, as Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. So I'll just remind that to myself and to everyone, let's just play responsibly. Thank you.
Heidi, please.
Just add, and I totally agree that every region of the world, they need to develop their own sustainability strategy because the challenges are always local. Apart from, of course, the global warming is a big topic, but the challenges are local and the industries are local and all this. But all that learning that has happened both in Europe and in China or even in the US, use that as a reference, because don't make the same mistakes. That's a very important point. And also find those good examples, like I mentioned, the public procurement in Northern Europe. That could be a nice example and develop. Maybe it's not for the buildings in Gujarat, maybe it's for in another area, but find inspiration and don't make the same mistakes.
No, look, just to convey a very important point. Flip it. Think from my world of consulting. People come to me and say, hey, Shailesh, let's run sales campaign in that sector. Never ever I have said yes. You know why? Every sector has its own sets of issues. Depending on where they are operating, maturity is different because sustainability is a journey. You cannot really replicate. It has to be tailored. And that's exactly what we learned. Over to you.
All right, let's take another question. Many large businesses, especially exporters, have engaged in the conversation around sustainability. How will the benefits of sustainability reach traditional MSMEs and encourage them to take action? When will we see the narrative shift and what will lead to it?
No, I'll start and then pass it on. Simple. When we work with MSME, we think about impact. Right? We talk a lot about materiality. What's important to me? What's important to my value chain? Where I make the maximum impact. The Z-axis is that. You create that spider web and then you focus. So that's one. But passing on to the panelists, please. Marie-Jay, you wanna?
Well, that shift, and I think it's already a bit of mentioned, and that shift is when you see it through a lens of opportunity. Not as a challenge of only investments in terms of resourcing, in time, etc. Whether if you operate locally or internationally. And that being profitable and see it as an investment which will return. And no matter whether you are a big company or a smaller company. And that is a turning point. In general, and it's already said, take learnings, don't make the same mistakes as big companies or other organizations, but look in your business strategy, where in your operations, where can you become more efficient, and then it's for you, it's a business model as well.
Should we squeeze in one last one? We're out of time, but okay. Is it a viable option to integrate ESG requirements with EIA, Environment Impact Assessment Studies, in any way? Just a quick response on that.
Actually, I'll go to Najit. I know we both come from that typical, if you can cover that.
Sure. So, yes, EIAs are an important area or a study that gives clear picture of how kind of impacts that this particular new development will have. But the most important point is how are you going to mitigate this impact? The mitigation is where the key to success lies. And the EIAs are very well equipped to be able to guide with a management plan. That management plan requires more integrated details to aspects like biodiversity, which is something that is not largely picked up by, unless it is very, very important, aspects related to the waste management, aspects related to new researches, because if we only depend on the natural resources that we have, these resources are going to deplete. How are we making sure that we reduce their consumption and be more reliant on new energy solutions and new replacement to virgin raw materials? Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
take
the
on it.
only thing I'll add is think about MSME, because that has been the theme. They don't need to really go for full-on EIAs. Whoever has studied EIAs will realize that there are smaller things you can do, right, Najit? So what we have seen in Australia, New Zealand, and of course in Europe. You want to say, Ankit? You want to add?
Just very quickly, I think, when I hear that question, deep-rooted inside, is where I indicate a little bit of concern. It sounds like, we are still seeing this as compliance. And when we say EIA and ESG, let's not think of them as compliance. When you think of it as an opportunity, perspective will change. I'll just repeat that once again. The second thing is EIA, environmental impact assessment, ESG, again, someone has mentioned earlier, environmental social governance. You can set up a solar power plant and say we generated X gigawatts and so on. What was the impact by displacement of people? What happens to solar panels end of life? Do you leave that site 30 years later if you do, as it was or better? All those aspects and the governance of it are very different, and they make you a better company. EIA, of course, does reduce your environmental impact, but they are two different things. So A, don't look at them similarly, but B, look at them as a lens of opportunity. It all combines growth. So thank you.
Wonderful. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists today, please? And could I request Sri Bipin Talati to come and join us and give away mementos to our speakers?
Note here because we finished on time.
Is it from Gujarat? Is it Gujarat or India? Indian court? Indian court, not Gujarat.
Also, of course, we promised you a net zero event. And so as I thank my panelists, I'd also like to invite Mohit on stage to talk about the sustainable food that is going to be laid out for you over lunch. He's the operations manager at Solanair, which is a lovely restaurant right here upstairs. Mohit, where are you? So just a few moments to talk about the food before we break for lunch.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me welcome you all to this beautiful green hotel and beautiful green summit. So my name is Mohit. I head the operations for Solanair, which is an IHCL enterprise in Gujarat. So at IHCL, which we all know by Taj, our ethos are embedded with the sustainability, be it waste management or responsible sourcing or energy conservation. We set the tone for the greener future. So before we break for the lunch, probably I'll just show you 2-minute small clip. And can I have a clip, please? So till the clip plays, about half a decade back, we launched the initiative called Pathya in Indian Hotels Company Limited. So Pathya is, I would not call it an initiative, but it's a way of life. So yeah, let's have a clip.
There's a high amount of endemism on these islands because of our geographical from the mainland. So there are plants and animals that you only see on these islands and nowhere else in the world. The property is built around the trees. We have planted close to about 1,600 indigenous trees on the property.
At one point of time, the soldier would be fully fit, and at one fine moment, he suffers a gunshot wound. His life changes. In these 3 years, we actually transformed them. Large Public Service Welfare Trust is one entity that we are really thankful to them.
और वो फाउंडर पार्टनर की तरह हम लोगों के साथ ताज रहा है। उस समय से अभी तक हम लोगों का ताज के साथ ऐसा ही संबंध है और साथ में मिल के हम लोग घाट का सौंदर्यीकरण और गंगा की स्वच्छता सफाई के लिए हम लोग लगभग 3 दशक से साथ मिल के काम कर रहे हैं घाटों के लिए।
Across our hotels, we focus on local sourcing and use local produce to create authentic experiences.
So taking inspiration from the Pathya, we've crafted a scrumptious meal, which is Solenier, which is a IHL concept. We've crafted a scrumptious meal on the 2nd floor. So lunch is on 2nd floor. So happy lunch, happy sustainable lunch, and happy green meetings again. Thank you so much. Lunch is on 2nd floor again.
It's on the 2nd floor, and we're encouraging you to walk upstairs because it is a net zero event. So choose the healthier way.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the second floor for lunch and be back in 45 minutes. The program, we are on a tight schedule. Please proceed to the second floor. And I encourage people to take the stairs. It's the healthier way, you'll build up an appetite. Please go to the second floor for lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you to take your seats as we're about to begin. Just a reminder that you can engage with our audience polls through the barcode on your screen as well as on your tables. We've got an exciting session coming up on the reality of profitable sustainability. So we'll be running some interesting polls and getting your views on that. Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats as we continue our post-lunch session.
What a time to be in India. And what a time to be in Gujarat.
Please welcome our session moderator, Ashish Gupta, Associate Professor, Rick School of Built Environment, Amity University, and our speakers this afternoon, Sunita Purushottam, Head of Sustainability and CSR at Mahindra Lifespace Developers, On Abdullah, Deputy Vice President and Head, ESG and MEP Design, Lodha Group, S. Karthikeyan, Deputy Executive Director, Confederation of Indian Industries, Indian Leen Garg, Vice President and Chief Planner, GIFT City. Really looking forward to this conversation. With that, just going to ensure that everyone's on stage. And could I have a big round of applause for our next set of panelists, please? All right, over to you, Ashish.
Hi, good afternoon all. Thank you, Sameer Bhai, for organizing such a lovely conference. And I know post-lunch session are always difficult, but good to see people still coming. So the topic on which we are going to discuss today, we are talking about making the reality of profitable sustainability. What are the economics of low carbon transition? So while I was sitting there and listening to all experts over here, I realized what one of the speakers in the morning said, sustainability is the ethos of being Indian. Since time I remember, even the cloths which we wear, so might be couple of people in the same house must have worn the same cloth, from elder brother to younger one, like that. So what is that? That is sustainability, if you ask me. After that, when I went to my college, I did my architecture and then urban planning from CEPT Ahmedabad. And I kept on learning more and more things, more and more jargons, more and more vocabulary of sustainability. And I realized, we read about subjects like vernacular architecture, climate responsive architecture while graduating. When I came into industry, we learned about green buildings. Today people talk about blue buildings, MDCs, SDGs, and now we are talking about transiting towards net zero. What does this all mean? What is the significance of all this? This all will only make sense when there is a business case. And specifically for the sector which we are going to talk today, which is real estate. Why real estate? If we want to achieve transition to net zero, real estate plays a very significant and important role, because if you see, globally, this is an established fact that about 35% of the electricity consumption goes to the building, 40% of entire emissions which are happening from buildings. So buildings plays a very important role. But if we see, this is buildings, though buildings play a very important role, but in real estate sector, if we see compliances and adopting sustainability has been a challenge. But today, if we see, there is a very substantial business case for sustainability, and the format which we will adopt would be slightly different. I have 4 experts with me. They all will make a short presentation. I'll say a flash presentation, talk about what they've been doing, and then we will follow, that would be followed by Q&A. So can I invite Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Head of Sustainability and CSR at Mahindra Life Space Developer Limited. She is a very passionate speaker, and she talks a lot about biodiversity, green, and when I talk about green, she talks about not just green building, but she talks about green plants and biodiversity. Over to you, ma'am. Yeah, so might be we can have a short presentation.
I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. I hope it has been submitted. Yeah, cool. So, yeah, we have 5 minutes. Yeah, cool. So I'll talk about the topic itself, that is economics of low carbon transition. And as a company, Mahindra Life Spaces had committed to 100% green building portfolio since 2014. Even when the economics was not very clear, but the commitment was there, and now we have committed to net zero buildings. So let's see what is the business case of this transformation? So this is our pledge that by 2030, all the buildings that we make will be net zero, energy, water, and waste. Water is very, very difficult. And this is our journey of the first 3 net zero homes. The first one being in Bangalore, the second one again in Bombay, and the third one in Bangalore again. And there is, of course, a cost of going green, and these are numbers from IGBC. And we have seen that earlier in 2016-17, the cost of achieving the silver, gold, and platinum rating were very, very high. But with time, silver, the base minimum, actually is equivalent to meeting the regulations. So regulations have caught up, right? And therefore, we can't consider it as an added cost of green. And correct me, Karthikeyan, if this is wrong. I'll share my slides with you. So incremental cost of certified green homes have reduced significantly in time, and we have also made an attempt to compute how much was the incremental cost as a percentage of the cost of construction. And it has come out to be less than 1%, and this is for the net zero energy building. And one may argue, because it is in Bangalore, it's a mixed mode building, and there is no cooling that we are providing to the residents over there. The cost is significantly lower. It's a platinum net zero energy building, that is Eden. Nostalgia is a gold rated building. The cost is 0.16% of the COC, and Kalyan 2, it's an affordable segment project, and it is 0.28. But Kalyan is also a healthy home, so we are trying out some air pollution related monitoring and interventions associated with air pollution over there. And other projects by IGBC, I've put the numbers, and internal projects that we computed at Mahindra Life Spaces, the cost is less than 1% of the COC. And if we were to, so the incremental cost is lower than the base if everything is factored during design, and hence the design intervention is required. So the green building benefits to customers are umpteen. In fact, it results in pocket savings to the customers, not only in terms of energy, water, waste management, but also in terms of health benefits. For developers across the country, there are benefits in terms of FSI or TDR or property tax rebate. If we were not if we didn't look at it, what is the challenge? The challenge that we have associated with climate change is going to intensify. And if the developer moves out, of course, it's the residents or the customers who are going to, have a challenge associated with this kind of flooding. And this is from a Kalyan project. 2021, these pictures are from that location. So we had to look at the hydrology and hydrogeology, and we also calculated the price that a developer will pay now. And every year we compute the cost of climate that we have to incur. Now, whether it is in terms of rising mean temperature and how the productivity of the workers will be, there is a cost associated with it. Flooding at project sites, because the customers will not let us hand over and move because flooding is happening, basement leakages are happening, water is coming through the basement, sometimes like fountain. So flood-prone sites, water scarcity at project sites, and how do we really mitigate that? And the emerging regulations and changing consumer preferences. And as we speak, there are several builders now who are looking at developing a different type of portfolio. So I just wanted to showcase the customer benefits of low flow fixtures, rainwater harvesting, and wastewater treatment. These are some of our computations that we have done in terms of customer benefits. It's 4 to 26% per square feet. I'll just go through very quickly. It's 5 to 40 rupees per square feet, annual maintenance cost savings when it comes to energy savings. And the customer benefits associated with waste is 5 to 15 rupees per square feet in annual maintenance cost savings. So these are the summary of customer benefits that we have. So it does make a case for people buying green homes, and hence higher sales for companies that are selling green homes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sunita. Dr. Sunita, you made a very strong case. What are the advantages of making green? So cost reduction, operational cost, operational reduction, everything is there. But what I want to understand, because if we have to promote sustainability and sustainable houses, is customer ready to pay extra for that or give premium for that?
So the customers are definitely interested. They may not understand it from the perspective of green or net zero or sustainability, but they do understand from the perspective of a climate responsive home when you explain it in terms of ventilation, when you explain it in terms of the greenery that is there and the biodiversity you're preserving, whether they are, so with Eden, the experience has been that the average price realization and the rate of sale was very high. So I think in the first launch, 3 days it was a sold out. In the next phase launch, 4 days it was a sold out. So that is the response that we have received. And likewise for Vista and the other project. And whether they call it green or not, a sustainable home definitely probably appeals. And whether they are willing to pay, that we'll have to test out by putting a green surcharge perhaps in future projects.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is the discussion we also had some time back, and you said might be customer does not know, specifically in residential home buyer, who does not understand that he wants to buy green or he wants to give premium for green, but definitely he understands that the productivity increases, ambience increases, there might be urban heat island effect if spaces are well created. So can I request you now to give us a small presentation on your topic, which is economics of low carbon transition. Please come. Is also very passionate about sustainability, and he heads urban net zero urban accelerator, which is run by Lodha developer in Mumbai.
Thank you, Ashish. So all the data that we just saw in Sunita's presentation, it makes it amply clear that if you go for sustainability, the premium or the extra costs do not matter as much. So while you had the understanding of the data now, I will start with a story. It is not always right to ask this question with a lens of, kitna fayda hoega. So you see this photo on your screen. It is Indian hockey team. We used to win the gold medals in Olympics starting 1936 all the way up to 60s and even up until the 70s. So what happened? Why did we stop winning these medals in Olympic? So in the early 70s, we were coming out of the war, and at the same time, the hockey ecosystem was shifting from grass-based to AstroTurf. And the same question was asked at that time, when it was the time for India to invest in AstroTurf. That it is too expensive, why shall we do it? And we had a star team. We were winning this just all the time. Just because we did not take that decision, we started losing. And then the last medal we got was just 4 years back. So it took us a 30-year impact of not taking the right decision by simply comparing the costs and not expanding our horizon to what the right question was. So now, on one side, it was loss of a gold. On the other side, there is this gold rush, which is happening in India now. So 15% of global growth is coming from India, and it will continue to be so. Our per capita incomes will rise. That will lead to more than 100 million people becoming home ownership capable. Now, these people will move to cities. These people will enable this unprecedented scale of urbanization in India. Now, the urbanization, which is also a solution and an outcome of growth, and it also feeds back into growth. The problem is that it is also one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitter. So if we do not do this urbanization well, there is this chance that we lose this opportunity. We lose this gold rush once again. So we have this opportunity of developing, we have this opportunity of changing our ways and ensuring energy security, climate security, and material security. And that's the decision that we have to take now. And that is why we do not have to look only at the very simplistic lens of whether at this moment it is profitable or not. And if we change our perspective and ask the question differently, we'll realize that any investment into sustainability is actually not a extra cost. Approximately 70% or 60% of interventions we can do at no extra cost. It is just by being more aware and more sensible, we can do things in equal or less amount of money. The next thing that we can do is that we can take the lens of the life cycle impacts. And the moment you do that, you realize that another 20% of interventions can be done when we take the whole life cycle impact in our mind. And then at the end, as I said in the earlier slide, it is very important that because India needs to grow and needs to grow at this unprecedented scale, we need to develop sustainably. And this sustainability will enable this growth in India, from increasing productivity to increasing the overall size of the economy, to even taking leadership in certain key sectors, not only here but globally. I think this is an opportunity that we are staring at, and we should consider this, one, as a responsibility, and second, as an investment for the long run. I come from Lodha. We are one of the largest real estate developers in the country. We are working with Rocky Mountain Institute. They are our partners in Net Zero Urban Accelerator, about which we will be talking in the session as we go ahead. So that is all the time that we have.
Yeah, thank you so much. So on what you said reminds me of that quote, which is, this planet, Mother Earth, we have not inherited it from our ancestors, we have borrowed it from our children. So that is the approach which we should have for sustainability, and sustainability is not a short-term game, it's a long-term commitment. So now, as you were also talking about your accelerator, so I have a question for you on that. So many sustainability initiatives, many a times remain too premium, because it might need a lot of investments, etc. So how does Lodha Urban Accelerator ensure that the sustainable urban solutions which you are coming up with, and I've been reading a lot of articles which you have, and most of your articles are also talking about embodied carbon and those aspects, are scalable and are applicable for affordable and mid-income housing?
Okay, so first of all, I think now this question of whether do we have to pay a premium to incorporate sustainability, I think it's a very antiquated question. It no longer is valid. And starting now that you were mentioning about embodied carbon, if you go for greener concrete mixes, they are cheaper. If you go for greener steel or recycled steel, it is cheaper. If you go for the AAC blocks, they are cheaper. If you buy equipment in bulk, and if you buy equipment with efficiency, it pays off within a couple of years. If you integrate renewable energy at scale, your payback is within 3 years. So if you look at the entire spectrum of solutions, while you are not getting very close to net zero, but you are achieving significant advantages without any extra cost. So, I mean, even if it is a premium project or not, you can integrate sustainability to a large extent. What the accelerator is trying to do is, we are trying to engineer those solutions which need to be implemented at scale, and the challenges that we face in scaling them up is something that we want to bring out in open, where such discussions can start, where we are able to find fixes for those challenges.
Yeah, thank you so much, On. So basically you are saying once technology is there, when solutions are there, it does not matter whether it is premium, affordable, so it can go anywhere. It is like a technology is being developed for army, but subsequently those niche technologies will spread all through the sector.
So in our developments, even affordable housing has 5-star ACs.
Yes.
It is simply possible because of bulk purchase
Absolutely.
opportunity.
So I would now request Mr. S. Karthikeyan, who is Deputy Executive Director, CII and Indian Green Building Council. He has been instrumental in many of green certification of large buildings which we see all through India.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I need not to talk here. Already, both of them have talked about how the green buildings makes a lot of business sense, how the cost is also lower. In fact, my presentation has no meaning, but still, I will try to summarize in some 3 scenarios. You know, initially, you need not to upload the presentation.
Sir, it would have a lot of significance for a lot of people who are here.
Okay. I will try to highlight 3 scenarios before getting into that. Yes, we started the green building movement as part of Indian Green Building Council. It has grown a lot in the last 2 decades. Right now, we are talking about close to about 13 billion square feet of green building footprint with about, say, 15,000 projects adopting the green and net zero concepts. So this scenario actually made a lot of impact. Initially, the scenario is when you go green, there will be a reduction in your operating cost. That is the way we looked at. You know, obviously, everybody spoke about an marginal increase in cost of construction. That cost of construction will get paid back because your operating cost is coming down. This was the first scenario. And the marginal increase in cost also, as Dr. Sunita Purushottam has mentioned, it has gradually started coming down way back from 2004 when we started with about 18% increase to as low as about, say, 1% marginal increase. When I say 1% in about, say, 5,000 crore project, 1%, you cannot even look at it. That is the way it has become, economically viable. Now, the second scenario is, generally when we talk about a green building, people generally think, yes, it is not only about green building, the green products also matter. And the green products are costlier. It is a myth. Let me make it very clear, it is a myth. If you are able to, design well and choose the right products and materials in the beginning, you will be able to even bring down the cost of construction. There are enough scenarios wherein we are talking about reducing the cost of construction itself. Of course, my colleague, Mr. Ahn, spoke about it. If you start going for a blended cement, your cost of construction is coming down. If you start going for a recycled steel, your cost of construction is coming down. If you choose a high fly ash based bricks and other materials, the cost of construction is coming down. The same thing is applicable from the green building point of view. Right now, we are not talking about any incremental cost. It is actually the cost of construction can be lowered if you choose the right design and the right product by design. So that is the scenario we are talking about. There are enough case studies which are saying the cost of construction has come down by even 2 to 3%. We have clear cases. Now the third scenario is coming up. Okay, so far we spoke about green. Now we are going one step further in terms of achieving net zero. When we are talking about net zero, it is something like making it even more stringent. In green buildings, we used to talk about 20% reduction in energy consumption or 30% reduction in energy consumption. Now, you are going further in terms of reducing the energy consumption and also meeting the entire requirement through renewable energy sources. Similarly, in terms of water neutrality, as well as eliminating the waste to landfill as well. So all these efforts in terms of, helps the building to reduce their carbon footprint, both in terms of embodied carbon as well as the operational carbon. So when you start moving towards net zero, you may not achieve net zero in one shot. Of course, it is a journey. But when you start moving towards net zero, you will be actually reducing the resources even more compared to the green building. So when we say even more compared to the green building, your operating cost will come down even more. Your construction cost will come down even more. So if you look at from net zero point of view, actually the net zero makes business sense even more compared to a green building. That is the point I would like to highlight here. So the 3 scenarios, initially we thought about the green building costing more but paying back. Then we said the green buildings also is lower in cost when you are doing it right. Now net zero, it will make more business sense compared to even the green building. That is where I would like to stop, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Kartikeya ji, you mentioned that India is has a very large footprint of green building, which is a reality today. But if I see green building today has become a hygiene. So everybody is making green. Where is the alpha? So I think today market is moving beyond green and they are now moving towards net zero. And net zero again, net zero water, net zero energy, net zero, ultimate aim would be net zero carbon. But, and also you remember during lunch we were having big backstage discussion amongst ourselves and a couple of us felt it is difficult to achieve net zero today. So what do you think is net zero buildings really possible?
Yeah.
And how can we do that?
So this is a fundamental question, everybody asks us, okay, net zero is a reality. In my opinion, yes, right now, if you look at from a building point of view, we should not look at as a net zero carbon in totality. Look at it in two parts. One is in terms of the operational carbon, which is a very significant part. Making operational carbon net zero is possible. You need to go for 100% renewable, and you can also work on net zero water, you can address the waste. So addressing the operational carbon is technically feasible as well as economically viable. There is no different opinion on this. A lot of projects have demonstrated this. Right now we are working with close to about 175 projects all over the country. But the second component, if you look at from embodied carbon point of view, when I say embodied carbon, it is because of the products and materials which go as part of the building. Making the embodied carbon net zero is right now, number one, neither technically feasible nor economically viable. Why technically not feasible? Because the supply chain itself is not ready for it. The supply chain has got a lot of hard to abate sectors, including steel and cement. But they are all putting effort in terms of reducing the carbon footprint. So that means the carbon footprint is gradually coming down. So in this case, when you start working on reducing the carbon footprint, please keep it in mind, your supply chain also is reducing the cost of production. That means these products will become more and more economically viable. That means the cost is likely to come down. So the question is all about, yes, we need to embrace the journey. Look at how we are going to reduce the embodied carbon. So from our point of view, what we are saying is, from the embodied carbon point of view, don't look at achieving zero right now, but start looking at a threshold and then gradually, say a target, and gradually start improving the target. Right now, we are talking about 700 kg per meter square as an embodied carbon target. Many of the projects have, gone beyond that. They are talking about 500 kg per meter square, even less. So from that point of view, it is a journey. We can achieve it over a period of time.
Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing on that very important point that we are on a journey towards net zero carbon. We are not there, and that journey has to be taken up. Today, we might not have those products, and having those products even might not be feasible economically because supply chains are not there, suppliers are not there, a lot of things are not there. So I just remember when we first launched space mission, so the total computing power which might be there might be less than what might be there today. So net zero is possible, might not be with today's technology, but yes, we have to work towards it, and ultimately we'll be there, both operational and embodied.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Now I have with me another speaker, Mr. Loveleen Garg. We all have been talking about buildings, but he is one person who is not just talking about buildings, he's creating entire city. A smart city, GIFT smart city, which is on moving towards adopting various sustainability initiatives. So can I request you to come and share a small presentation, 5-minute flash presentation with our audiences?
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for a nice introduction, and as well as Mr. Mantri, and then the person from Lodha and IGBC we have seen. We talk about the houses, we talk about urbanism, and we talk about the
certifications and the methods, protocol followed by the country to declare themselves green or to adopt the methodology of sustainability. In the same line, when we talk about city, why we need cities and why these green homes. Now that I think the journey of green buildings in the country is almost of 2 decades. Now we have to move forward, and we have to come urbanization. When we talk about, it's growing very fast in the country. We have seen our cities are growing from its city core till its periphery like anything. What's happening? The city sizes from its core, maybe from few kilometers to hundreds of kilometers, has been growing. So why it's happening? The questions comes because in the country, urbanization is happening at a very fast, rapid growth. And it's expected by 2050, around 80% population will be staying in the urban cities. So the target, the bigger umbrella, the bigger framework is to make our city sustainable and net zero, and how we can achieve that. When we see the city, we are experiencing and we are, day to day, interfacing with the various challenges, issues related to pollution, related to traffic and transportations, related to the governance systems, related to the social issues. So how can we come together and can stitch all these issues together and can achieve something which is, we can say, sustainable lifestyle or the, the net zero carbon cities. So it's the only solution. We talk about the Ahmedabad city, which has grown in last 2 decades more than 100%. The area in 1995 was around 200 square kilometer, and in the next 2020, it's become 426 kilometer square. Just imagine from houses to the urbanism to the large scale infra projects or the real estate project. When you talk about the cities, the wastewater which which I drain from my house travels hundreds of kilometers. The waste which I generate at my home, it's traveling in Indian cities more than 100 kilometers to go it's for final destination, for the disposal purpose. So we have to think whether the sustainability is the solution or it's a challenge. But it's a challenge for all of us, for our experts, how we can embed all these aspects of various natures or various attributes in a single framework to achieve something like, which we can say the sustainable cities. A city which I am showing here is, defined well in the economic base, good environmental quality, good traffic and transportations, available energies, and a lot of things are there. So we call it, there's the cities which is from the developed countries. So if we talk about the cities in the developed countries which are much better in terms of service utilities and the quality of services for a common man, are they sustainable? The question comes, if they're sustainable, so why there everyone is in the race of becoming smart? The parameter here we talk about the cities or urbanism, the cities from the developing countries is emitting almost 80% energy consumption of those countries is in the cities, which is directly and indirectly causing of carbon emissions of about 75% from which. So if we talk about the cities which is in the developed countries and the cities where we are within the country, where we are inspiring for our the fastest growing economy and the fastest urbanizations. And we know the city is considered to be a growth engine of economy. So if we consider all these parameters, so do we have a facilities or do we have a dream from leapfrogging to vault mounting? So that's the, I think, better and the best time which we Indians is, having. We don't need to follow the technology which has been, adopted by the developed countries and the same things. So we have a very good chance and opportunity to wall mount rather than the leapfrogging and adopting those technology. So one of the few examples here we see that as an Indian, we have not utilized the pager. We have directly jumped from telephone, landline to the mobile phone. So in the same manner, like we were talking about the sustainability, the cost effects, and the very nice example of given of the Olympic gold medals. So is it the right time where we can think of creating something which we will be needing in the future? So with the vision, our Honorable Prime Minister, then CM of Gujarat State in 2007, put the vision of a gift city, which is Gujarat International FinTech City, as a the city of a smart city nature and having the sustainable and the low carbon footprint. If you see the vision itself of city, which was written by our Honorable Prime Minister, it talk about land is a constant resource. As we talk about our city, which have our countries or country which have more than 40% of GDP based on agro-based economy, we can't just expand our city like that. So there's a solution has to identify, considering land is a very constant resource, how we can go vertical. And then the city which we talk about as a sustainable city, it's not only about the energy or water or wastewater. There's a multiple factors which we can achieve and we can put into the master planning. In fact, starting from urban planning, starting from the water management, wastewater management, governance is very important. Cooling, when you talk about cooling, is the utmost requirement of our urban systems. As per the this National Cooling Action Plan, that the cooling energy which we consume as on today in country is almost 1/10 of global average. So when the city will build up, we'll grow our urbanism cities. This urbanism city will grow like with this scale to accommodate the urban population. So cooling demand is going to be increased. So as I told you, it's not only the solution, it's a challenge which we have to come together and identify how we can deliver the best. So in the same line, the gift city which has been considered with the its sustainability centric approach in the master planning or its vision, and with the re-engineering the processes. Why we think only the waste can be traveled through by manually, by transporting through the truck? Why not why the buildings can have only central cooling systems, not as a district cooling systems, as a city level? And then if it stitched together all these three aspects, that we can achieve a low carbon cities, which is the gift city, which we have achieved in last 2 decades. These are few examples of the cities. When we talk about the smart and sustainable cities, it's about the well-defined economic base, more sustainable and healthy lifestyle, integrated cities, walk-to-work culture, efficient form of urban governance, and then intelligent to integrate resource efficiency. Why it is important as a smart feature in a city or in a building, the things which cannot monitor, cannot never manage. So when you talk about green buildings, considering the water requirement, wastewater generation and the energy requirement, we have to monitor and keep monitoring so that we can see where we can improve. It's a continual improvement process.
Yeah.
I'm just finishing. So in the gift city, we have seen the innovation in rethinking and re-engineering the urban systems as a city level. So where we have automatic waste collection systems, we have district cooling systems, utility tunnel to pass all the services, so the digging-free city in future, and as well as zero waste water systems. And the advanced technology enablers for as a sustainable urban systems. So we have city control command center where the live monitoring of all the environmental resources is being done, and the generators who are generating more can be contacted shortly, and demand analysis can be done. So these are the cities' few savings which we can say how much carbon emissions and the energy we have saved. So these are the few certifications we achieved by the IGBC as the first platinum operational city. And as well as we're talking about the continual process, we have just achieved the EMS 14,000, so that my department, all stakeholders, can continually improve their systems. So it's something like, which is not a one-time, it's a lifetime achievement.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Having said that, we can say the city which was from vision to reality, sustainable cities. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Loveleen. We all are struggling and discussing and debating. Please, up. We all are discussing, debating, and talking how to make buildings net zero or reduce carbon. And here we have Loveleen, who is talking about making an entire city low carbon. Great. So Loveleen, my another question to you, follow-up question to you would be from policy and urban planning perspective. So what are the biggest hurdles in making entire city carbon neutral, and how do you think we are addressing it in India today?
Yeah. So in India, we talk about, first I'll just give a brief introduction in GIFT City. GIFT City is not a project done by some developer. It's a basically city which has a constitutional power delegation as a city, municipal corporation, as well as development authority. So if we talk about the cities which Gupta ji asking if they compare to the other cities, so there we have multiple stakeholders. Development authorities are there, municipal corporations are there, and as well as this utility service providers, water and electricity. So the unique proportion in GIFT City is that we are the single window clearance, so that authority, municipal corporations, and all utility service providers are in a single umbrella. So here when we do the master plan from the urban planning perspective, so as I told you that about the sustainability initiatives, which we should be in the master plan level, like in terms of the orientation of buildings, identifying the proper spaces for my city utilities, for water, wastewater, for electricity, for ICT cabling. So the proper space preservation is very, very necessary, which we don't see in our cities. So generally what's happening in that normal traditional cities, the master plan is built, which talks about basically a land use donations and direct the development control. But somehow, if we talk about carbon sustainability, if we keep the space provisions for our future demand and can embed it in the urban planning, which can help us. And the second, as for the regulatory mechanism, our building GDCR, which we call the development control regulations, it's a regulatory requirement to become a green building in the GIFT City. It's a regulatory requirement to have IBMS in the GIFT City. So any developer who comes here, so they follow the rules, they build it, and they find it much better than the normal way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sunita, my next question to you is, I know you are very passionate about biodiversity and nature-based solutions. So what do you think, what is the role of nature-based solution in achieving sustainability in residential real estate development in residential buildings, and does it lead to higher operational and maintenance cost?
So, see, if we destroy nature, and there is quantification work happening globally on this, the cost that it will incur for us is going to be higher, whether in terms of flood risk or mitigation of air pollution, or even the connect that we have with nature. So there are studies going on which actually put a cost to it, and I wouldn't want to get there. But from a real estate perspective, the only thing that I mentioned to my business development team is, so they asked me, okay, Sunita, what should I put as a cost for, the landscape development and trees? I said, see, if you give me a site which has a lot of trees, I will tell you that they have to be transplanted, preserved, conserved. So your site will have constraints, your FSI will get reduced, you will have to put a cost to the transplantation. Now suppose even if you don't do the transplantation, you will have to get the NOC, you have to cut the tree, and then you have to do the compensatory tree plantation. So there is a cost associated with that. So from a business case perspective, a site which does not have heritage trees, and too much of greenery, then it is costlier to develop a land which has, so from a developer perspective, so that's the cost associated with it. Now in terms of mitigation, if you were to integrate SUDs, which is sustainable urban drainage systems, or using composting as a system, they are easier, less concrete, and are more resilient when it comes to flood mitigation and waste management. So many of these solutions can be integrated and can help save CapEx than incurring OpEx.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I would request to shorten 2 minutes answer. I have a clock before me. So my next question is to you, and you were talking about that sustainability has to be a large long-term journey. So do you think are tenants and multinational corporations willing to pay higher lease premium for energy efficient commercial spaces? And do you think that there are any financial incentive for landlords to invest in sustainability?
See, again, this is also an antiquated question. All the corporates in all grade A buildings, it is their now primary requirement to be as green as possible, and not only are they talking about the certificates, they are also talking about the extent of integration of renewable energy in those projects. The extent of amenities which are provided and which are aligned with not only environmental but larger ESG requirements. So from a commercial development standpoint, they are willing to pay the premium, and not only are they willing to pay the premium, they are insisting on the depth of interventions that you have done on your projects. One. Second, in India, we do not have rental residential real estate. So we normally sell the homes, and now any individual can rent that home to somebody else. But when you are talking about sustainability, and many times we start talking about carbon and net zero, we also need to update the language to what the customer is more interested in. So if customer is interested in durability, then again it is sustainability. If the customer is interested in water resilience, then again it is sustainability. If the customer is interested in cooler environments, it is again sustainability. They don't want flood to come inside their property, especially in flood prone areas. Then you are integrating climate risks into their climate risk resolution into your projects, but they are asking for flood protection. That is also sustainability. Yeah. And they are willing to pay the premium. They are more interested to live in those projects, and there is sufficient and more demand for developments like that. Yeah.
So I will not have a follow-up question to you on this, but yes, you have moved beyond sustainability to resilience also. And resilience is also very important, and that is also extension of sustainability, I'll rather say. So Karthikeyan ji, my next question to you is, because you have a global perspective in terms of India. Entire India is your turf. You work across. So according to you, are there any specific regions or cities in India where green building adoption is growing faster? And if yes, then what are the key factors for that trend in that particular geography?
Okay. Suppose if you look at from the green buildings and net zero buildings, what are the driving forces? Why somebody is adopting? Primarily now the economic sense has become a larger driving force. You know, if I go green, yes, it makes business sense for me. The second aspect is, obviously some of the states, especially 11 states in the country, have come out with incentives for building green. So in a way, the incentives also can be part of the business case again, because the incentive, when I start availing, I can make more money out of this. So these are the primary driving forces from the green building point of view. From that aspect, wherever there is incentive, obviously the growth rate is much higher. And some of the, in case of Maharashtra, there is no major incentive, but still the awareness and the business case is the larger driving force. So the more number of buildings are coming up in Maharashtra and Gujarat. The point, very important aspect is, I am not bothered about these driving forces. These driving forces are clearly economic driving forces. What is more important is the demand that need to come from the end users. The end user should start demanding, yes, I need green building, whether he is a commercial space or it is a residential space. That driving force is actually missing. In fact, it is in a very, very nascent stage. We need to build on that driving force. Yeah.
Excellent. I think this is also what I wanted to listen from this panel, and this is what I have listened many a times when I am talking to experts. So might be end user is not willing to pay that premium or that.
Okay. Of course, Mr. An has very nicely articulated the same answer, but my point is this. Don't expect a premium out of because you are going for a green building. Okay, it may not happen many of the times, but it has become a table stake now. The corporates are demanding for green buildings. People started demanding in some cases for green residential buildings. So if you don't go for green, you will be losing it, whether you are getting premium or not.
Absolutely. So that premium might not be in price, but that premium might be in increased sales velocity or higher occupancy.
Yeah, exactly.
Which again
so
is,
quickly you will be able to rent out, quickly you will be able to sell it out.
absolutely, which again, according to me as a professor of valuation, so that is again
That's a
enhancing
premium.
asset value. Loveleen, my next question is to you. You were talking about various renewable energy initiative, district cooling, energy efficient waste management. Do you think this all translate into, yes, cost saving definitely, also an increased real estate demand and pricing for you?
Yeah, if we talk about the first of its kind infrastructure which has been taking place in the GIFT City, like district cooling systems and then zero liquid waste discharge to the sewage waste and the utility tunnel. So obviously it's a one-time investment which we have put into the city infrastructure from the perspective of energy efficiency. Like the district cooling systems is a 30% energy efficient as per the cooling we talk about. Because the cooling energy, if it convert with this, the baseline scenario which we generally utilize through the cooling systems as an individual building level compared to the district cooling system at a city level. Because there we have an economy of scale as well as the need-based cooling requirement in individual towers. So what's happened when the developers wanted to come to the GIFT City, so what we have economic benefits of having the upper hand in selling our plots to the developers. When the developers come, they take and they build space in the GIFT City. So they have another cutting edge advantages of giving his only on faster pace.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about from Mumbai example and national, international level experience. In the GIFT City itself, we have seen whoever is setting up the big corporates, setting up of offices in the GIFT City. So they look for the grade A level real estate spaces.
Yeah.
So it's when talk about grade A real estate, so it talk about the operational efficiency, the energy efficiency. Because if you see all these big corporates have their own sustainability vision.
Right.
So it's if we are providing the built space which is already low carbon economy, low carbon or either maybe the energy efficient built space.
Right.
So it's meet with their demand and they don't need to spend much when they come to your spaces.
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
that's the basically the crux of the matter.
Yeah, thank you so much. In the interest of time, and I am almost at the end of the session, so my last quick question to all panelists, and that the answer needs to be in 1 or 2 words. So what does 1, 2, and 3, what does sustainability mean to you? Starting with Dr. Sunita.
So it's very personal.
Okay. Yes. On.
So I think it is responsibility.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it is part of our life.
Yeah, further
it's part of
our life.
Part of our life.
Yeah.
It's a challenge which has to be embraced by all of us because, the earth is one created by God and the built space by us for ourselves.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from, but before that, I would like to thank Samir Bhai because I know after that I'll not get mic again once we have ma'am there. So Samir Bhai, thank you so much for putting up such a nice panel. And can I have a big round of applause for the team? And as I told you, you were not fair in creating this panel. You need to be here. Thank you.
I think our panels have been phenomenal today. Such a high quality of speakers and concepts and ideas, extremely forward-looking. Thank you so much. Can I also invite Shri Ajay Patel to join us? Ajay is from the ESG Task Force to present a memento to all our panelists today. Thank you so much, and a big round of applause again, please. Let's also get a nice picture of everybody together. Great. To shake things up a bit, we've got a few presentations lined up for you next. Future-ready MSMEs. Why do we need collective industry action? That's the topic that we put forward. Just a reminder once again that the QR code is up there. Please do engage with us on the polls. And do send in your questions as well. Let me invite Mehul Patel, the Program Lead, World Resource Institute of India, to set the context for this session. Mehul, do join us, and then we'll get it started.
Namaste. My role is actually setting the context for this session. So I think from morning we are talking about the ESG. So today we have some practical example how actually the consultant or think tanks are working with the MSME and helping them for set their low carbon transition. So as we know, MSME play a very pivotal role in economic development from manufacturing and service sectors. However, their growth often comes from the environmental challenges like resources depletion, waste generation and carbon emissions. As industry expand, that pressing a need on integrated sustainable practices into the MSME operations to ensure environmental stewardship and compliance with the green global standards. This session will explore the need for collectively efforts across the industry to drive sustainability and economic growth. So, as WRI India, we are the one think tank. We are helping MSMEs in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. So I'll just share my experience, what we are doing with the MSMEs. So in Surat, we are helping textile MSME. So we have almost 450 MSME and each MSME have a boiler. And you know that almost all the boilers run from the fuel like coal. So what we have set the roadmap for them. So we have 4 pillars, we identified 4 pillars. One is the decarbonization, where we are helping them enabling MSME reduction through 4 major activities, like we are starting with the GHG emission inventory. Then we identified the MSME, where we can do a walkthrough audit and detail audit, and we help them to identify the right kind of energy efficient technology. Also help them to identify the right kind of fuel for the alternative to the coal. And also we did help them for developing a renewable energy plan. And not only that, because that's a technology wide, but we are also helping them through various top-down level skill development, like sensitization workshop for the owners, their middle management, and at the workshop, workers level, soft floor worker level. So today we can say almost 250 boiler operators and attendants trained through with the boiler department. And we can say right now, based on our experience and what they are shared the data, almost today 1 to 1.5 ton coal they are reducing through their efficient training. So that definitely make a change. Apart from this, we are helping them to connect with the right kind of financing agency
for the investment in energy efficient technology and renewable energy. And we know that due to climate change, there are many certain shocks and stresses, chronic stresses are there. So we are helping them how to actually make them a resilience against economic, against climate and other issues. So today we have a number of speakers who are already working with the MSMEs, with their expertise, and we will know that what they are doing and how they are creating an impact with the MSMEs. Last but not least, we are always asked or said them, we are here not show you a कायदा. हम आपको कायदा दिखाने लेके नहीं आए, हम हमेशा आपका फायदा कराने आए हैं. So I think MSME always looking their profit margin because they are working very thin margin. So with that statement, I think I'm open the floor for the other speakers. Thank you so much.
Great. So the first speaker we have with us, Devang Thakur, Member Secretary, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, and his presentation on the circularity for MSMEs. Devang, could I have you on stage? Hi.
Good afternoon to you all. Great to be here amongst all the participants, industries and from other sectors. As a regulator, perhaps it's not a right forum, but yes, today I have come as a facilitator for the circularity. And today's topic is circularity and MSME. Here both are very buzzwords, but to me important is MSME. Because circularity in a larger industry, perhaps it can be done very easily, but to adopt it in a micro and small scale industry, you need to have a paradigm shift. And when we are aiming from a 5 trillion economy and going for net zero in 2070, perhaps the responsibility on the shoulders of the industry is very much higher. And to address this, what should be the roadmap? What can be the probable solutions? What are the challenges ahead? And perhaps discussion is required amongst all, and it's also a part of action plan. So perhaps presentations is like this. In the first slide, I would like to say that Niti Aayog has now given us a roadmap. They have identified the streams of the waste which are having a prominence and a presence into circularity map. And if you see the waste, it can be broadly classified into two parts. Few are the industrial waste and few are the urban waste. And our concern is more, or our focus is more for the industrial waste because there is very high potential of the circularity. As you are all aware, I mean, instead of a linear, you now want to go a circular. And when you need to close a loop, you need to have a out-of-box thinking. Because if you see the scenario of industry, particularly chemical and MSME, where we have a very strong presence, I mean, only former concept was you produce, you have either a product or a waste. And waste was being simply disposed into environment. Now we have started understanding that waste is nothing but a resource at a wrong place, and how we can put it at a right place, perhaps it is our job. So when we talk about the circularity, as I have mentioned, I mean, we have a urban waste as well as the industrial waste, used oil, e-waste, plastic waste are the waste which are generated in a very large quantum, perhaps the hazard potential and impact on receptor, very high impact on a receptor, perhaps a negative impact on a receptor, and we are more concerned about that. And to address this, what you need? You need policy support, you need to have a technical interventions, and you need to have a economic and employment aspects to see in, to pitch in your action plan. And for that, I mean, policy supports are very much important. We are having few policies in place at present which are required to be strengthened in future, which has to be more supportive to promote the circularity. So we'll discuss in the next slides what is the present status, where are the gaps, where we need to, take care of, and what is the requirement. We need to have, to my understanding, is perhaps more research and development, more innovation into this. When you talk about a circularity, you always talk about a life cycle approach. You need to have a life cycle approach. I mean, you cannot just see that how you manufacture it, but you also need to take care how it is being utilized and what it will happen to your product at the end of its life. So there are various, say, good examples also now dovetail into our policy regime. If you talk about the electronic items, now we have ROHS in the place, I mean, which reduces the use of hazardous waste into product itself. You need to change in the design of your product. If you change your design, you can think how its life can be extended, how its components can be more recycled and reused. So this is innovation. There is a need for a research and development to address all these issues. So research and development and innovation is perhaps the key if you want to promote circularity. Number two is, in all such sectors, there is a strong presence of unorganized sector. How we can integrate this unorganized sector into our existing regime so as to promote the circularity. So these are the aspects that we need to take care. The slide speaks about what is the policy regime at present, where we need to strengthen it. At present, we are having a very good policies. We have a wastewater use policy also. Gujarat is the first state which has a policy for the utilization or reuse of the water. And if I give you a classic example of this, that Surat Municipal Corporation at present recycles more than 70 million liters of water per day, that is treated sewage is being utilized into textile industry. See, this is a wonderful example, and it has set a model for a country to replicate into other cities, where, I mean, municipal corporation itself treats sewage in 70 million liter capacity and give it as a raw water or industrial grade water into textile sector. Likewise, we are having a waste to energy policy also. We have at present 2 waste to energy plants in the state, and 2 more are coming into major cities, Rajkot and Vadodara. Similarly, we are having a vehicle scrap policy. We are promoting RVSF, and we have a renewable energy policy. So, as I said, I mean, what are the challenges, where are the gaps, how we can bridge those gaps. As I already discussed, that research and development is also a challenge. You need to coordinate with the agency. Coordination is very much important. I mean, we are known to work in isolations, we work in silos. We need to integrate ourselves. Different departments, different agencies needs to come together. They need to coordinate with each other, and then the result or goal can be achieved. Integrations of the informal sector, as I have said, where there are the policy gaps, we need to bridge those gaps, and capacity building is very much important. I mean, capacity building of not only, say, industry or a single stakeholder. You need to build a capacity of the multiple stakeholders. You need to even build the capacity of academia, auditors, environmental auditors, those who are into this work, industry and even regulators also. So capacity building is also very much required. So how we can do this? I mean, integration of a formal sector, public participation, green job creations, this is an advantage. I mean, what would be advantage of this? I mean, if you promote this circularity concept, you can create a green job. So these are the, say, perhaps ways to meet two ends. I mean, how we can meet these two ends. And we have good successful examples of along ship breaking yard, community boilers, emission trading schemes. I mean, these all subjects are topic in themselves where we can discuss and deliberate. So we have good practices also in Gujarat. I mean, community boiler is being said now considered as a good practice. Earlier speaker says that they give a training to boiler operators, and WRI is now working to promote use of biomass briquette instead of a coal or other polluting fuels. So these are the good practices that we have a presence in the state of Gujarat. I mean, that should be replicated, that should be multiplied and implemented. So at the end, I mean, circularity, it's now not only a vision, but now it is a matter of practice in our industry. Particularly in MSME, challenges are more, as I said, that they have a limitations of our knowledge, they have a limitations of technology, they have limitations of, say, finance also. So you need to give them a different platform, then we need to give them a different solutions, and perhaps building common environment infrastructure is also one of the way to resolve all these things. So yes, MSME is a sector which requires more focus for the implementation of circular economy. Perhaps that's perhaps my thoughts on circularity and MSME. We can discuss it further. Thank you, CII, for giving us this opportunity, GCCI and Samir Bhai all, to giving us an opportunity to express our thoughts.
Thank you so much. Let me also now welcome Sri Manish Dabkara, Chairman and MD of EKI Energy Services Limited, and his presentation is on the Indian carbon markets. Welcome, Manish. A big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Manish. I'm from EKI Energy Services Limited. Thanks to the organizers for having me here to speak on the topic carbon markets, which is going to be a very hot environmental commodity, not only in India, but across the globe. As we all know that there are 4 different layers of the carbon markets which are going to get established. First layer is because of the international compliances, that means the Paris Agreement. As you know, there are 2 different markets which are going to get established under the international compliance carbon market. One is the Article 6.2 carbon market, and second one is Article 6.4 market. So Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they recently came up with 14 different technology lists, wherein if someone will do invest, then they are eligible to earn for the carbon credit, which is traded, which can be traded globally, and the companies or the countries who are looking to become carbon neutral or net zero, they can buy those credits. The second layer, which is going to get established in India, is called as CCTS, Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, wherein Bureau of Energy Efficiency under Ministry of Power is looking to establish a compliance national carbon market under Energy Conservation Act 22. So the third different layer, which is again going to get established in India, is the voluntary carbon market called as offset mechanism. So under that Energy Conservation Act 22, voluntary, the non-obligated entities, if they are looking to become carbon neutral, if they are looking to become net zero companies, then they would be allowed to buy carbon credits under the offset mechanism. And the fourth layer is the international voluntary carbon markets, wherein the companies like in India, like say NHPC or NTPC or Azure Power, Renew Energy, Renew Power. These are the companies who are developing carbon credits, and the companies like BMW or Mercedes or Lufthansa Airlines or Heathrow Airport, they are buying those credits which are located in the developed nations. So these four different layers, out of the four different layers, only last layer, which is the international voluntary carbon market, do exist as of now in India, wherein private developers or government organizations, they are developing the credits, and those credits they are selling in the international voluntary carbon market, wherein international companies or international manufacturing or service organizations, they are buying those credits. So three different layers which I have mentioned, they are about to get established in India and many developing or developed nations. So to start with, while giving introduction of about this four different layers, I want to mention you what is actually the definition of carbon credit. So 1 ton CO2 equivalent emission reduction, if you do any business activity, wherein if you are reducing any of the 7 greenhouse gas, CO2, that means carbon dioxide, methane, HFC, PFC, NF3, SF6 and N2O. These are the 7 greenhouse gases, and if you do any business activity with the help of which if you are trying to reduce or remove any of the 7 greenhouse gas, then you are eligible to earn carbon credits. And those carbon credits are the environmental commodities which can be traded in the national voluntary or compliance markets and international voluntary or compliance markets. So if you see the definition, 1 carbon credit corresponds to 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide or equivalent GHG greenhouse gas sequestered or prevented from entering into the atmosphere. Yeah, so this is the procedure wherein we can get the project registered. So 3 different stages used to be there for getting the carbon credits issued or traded. So first thing is we have to register the project. Second step is we have to get the verification of the emission reductions, and third stage is to trade the credits. So if you see this cycle, the third one is the consultant. Consultants used to prepare a project design document for getting the project registration. Then we need to hire a third-party inspection company. Further, project used to get registered. The registration time period is used to vary based on the program or the standard wherein we have applied for those projects registration or verification. And finally, every year we need to get the verifications to get the issuance of the credit. So this is the standard procedure. For the national compliance market, which is going to establish in India, called as CCTS, it works on the company basis, wherein specific emission reduction targets would be given to the organizations or to the companies, while the 3 different markets, one is the international compliance market, that means Article 6.2, 6.4 market, or Indian voluntary carbon market or international voluntary carbon market, where under that specific 3 different markets we can get the projects registered on the project basis, not at the company basis. So for example, if you see the NTPC, they do have various big thermal power plants wherein they are emitting million tons of CO2, while if they are investing into the renewable energy projects like solar power project, wind power project, they can get the issuance of the credits on that specific 100 megawatt solar power project or 50 megawatt wind power project. While at the company level, they are the net emitter. So that is the major difference between the compliance, national compliance market and the rest of the 3 different carbon markets. Further, there are two different types of carbon credits which do exist in our industry. One is avoidance-based carbon credits and another one is removal-based carbon credits. So during the first session, the presenter had asked what is the major difference you see between the carbon neutrality and net zero. So for any company, for any nation, if they are looking to become carbon neutral or if they are looking to become net zero, the three different steps are there. First thing is to measure how much they are emitting. That means determination of the carbon footprint. Second thing is they should do whatever they can do to reduce the emissions, either adopting renewable energy or energy efficiency or any business activity that they can do to reduce their emissions. And at the last, for the residual emissions, they can buy avoidance-based carbon credits or they can buy removal-based carbon credits. So if any company which is looking to become carbon neutral, again they have to follow these three different steps, but at the last they can buy, if they will do buy carbon avoidance-based projects, then they would be called as carbon neutral company or country. And if they will do buy carbon removal credits, then they would be called as net zero company or net zero country or net zero product. So what is the difference between these two, the carbon removal credits and carbon reduction credits? The first thing is direct impact on the climate. So actively, this removal based carbon credits, they help to actively remove carbon dioxide or the other greenhouse gas from the atmosphere, leading to a net decrease of the greenhouse gas which is already exists into the atmosphere. So that is why the carbon removal credits is the need of the hour or the future of the carbon markets by year 2030, 2040, 2050. So as of now, the avoidance or reduction based credits, their market share is around 96%. While removal-based credits, they do have a market share of only 4%, but by 2030, by 2040, by 2050, as we all know, major nations, major economies, they had declared that they wish to become net zero nation by year 2050. Chinese government had mentioned for 2060 and Indian government had mentioned for 2070. So by that specific year, whatever the emissions that they are doing, they have to remove equivalent tons of CO2 which they are emitting into the atmosphere, and if they would not be able to achieve that specific goal called as NDC, National Determined Contribution Goal, then through that specific document, if they are not able to achieve, then they can buy carbon credits which are developed by other developing or developed nations. The carbon reduction credits, they slows the rate of increase in emissions, but does not directly help in reduction of the emissions of the greenhouse gases. The second difference is long-term benefits. So obviously, carbon removal-based credits, they give very, very long-term benefit to the atmosphere or to the this global warming issue or climate change issue, while the reduction-based credits, they reduces future emissions but may not address accumulated carbon which already exists into the atmosphere, and otherwise it is getting emitted into the atmosphere on year-to-year basis by all the economies. The third thing is alignment with the net zero goals. So I have already mentioned that if any company or country which is looking to become net zero, obviously they have to buy the removal-based carbon credits and not avoidance-based carbon credits. The rates, if you see, if you wish to buy or if you are producing avoidance-based carbon credits, so the example I want to give between the two is if the carbon removal project, so if you are doing afforestation project, reforestation project, or if you are producing biochar from the biomass, or if you are doing direct air capture, so all these activities, business activities used to be considered under the removal-based category. And if you are installing renewable energy projects like solar power project, wind power project, hydro, biomass, biogas, or if you are doing energy efficiency projects or energy optimization related or process optimization related activities, then you are helping to get that equivalent tons of CO2 emission into the atmosphere, and that is why you would be able to earn the avoidance-based carbon credits. So various states these days are looking to have their carbon-related policies, how they would get leverage or how they can get benefit from the voluntary carbon markets, how they can get leverage or benefit from the international compliance carbon markets, that means 6.2 and 6.4, and that is how and they are also, many states are also trying to align their policies with the carbon markets or net zero emission goals at the country level. The support at the technological innovation, so the major carbon removal technologies are not very much technologically viable. That is why the rates of the carbon credits which are coming from the removal sector or removal based carbon credits are very, very costly. They start with around $150 per ton CO2, and 1 ton CO2 is, that means 1 carbon credit. It encourages investments in new carbon capture and storage technologies, and while reduction-based projects focuses on improving existing processes and energy efficiency or energy optimization. Versatile application can be applied to offset unavoidable emissions in sectors like aviation, agricultural, etc., other sectors. And the reduction-based credits are limited to reducing emissions in these specific sectors. So this is the major difference between the avoidance-based credits and the removal-based credits. Developed economies, as you all know, up to 2020, there was one international treaty called as Kyoto Protocol, wherein developed nations had obligation to reduce their emissions, and if they were not able to achieve that obligation, they were allowed to buy carbon credits originated from the developing nations like India, China, and other nations. And that specific program used to be called as the Clean Development Mechanism. But now we are into the Paris Agreement era. All nations are equally obligated to reduce their emissions, equally pledged to become net zero nations by the specific year in between 2050 to 2070. And this carbon credits are going to play very important role. Major economies, they had mentioned that they are going to take leverage of the carbon markets through their national determined contribution document starting from year 2030. So as of now, as I mentioned, only international voluntary carbon markets do exist, while 3 different markets are going to get established in next 6 to 12 months timeline. And if any project activity wish to participate under Article 6.2 or 6.4 carbon markets, then they need to get the letter of approval from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. These are all the governing bodies, because during last 10 years there were no governing body in the carbon markets, and that is why there are 2 major questions which do exist as of now. One is related to the quality of carbon credit, another one is a greenwashing concern that has been done by some buyers at the developed economies. That is why these 2 agencies came into the picture called as ICVCM and VCMI. Along with CRSI, they are working towards the creation of the industry standard for the voluntary carbon markets, while supervisory body under UNFCCC, they are looking to establish all the rules, regulations related to the establishment of Article 6.4 carbon market, also called as PACM, that means Paris Agreement Crediting Mechanism. These are a few of the standards which are there. We'll do complete in 2 minutes. These are the standards which are there in our industry, wherein if you are looking to register your project, then with the help of the consultant, and if you have your technical capabilities, you can apply for the registrations. Usually registration time period takes from 1 to 2 years during these days, and the verification time period varies in between 6 months to 12 months. So the first revenue cycle you should expect in between 2 to 3 years, and that is very long period, but maybe in coming future we will be able to see the shorter period wherein you would be able to monetize the revenue from the sale of carbon credit after registration and verification. These are all the CDR methodologies. Again, 3 different categories. One is nature-based, second one is hybrid, and third one is the engineered solutions. So I will wrap up my presentation. If you do Google it, you would be able to find all these technologies. Few are very simple and few are very, very complicated. Few, you can start your business activity or investment activity with few $1 million, while the removal-based or direct air capture projects, they start with a $1 billion investment category. I will come up directly to the last slide of mine, wherein you would be able to see the rates of carbon removal credits. As of now, the avoidance-based credits are ranging in between $0.3 to $5, while removal-based credits are ranging. The afforestation, reforestation projects, their prices are ranging between $10 to $20, while mangrove-related projects, their prices are ranging in between $30 to $40, while biochar or other engineered projects into the removal sector, their prices are ranging in between $1,500 to $150 to $1,600. So starting with ocean alkalinity enhancement and coming to the bottom, microbial mineralization. These are the activities wherein the removal-based carbon credits can be generated. And if you do invest or if you do create any project into this specific sector, very easily you would be able to find the buyer as compared to the avoidance-based projects. So this is the last slide. Removal carbon credits industry is the need of the hour to align with the Paris Agreement net zero goals. It's biggest commodity sector to grow in this century and going to be the $1 trillion industry to save living beings to survive on the planet Earth. About EKI, so we work with the seller of the credits, we work with the buyer of the credits, and we work with the investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manish. If I can have on stage now, Naran Pindoria, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. And his presentation is on decarbonization for MSMEs through energy assessments. Welcome. Big round of applause, please.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Thank you, organizer, for having me here. And it's a great opportunity for me to present sort of work that we do closely with MSME in terms of energy assessment and sustainability studies. In the interest of time, I will quickly run through my presentation highlighting the key activities that we conduct for MSMEs in Gujarat. Just to set the context here, we all know like India's Panchamrut about the climate action plan. I mean, how we are planning to try to reach towards net zero by 2070 with 5 goals like 500 gigawatt of RE integration by 2030, then 50% of country's energy requirement to be met by RE, renewable energy resources, and so on and so forth. Many of us know about this commitment that India set across with the 3 timelines by 2030, then 2050, and finally net zero by 2070. Moving forward, we talk about energy efficiency and why in MSMEs. So when we look at the pyramid here, energy efficiency is the foundation of the all strategies that we follow towards net zero by 2070. And therefore, our focus is energy efficiency, energy conservation measures. And in my following slide, we could notice like why energy efficiency play important role in MSMEs. And therefore, our target is to work closely with MSMEs to improve this energy efficiency and thereby monetary benefits and finally carbon emission reduction. So here if you look at the major approaches that we followed for MSME in Gujarat, and as I said, like when we look at this MSME cluster, state of Gujarat contributes a lot in MSME. Within Gujarat, if we see the map, Ahmedabad, Surat and Rajkot is very much centered with around more than 50% or roughly 50% of the MSME, registered MSME in Gujarat. And therefore, our first focus is Ahmedabad and these other two major cities in Gujarat. Not major city, major districts in Gujarat. So now the question is, why academic institution like IIT Gandhinagar should engage in this kind of activities? And when I say academic institute, I find like the major challenges that MSMEs are finding are like they may not be well aware about the energy efficient technologies to be adopted in the process. Where are the sort of opportunities to minimize the losses and in turn improve the monetary benefits to them? And finally, carbon emission reduction. The second is the technology. OEMs, the MSMEs or industry may not be well aware about the energy efficient technologies, and therefore we as an academia can come together and work with the technology partners, work with the MSMEs and provide them a right solution by doing the detailed energy assessment and technically implementable recommendation with a proper ROI so that the industry professional can be confident enough to adopt that technology with the right contact to the EESL or even the other funding agency here. So that's how we can create, I mean, this is what the big picture showing how industry and academia come together and work for helping MSME in reducing the energy loss. And we work with the different IITs. So Kotak Mahindra Bank, under the CSR initiative support, we are working across Pan India, and IIT Gandhinagar is taking care of MSMEs in Gujarat. So this is CSR initiative. What we do, I mean, we all know there are professional energy auditors do the activities, and there are mandatory energy audits, but we go beyond mandatory energy audit, and therefore these are the key activities that we do, like power quality, electricity analysis, power factor correction panel, and all are the traditionally done. But analysis of thermal analysis of the major plant equipments, including the electrical assets to the mechanical assets, then the flue gas analysis, temperature measurement. Most recently, we started doing this audit on emission accounting dashboard for scope 1 and 2 specifically. Then performance assessment of solar PV. As we know, most of these MSMEs have now started installing solar PV on a roof. But do we have a proper monitoring and the performance assessment of solar PV system on industry? The third point that we noticed after doing multiple energy audits in the industry, the earth loop resistance measurement. Many of this industry having not maintaining the earth resistance, and therefore there used to be a potential difference between earth terminal and the neutral terminal, which would really affect a lot to the performance of the system. Then the action plan for net zero. Every industries are committed for an action plan so that industry can help contributing towards a net zero pathway for India. And most importantly, like one of the previous speakers mentioned about MSME training, I mean MSME workforce training. And that's where you would notice in my following slides that how rigorously we really help MSME workforce to train towards this awareness program. So what we have done so far, we started these activities I think 2 years before, to be very precise, June 2022. And we have so far completed 37 detailed energy audits and around 78 walkthrough energy audit. And we have covered almost most of these MSME-centric districts and area in Gujarat, covering many of these clusters. So we have covered around 28 clusters. And in terms of the benefits, or I would say the outcome, this is what the outcome at the end of Q3 of this current financial year. And if you look at the energy saving out of, based on the 37 energy audit, the energy saving potential, and then in turn monetary benefits. We recommended around 1,800 lakhs rupees financial benefit to MSME. Out of that, around 600 lakhs rupees they have implemented. I would say it is very important for energy auditor or energy assessment team is to gauge or assess how much ECM or how many ECM rather energy conservation measures are being implemented by industry, because some of the measures, some of the ECMs require the initial investment, capital investment. If industry see the value of that ECM implementation, then only they will implement. So 600 rupees lakhs out of, I mean the lakhs rupees out of 1800 lakhs rupees ECM recommendation, I feel that is really bring us a confidence that, okay, our recommendations were considered worthy by industry to implement. Then in terms of carbon emission reduction, we always translate if this much energy is saved in terms of the fuel input, let's say coal, gas, oil or so, and finally electrical energy, how much would be the CO2 emission, equivalent CO2 emission reduction. So we identified around 16,000 tons carbon equivalent opportunity identified under scope 1 and similarly scope 2. But based on implementation, ECM implementation, we say around 7,000 tons equivalent CO2 is being already reduced under the scope 1, and scope 2 we can see 2,800 tons carbon equivalent. So I'm trying to give you the figure here so that one can understand the actual implementation of ECM that we recommended. Here are the industries that we have done the energy assessment, and the numbers are mentioned here, like CETP in Vatwa, CETP in Narora, CETP in Ankleshwar, and then cold storages. Himatnagar is a full of cold storages, and we have done the energy audit. In this energy audit or assessment rather, we consider electrical energy conservation measures, thermal electrical conservation measures, then utility bill saving in terms of reducing the, in terms of helping them to optimize the contract demand and renewable energy intervention. And if you see this figure, sector-wise, how much energy saving potential, saving percentage energy saving, for example, CETP 12.5% or so and so forth. And when recently we assessed the energy in a sugar factory where we found around 24% energy saving potential. But sugar is like it's a very combined, I mean it's a combined cycle, so therefore CO2 emission is almost zero actually, because of they use the raw material to run the entire plant. So therefore you could notice the actual CO2 reduction is zero in the second last column where the sugar industry is being done. So the question is, yeah, 2 minutes. The question is like why this is by the academia institute like us. And here we say we have a state-of-the-art instrumentation that we use. Some of them are listed here. In interest of time, I will skip. We do this. We do the thorough analysis on all these apparatus, including the renewable energy installation at the industry. And you could see different type of software that you use for a flue gas analysis, for a solar PV performance assessment, and so on and so forth. We have developed our own energy data analytics tool that we are going to give to the industry, our MSME industry partners here. So these are some of the photographs, glimpse that our energy auditor team with the full instrumentation, following all these safety standards, doing this activity. I would like to quickly run through two specific case studies. One is a solar PV installation. We found in one of the industry, just because of inappropriate solar PV injection, utility ended paying penalty not maintaining the power factor. So that is one. Second is the inverter temperature. Every inverter has a set temperature to operate, and if that is not the case, energy efficiency will reduce. The second case is the voltage. Grid-tied, all grid-tied inverters has to operate within the boundary condition of the voltage. And if you notice, if that voltage is not between, let's say 450 to something, then the power generation will throttle and it may even reduce to zero. And that has been done for one of the industry having a 500 kilowatt solar PV. And most of the time, if you notice, this is monsoon period, you notice that because of the voltage variation, the power generation reduce. This is another use case of chemical industry where just by helping them reducing the leakage in the throttle valve, we could able to achieve 40% of energy savings. So the plant operation was 50 hours, which got reduced to 30 hours, and that's how you see the process optimization. And in turn, this was a coal-based power plant. So how much coal is reduced, and in turn CO2 emission reduction from 50 hours to 30 hours operation. Yeah, so I will skip this, but here also if you see this thermopec power plant and you see the energy consumption of the oversized impeller design led to the plant 25 lakhs kilocalorie per hour, and actual rated requirement was only 9 lakhs kilocalorie. And that's how we really help them to reduce the energy bill. So these are the recommendations, electrical recommendation, thermal and the utility bill. I can share this presentation to the interested audience. And we have the India level study. One can refer this report where, as I said, 7 IITs are involved in energy assessment study. This is the report where we compile all multiple use cases across the different cluster across India, and one can refer this. It's an online available report. You can see this. We are going to give this tool to MSME. This is what in-house developed tool, and this would help. Okay, so this is the last slide. Like the very simple steps that industry who are interested to participate in this energy assessment study, just submit the very simple Google form by scanning this QR, and we can reach out to the industry by doing the walkthrough analysis, and we identify the nodes where energy assessment or energy saving is possible, and then we go with a detailed energy assessment with a team, energy auditor, field engineers, and so on and so forth. So this is how the kind of activities that we do for MSME and help them to improve the energy efficiency. And we expect that with that implementation, we can really contribute towards the path on decarbonization of MSME. Thank you very much, and open for a discussion towards the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that each of these presentations can be an entire session or module in themselves, but we do have 3-4 more to go through. So if I could request each of the presenters to please just keep an eye on the time. Next up, Shri Shwetal Shah, Advisor, Climate Change, GIZ, a presentation on Gujarat's energy policies and their alignment to MSMEs. Welcome. Round of applause, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, GCCI, for giving me this opportunity. After a presentation by Professor of IIT Gandhinagar, it is really difficult to make a fresh point, but friends, many of you are really from MSME. So I would like to start with asking you a question, that is energy transition logical for MSME? Are you agree? Is it really logical that we do energy transition or not? So one of the option or one of the answer can be here in this slide, if you can look at the screen. So but I have intentionally not put one option in this thing, because that point we are discussing from morning itself. So I have specifically not put one more option. But basically energy transition we really require in our country because of the energy security, because our Honorable Prime Minister has a vision that India should also be energy independent by 2047. So energy transition is a need by all the industry partners. Then if we do energy transition, it will really create many jobs. Then public health is also one of the very big issue, because as we know, the entire energy that we consume comes from fossil fuel. So it has a very negative, say, externality in terms of PM10 and other pollutants, PM 2.5, PM 10. So it really harms the public health. Then India is really blessed with abundant source of renewable energy, which is not the case with every country, because every country have their own energy base, and we know that Gulf countries, they have the petroleum. For example, United States, they have the shale gas. But really, if we see at look at India, then we know that we have a lot of bioenergy, we have a lot of sunny days, and thus we have a very good renewable energy. Then we have one of the most growing demand of energy. In one of the slide today, I seen that how much India contributes to global GDP growth, and that is directly linked with our need for energy. Then definitely we look at the finance and savings in our pockets. So when we do energy transition, one of the major logic is saving of money. Then international leadership, because if we do something, then we can dictate some other nation to do so. So that leadership we can provide. Then definitely biodiversity. One speaker will talk more on those things. Therefore I'm skipping it. And then also resilience to climate impact. So I have not put sustainability or environmental goods here, but apart from this, that is also one of the major logic for energy transition. So if we see India's GHG emission, then as per the latest data, our annual emission is in tune of 2.9 billion ton of CO2 equivalent. So if we want to proceed for net zero, we have to make this 3 billion ton to a zero. So it is a mammoth task before us. So from our LULUCF sector, we can abate some of the emission, but it is really less than a $500 million. So carbon dioxide we emit as of the overall GHG emission around 80%. Then comes the methane. Then if we see emission by sector, then energy constitutes 75% of our emission, and therefore energy transition is one of the major thing. So I will not go in much detail, but we have some encouraging figures at the end of this slide, that we have grown in solar energy in last 10 years 35 times. Can you imagine how much we have grown in last 10 years and what we require to grow still till 2050? Anyone has any idea? Friends, this is really important topic, so you can contribute. How much energy need India will have in next 25 years? Our energy demand will grow by 26 times, Samir bhai. What we have today, we will grow in terms of energy demand by 26 times. So we know the potential of this sector, and therefore I think you have included this topic today for the discussion. So how our energy comes presently? So our primary energy supply comes mainly in form of two major source of energy, that is crude oil and coal, and it is like growing at the rate of 15% annually. So every year we demand more and more energy, and therefore industry has a major role to play in climate change mitigation. So these all data are in public domain, so I don't want to repeat, but I just want to highlight that some of our industry sectors like steel, iron, aluminum, paper and pulp, so they account for major portion of our energy need. And MSME sector also plays a major role because it contributes quarter to our GDP. And there are millions of people who are part of this MSME fraternity. So it is one of the greatest job giver in the country, and therefore they are required, and they are quite unorganized, and therefore they require extra hand holding. So how our MSMEs will be able to do? So I have used two color code in the two boxes. So that signifies that one of the set of things that we are really focusing, like Professor told, that he is doing free of cost energy audit of the MSME. But beyond that, we require certain step to become more efficient and more competitive in the global market. So I think we really require to focus on the box which is at the right side of the screen. So that talks about real circular economy practices, because already Devang sir has told us about the circular economy aspects and how policies are there, what are the incentives, what are government's focus are there, but we require to bring those aspects into practice, and there are really good opportunity. Supply chain management, then employee engagement and training is, I think, one of the very key area which nobody has talked since the morning. Then also we should do better marketing and consumer engagement, because we have many sustainable practices but we don't highlight. So by way of better communication, we can highlight those aspects, and people are sometimes not aware about the many sustainable practices they already do, because we have a tendency to minimize waste. We have already doing something so that our waste is consumed by some other industry. So these are real opportunities, and carbon footprint and reporting is also one of the major thing that we really require to focus. So these are some of the key steps that should be done by any MSME if they want to do energy transition. So if they follow these 5 points, then I think they can achieve it. So it is always a pleasure to be with industry partner, and we are here to help and guide and motivate. And if you are really struggling to do energy transition, then definitely the set of experts who are here on the panel today are really willing to help those on case-to-case basis. Thank you.
That was superbly timed. Thank you so much. Okay, can I now welcome Marie Cooper, Expert Energy and Sustainability, PUM Netherlands, presentation on building business resilience in evolving global.
How do I move forward? All right. Oh, this is actually my first slide. Together we grow, and I think before I dive into how and now what as an SME, so where do I start and how can I build resilience in my organization? I want to introduce shortly the PUM organization where I work for. We are a Dutch-based organization, already or founded 45 years ago, and we are helping ambitious SMEs in developing economies. in growth, actually. Growth economically, socially, but also ecologically. And we do that not only looking at you as an SME as such, but also the environment you're operating. So your, let's call it ecosystem or your business system. We do that with 1,200 volunteers, all highly knowledgeable across different sectors, from agriculture to manufacturing, energy, and also in different disciplines. We have local representatives in 30 countries. This is our team in India, and yeah, if you want to know more, want to reach out, we are a not-for-profit organization. Jolly Joseph is here, representative in this area. So yeah, get in touch with him, I would say, if you want to know more. So 10 minutes, I have 10 minutes, so I'm Dutch, so normally I'm quite strict on planning, but I have 7 minutes left, so I'll give it a try. We talked a lot about stricter regulations, ESG regulations, and what it means for you an SME, and especially if you want to move or are into international trade. So I want to give you a bit more information on that, what are actually the key directives to take into account, but also what are the steps for me to build resilience. And then I thought, well, I'm going to, actually, what is resilience? It's fun, it's a bit, yeah, also open door maybe, but it's actually, resilience is, and also in your organization, how do you build resilience is that you are aware of something, of a changing situation or a challenge or an opportunity, that you are able and willing to do something about it, and that you actually also take real-time action. So I hope also from this conference that you have in mind, and after my presentation, that you take 1 or 2 actions in mind when you go back and that you start working on it. I think we have already discussed a lot about sustainable energy, and beyond the environmental benefits and taking care of planet Earth. You have planet, people, and profit, but what comes first? Yeah, without the planet, we don't have people, and without people, we don't have profit. So you can decide for yourself what the order is, but it also had health benefits, especially also this morning was talked about air pollution. Sustainable energy is a smart financial decision, and it's also a smart health decision. So the production of energy from renewables over time, or not in the long run, is also cheaper, because the sun will not always shine, the wind will not always blow, but in the end you have technologies like storage, so you're becoming more independent as well from energy supply from the grids with the volatile pricing. Okay. Did I go too quick? Yeah. There are 3 key global trends with the stricter ESG requirements. And that is, of course, you see that governments require more ESG compliance. That will also come in probably in India on carbon offset, CO2 certification, and so forth. And that means for businesses that you need to look at your supply chain, and they structure, and you see that also in Europe, that they restructure their supply chain from the source, from procurement towards supply to the consumer. On the other hand, the consumers and investors also require or prioritize brands and businesses that are acting responsible with regard to sustainability and also social responsible. In Europe has the Green Deal. I don't know if you have heard about it. I don't think you have, maybe of most of you don't have. But the Green Deal is actually the European strategy towards climate neutrality in 2030, to have a dramatic reduction of CO2 emissions and methane emissions. And it's a Green Deal that goes across sections. And it's not only relevant, or it's what changed that this is mandatory. So under this Green Deal, there are directives, laws, legislations that are important to know. And these are actually more or less, there are much more. It's a whole package of 70 pages or something. But some key directives are the ones that you see here. It's about reporting on your carbon footprint, water consumption, waste management. It's mainly applicable for large companies. And what are large companies? Companies with more than 250 employees and a revenue of 50 million. However, it also is applicable for international business. If you are a supplier of a bigger company, this company can ask you as well for giving insights on or traceability in the supply chain on what you are delivering. The other one is REACH, that has to do with same use of chemicals in the products, and that is applicable also international. If you export more than 1 ton, 1,000 kilograms, that means you need to register and certify your export products. Then we have CBAM, that is a CO2 tariff. On high energy intensity products, cement and steel, and to prevent also carbon leakage. To give you an example, and the idea behind this is also that the EU want to promote a global sustainable production. I worked for a big energy company in Europe, and we had also coal plants, and we sold those coal plants just to reduce our CO2 footprint. So, and we sold it to an East European organization. But in the end, it doesn't mean anything for the total CO2 footprint. So to avoid this type of carbon leakage, this directive comes at play. And then we have a waste framework collective. That is also for if you have more than 1 ton exported materials like plastic and packaging, then also you need to do the reporting. So that is something, if you want to grow internationally, take it into account that there are directives which is important to take into account. It's not only, and also we discussed, it's not only a burden in terms of resourcing, that you need to spend time on these regulations, do the reporting, etc. But it has a value addition, and I think I will skip this slide, but we discussed it quite a lot on that there is a business model, a stronger market position. It gives you access to new market opportunities. It opens up extra value contracts. For yourself and your business, lowering operational cost, but also easier access to where you can leverage on subsidies for sustainability initiatives. So 5 steps, okay, where do you start then? So more or less I thought, well, I'm going to present 5 steps how you can start. And it starts in your organization with, we also had it in the panel discussion, know what your situation is, know where you stand, what your utility bill is, identify some key areas for improvement. So that it starts with. Then the next step is improve your resource efficiency. Lots of ways of doing that. Many things are mentioned in how to do it. The most easiest thing that you can do on Monday, I don't know if you work with AI, ChatGPT, and of Copilot of Microsoft. Just give in a prompt. Describe shortly your company situation. You are a company with 100 people. You are a manufacturer of textiles. I want you to give me an advice of what can I do in my organization in energy efficiency. You get already a very quick assessment which can help you to find and give you an idea on what you can do. Stay informed. This is the first big initiative, but stay informed. Connect with platforms. share knowledge also. It's not an individual burden, so to say. You can reach out to your customers, to your suppliers, share knowledge, share resources, to stay tuned with what's coming at you and what the situation is. Yes. Leverage with industry and your branch organizations. And I already said that I skip one step, but stay informed and monitor on the regulations. And then, yes. Digitalization is not only for big companies, it's also for smaller companies. And it helps you to monitor and to see where you are. Has smart metering, put smart metering on your biggest energy consumption equipment. But also very simple, you have a Microsoft Sustainability Manager where you can monitor and can define reporting. There are not so, there are tools in place which are affordable and make use of it because it saves your time in terms of automation, less collecting of manual data, and it just also saves you time if your customer or international customer asks from you to give insights in the supply chain, etc. You can easily and automate this kind of information. So, strictly, I said I was Dutch, so I have no time left. So that's 10 minutes. Was it? Thank you.
Perfect. We're getting better and better at this. So lots of pressure on Heidi, who's up next. Heidi Berg, Sustainability and ESG Director, Danish Industry. And her presentation is on how Indian companies can create effective roadmaps addressing EU regulations. Welcome, Heidi. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Very happy to see there's still some of you around. So, I represent a Danish Confederation of Industries, and that makes it very special for me to be here with a similar organization from Gujarat. And I think this is a point to make that I think organizations like the Chambers of Commerce, we have a special role in bringing people together and sharing the learning, because I think a lot of the points that have been made today is about learning and competency building. And this is actually our office in Copenhagen. If any of you go to Denmark and Copenhagen, it's right next to the Tivoli. And we have our members' logo on the logos on our building to really show our focus on the members. And let me... Yes. And one thing I realized thinking about our Danish members and coming with some specific advice for you, and maybe and also for the SMEs. Nordic companies and Danish companies do excellent work on ESG. They put a lot of efforts into their ESG reporting, and it's all online. So here is a first tip for you. If you're in a specific industry and you want to learn about ESG, go and look at the ESG report of a European company in your industry. They will have made a mapping of typical risks. They will have done a lot of methodology. Of course, you cannot apply exactly the same in India, but you don't have to start from scratch. And the other point with this is if you go and look at those reports and those companies are, you want to make them your future customer, you will see what they focus on. You will see exactly where they have goals. For instance, if they write that we have science-based targets for our carbon emissions, well, then you will know that they will ask you how you will align as a supplier. So my first very specific tip for you, read ESG reports. You know, they're free resource and they're excellent to learn. And and you see our companies here, they all do this. And similarly to the event here today, in Denmark, we have a lot of events like this, and we have a lot of sharing about it. We are also broadening out, and I'm part of that, right? We are broadening out to help our Danish companies globally with these initiatives. And I really like this picture, right? It's a Lego, it's a mock-up, right? It's not a true Lego set, but Lego is, of course, one of our members. And approaching these new regulations from the EU on ESG reporting, it is like this picture here, where there's a lot of people involved, a lot of data gathering involved, and so on. So I like that picture, and this is where we are helping the companies make that process efficient. I do want to make a comment about some global trends when it comes to ESG. So Europe is taking a lead when it's driving this through regulation. If you are Googling ESG, you might find a lot of American links, and they will say, you know, the focus is down, the market is down, Trump doesn't like it, Elon Musk certainly doesn't like ESG. So you might think that ESG is not an important topic. I just want to say that the thing with the American market is that there are still plenty of American companies and plenty of American investors who focus on ESG. So America, the US is a very free and open market, so the government actually has less to say than it would be, for instance, in Europe or China. So that's just a remark. Don't think, if you come across this, you know, Trump is killing ESG, yes, from a government perspective in the US, but not in the markets. So if you're dealing with American customers, for instance, in textile industry, they will still be asking for this. But importantly, I think, you know, there's a lot of other parts of the world, like you will be very aware of, and as I mentioned before, you know, you will have to India and Indonesia, African countries, China, all have to find their own path in this. So learn from the US and Europe, which are ahead, but find your own path. And I'll just skip this, and four specific tips, right, if you're dealing with Europe. Start by getting some overall understanding. I will show a bit more about each of these points. Get an overall understanding of what's relevant for you. You do not have to comply with all European regulations. You will need to be aligned with certain parts of it. Understand what is new. And here I mean a lot of these things, for instance, minimum wages. Another thing today, everyone has been talking a lot about the E is in ESG. The S is very important for your European partners. But a lot of the S topics will be covered quite well by existing standards. So if you are doing code of conducts for your customers, that is part of ESG compliance. So also sorting out what are we already doing and what is new. That's an important second step. And then look at your local conditions. Also, your European partners will demand that your ESG efforts are adapted to the local conditions here in India. Yes, and then the last point, remember that your European partners quite often are new to this as well. Even though we're ahead, a lot of the regulations are new. So they also don't know exactly what they want to ask for. So don't take their first request on face value, dig a bit deeper, ask them what is really the intention, and maybe you can find a better solution than what first came across. Because they will ask from a European perspective, which is of course very different from here. And one of those basic examples, if we talk about Denmark versus India, is that energy consumption in Denmark is about heating, and here it's about cooling, right? So they might ask you, you know, what do you do for your heating? And you're like, well, we don't do that much for our heating. So very basic example, but really engage with them, because they don't understand, they might not understand the local conditions here. And these are some of the regulations that you need to be aware of, and I actually just want to, is there a pointer? No. The one directive that no one else has mentioned today, it's the second one, CSDDs, it's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. And I particularly want to draw attention to that, because so far today, it's been a lot about energy, it's been a lot about zero, net zero, a lot about waste. The social part, again, very important in Europe, and the CSDDD is particularly focused on social issues. So if you're selling to Europe, they will ask you about child labor, treatment of women, human rights, living wages, all these issues, and that is extremely important part of ESG. So do not forget that. And CSDDD is particularly if you are wanting to sell to large European corporates. And it goes beyond the current maybe code of conduct where you just sign that there is no child labor involved in our production. It goes beyond that. You have to really prove it, and there will be more audits. So take note. And I have made this kind of the approach how you need to think about it, try and understand the regulations and see what the implications are for you in your setting. But I'm cautious of time, and actually I want to, one thing today, everyone or a lot of people, you know, we've been using the term ESG, but no one has really defined it today. So I picked this, it's from PRI, Principles for Responsible Investments, and this is ESG in the real estate sector, and I chose that for an obvious reason. I think there's quite a few people here today in the real estate sector, and here you will see just some points that are important in ESG due diligence of real estate companies. And again, you see the list of S issues. You know, there's all the E issues, I think have been, most of them have been covered today. Right? But things like indoor air quality, we discussed that at an event yesterday as well. And materials, all these things, you know, it will be different from sector to sector. Your issues will be different. And that comes back to my suggestion, look at the ESG report of some company in your sector in a more advanced economy, and you will learn a lot for free. And here on the social side, and we had some excellent discussions yesterday as well with some architects. For instance, accessibility. You know, can people in wheelchairs access your buildings? These are actually things increasingly that European customers will have to start. This is from an investor side, so if you want to have international European capital into your real estate projects, they will start looking at your buildings. Is it accessible for people, blind people in wheelchairs, all this? And, you know, that can be make it or break it maybe for a deal or for a tenant. Yes, labor standards, all this. So remember the S issues, and also, of course, the governance issues that has been mentioned a bit today, but making sure you have good routines, having documentation on issues like anti-corruption and so on. Yes, and I did cover this already, have dialogues with partners. One thing is your direct trading partners, but also engage in forums like today to learn. And then there are some excellent initiatives. And actually, I work a lot with the supply chains in Asia. And one of the big challenges that is coming is that all the European customers are reaching out to the same supplier. Let's say you're a textile manufacturer, then all the buyers will ask you different questions. And it's an extreme burden being on that side, having to fill out all that forms and all this. So there are both companies, commercial companies, maybe some of you know SEDEX, a British company, that are making these platforms where everyone can report only once, right? And then all the customers get the same information. So look at those initiatives that are good for, applicable to you. And then it's also the same on carbon emission reductions, right? If you're a textile manufacturer, you don't just have one customer, you have many customers. And making those customers come together and collaborate with you, rather than having H&M ask you one question, Zara ask you another question, or both of them asking you to reduce your carbon emissions, but none of them wanting to take the cost, because if Zara takes the costs, well, then H&M will benefit, because it's the same facility. So being smart about partnerships will be extremely important going forward. Yes, and that's it for me. Thank you very much, and I really look forward to following the developments in Gujarat. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Heidi. Let me also welcome Karan Shah, Head of Partnerships at Civitas Sustainability Foundation. to speak on how companies can align their CSR programs to meet sustainability goals. It's something that Heidi touched upon as well. So I'm sure this will be a really interesting part of the presentation as well. Is Karan here? Oh, yeah, go on. Can I have a round of applause for him, please?
Good evening, everyone. Being the last speaker puts a real burden on me to really touch down upon all the points that the esteemed speakers have spoken before me and then find a way to add value. So till now, we have learned about how MSMEs need to prepare for an increasingly changing world to become not only energy efficient, but drive towards net zero. For that, how policies are local as well as national policies are shaping the overall spectrum of bringing circularity, bringing the net zero or low carbon transition into the picture, and then how can MSMEs can actually prepare themselves, become future ready for a global ESG as well as a export looking compliance following vision. Now, my topic or the area that I'm going to address is how do corporate social responsibility, CSR, and the sustainability both goes hand in hand, or where is the synergy. Now, while we in India, we see CSR and sustainability as two different compliances, one being voluntary compliance now becoming steadily a mandatory compliance, and another corporate social responsibility compliance being mandatory since 2013. What we have seen largely till date as that there is still there is since there is huge similarity between these two aspects, there is no direct linkage between a strategy at an organization level between CSR and sustainability, where CSR till now has been looked more from the perspective of short-term goals or achieving medium-term targets just to abide by the compliance, majorly done as an additional compliance, but not looked as a strategic intervention of the organization. It actually has created kind of a divide between the sustainability and the philanthropy target, where it not only limits the exposure and focus of both these topics at an organization level. That's where the concept of shared value comes into the picture. So when we say shared value, what is shared value? It is actually a bridge between the corporate philanthropy and institutional sustainability, where shared value is when we integrate the broader challenges, societal as well as climate challenges, into the company's strategy and address it into the sustainability strategy of the organization. It is not a compliance because it's a mindset change, not a compliance change, where we look not to meet a target, but to streamline our governance. It can embed the sustainability as part of the business practices, and it is both inward and outward looking. Now, when we say corporate philanthropy, there are speakers who have already given multiple examples before me how corporate social responsibility has fetched value for their business objectives. Giving an example of Arvind Des, when in the morning we learned about how their work with working with the cotton farmers helped them streamline the value chain. Now, when it comes to sustainability, we see that we are increasingly understanding our scope 1, 2, and at a level scope 3. Whereas there is a dawn of another scope, which is scope 4, which is a avoided emission. So again, it's not a regulatory, it is not mandatory, but scope 4 as a understanding has been as an understanding since long, and it's rapidly gaining its acceptance among the companies. Scope 4 addresses to the avoided emission not from the direct or indirect activity of a company, but by using the product or a service of particular organization. So not only focusing on it actually incentivizes the positive outcome of using a product by increasing the company's value and services. It is more comprehensive in the view where it has kept open doors for third party or external stakeholders like government, like communities to participate in the corporate governance strategy. And it promotes both learning and innovation for the sustainability at a product scale. So now when we merge two of these fundamental thought processes, one is shared value and scope 4, that is when we actually can practice sustainability at an organization level. That's when the market actually comes in to incentivize you through the carbon market, to incentivize you through meeting different compliances through one activity. So with that, I close this. I would like to close this session. I thank GCCI and all the esteemed speakers who have set the tone before me to add value to MSME today. And we are here to pose this session for any question and answer that we have. Thank you.
Great. I think that was an action-packed afternoon, and well done to all of you who stayed through all of the sessions. Let me have all the speakers back with us on stage, please, and if I could welcome our ESG Task Force Chair, Samir Sinha, to give away the mementos to our speakers. And we'll, of course, get a lovely picture. Is everyone here in the room? Devang, Manish, Shwetal. Mehul as well. Are we missing anyone? Are we missing Naren? One's missing. Thank you, sir. Group photo? Thank you so much. Can I have a big round of applause again? Some very deep presentations there and lots of wonderful knowledge sharing. Our next session is on green policy and finance in India. Where are we headed and how will we get there? Do remember to engage with us with the QR code that comes up on your screen. And let me welcome our session moderator, Professor Amit Garg, Professor at IIMA, as well as our speakers, Priya Vakil, Consultant and Growth Strategist at IFC, R. Gopichandran, Professor, NTPC School of Business, Rohan Shukla, Manager at SEBI, and Apurva Parekh, MD at Multimedia Consultants Private Limited. Welcome, everybody. Looking forward to this conversation. Can I have our panelists up on stage? All right, let's give them a big round of applause, please. All right, over to you, Amit.
Okay, so I welcome all the distinguished panelists on this, and we have 1 hour to talk about sustainability through green policy and finance in our country, India, what is happening, what is not happening. So the session will flow like this, no? Each panelist will have 5 to 7 minutes to put their initial thoughts. And then we will have a discussion, and at the end we will try to open the floor for question answers from you all. And that's how I think we will be able to manage time. The opening comments, I think I would say that we are talking about green policy and finance. Let me talk about India, because we have been talking about so many things throughout the day. The first thing, India has about 500 plus policies at federal and state level, which are directly or indirectly reducing, mitigating GHG emissions and also resilience enhancement for our climate concerns. So that is first thing. The second thing is how much finance we need for these. As per, there are many estimates running, no, into up to $10 trillion total or something. But our estimate is it will be about $50 billion per year for next 50 years. So it's not small, considering that India gets about same amount in all form of finance from abroad. That is the second point. Third point is government will not be able to support this, so private finance has to come in. So that is another thing we have to bear in mind. Why would private finance come? Because they are looking for gains and they are looking for profits. So that is the most challenging part. Now, how can climate finance create profits for everyone? And that is the point to be made. Government of India is supporting these 500 odd policies through incentives, through subsidies, and we have estimated from 2005 until 2030, which is supposed to come, about 8 billion ton carbon dioxide equivalent will be mitigated by India. 8 billion ton. And Government of India would have provided support of up to $80 billion. So what does it mean? That inbuilt about $10 per ton is the carbon price, which is happening with all these support. So with this perception that India is not doing sufficient, some countries, some people may have this perception, but India is doing massively, I must say. India has 8 NDCs, 2 are quantitative NDCs, nationally determined contribution. One is to reduce our GHG intensity of GDP by 45% between 2005-2030. This is the first important NDC. Second thing is to have about 50% capacity for electricity generation from non-fossil sources. These sources include renewables, these include hydro, large hydro, and nuclear. So let us be very clear. And the third one is net zero by 2070. It is very difficult to have net zero CO2, so we have to have agriculture, forestry, other land use contributing to this net zero, because touching zero by 2070 is challenging. So now, without giving much ado, I would request the speakers to come. Maybe I will go first to my left, and left is always right. Ms. Priya Vakil.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Garg. It's great to be on a panel with you once again, and very happy to be in a room with so many familiar faces. Let me take a moment to just introduce myself and the organization that I represent. So IFC, which is the International Finance Corporation, is the private sector arm of the World Bank. IFC invests with companies in the form of direct investments and indirectly through financial institutions like banks, NBFCs, etc. As such, IFC looks at, across sectors and looks at investments in real estate and manufacturing, agri, etc. I work closely with the team that actually looks at real estate investments. So I know we've already had our fair share of real estate discussions, but allow me to quote a few examples from the real estate space as I talk through this. So, two quick facts that I want to share. So the first being, in 2024, India was the largest issuer of green bonds in Asia, ex-China, right? So just within emerging markets. So if we want to give ourselves a pat on the back, we can say, that's great. We're leading within the emerging market space. However, it still remains that this is a very small part of what is yet to be done in terms of the climate finance piece. So, for example, in real estate, far, far less than 10% of the total real estate finance that was put out there in 2024 was actually green finance. There are technically three forces that come into play which determine how quickly aspects related to green finance move. And allow me to share this. I know we have, MSMEs in the room, and I'll try to build the correlations so it's relevant for you. But essentially, there are three key stakeholders. So one is regulatory forces that drive this climate finance initiative. More than anything, they lay the groundwork and the frameworks required for everyone to understand what is green finance, what constitutes green finance. Is it a renewable energy project that can be financed? Is it EV and mobility-based finance? Is it sustainable infrastructure? So what exactly are those projects that can be financed? And to that extent, from a Government of India perspective, we are now beginning to put out that taxonomy, which is what it's called in the form of a document, a climate taxonomy that highlights what those projects would be. So that'll bring a lot of clarity to both investors as well as companies. In terms of investors, they need to get creative with the green product offering that they're making. So preferential pricing is a huge incentive, and this is across emerging markets, whether it's Indonesia or Malaysia, etc., where if you get a discount against a green finance, it is sure to be a win-win across the board. And then the third piece is, of course, the organizations themselves that need to ready themselves to align with these green finance requirements, which is getting more and more transparent and more clear. And development finance institutions like IFC are also contributing hugely in that space, and I'll touch upon that as we go along. I want to come now to my second interesting fact. Our carbon budget, which remains in terms of the total carbon dioxide emissions that we can allow into the atmosphere, such that we don't exceed that 1.5 degrees in global warming, is essentially 6 years away. So we're about to exhaust our carbon budget in 6 years' time. So whether there are political forces that ask you to comply or not comply, or whether North America is taking a stand thanks to, perhaps Trump, etc. I know we had people touch upon that already, the Trump effect, so to speak. The truth is, we're running out of time. And large organizations, a lot of governments essentially have come to terms with this, and they are putting structures in place. So ESG, decarbonization, none of that is going away in my perspective. And that is a very strong case for climate finance, and it's a very strong case for whether it is a large organization or a small organization to begin to ready ourselves with these sort of climate frameworks, ESG frameworks, so that we are future ready to leverage such finance products. I think I have maybe 2 minutes more. I'll give you maybe 1 or 2 examples of the kind of work that IFC does. So taking real estate as an example, so IFC, for example, has lent money via indirect investment, so with a financial institution like HDFC Capital, which in turn will then lend money to developers for construction finance. And as part of that new fund, all the projects will be required to meet at least a minimum energy performance requirement, which is technically 20% better than the local benchmark in terms of energy, water, and material, embodied material. So this is just an example of how institutions like IFC, if not via direct investment, by indirect investments is able to nudge the ecosystem to actually up their game when it comes to climate performance. An example of a direct investment, and IFC may not be able to make smaller investments in some cases, so I'm going to use an example of a REIT that they invested with, the Brookfield India REIT, which is about 20 million square feet, and they lent them essentially $100 million, which is pure climate finance, which will take their entire portfolio of buildings, which are today sitting anywhere between 20 to 30% in terms of energy savings and energy reduction, and help them bump that up to over 40%, with some buildings even reaching net zero, right? So this was essentially packaged for an entire platform like a REIT to get closer and closer to their decarbonization and net zero goals. So the idea to share this example was basically to perhaps throw some light on the structure of how green finance and green loans and even sustainability-linked loans work, which means as your organization meets targets related to decarbonization that are set by lenders like IFC, they begin to get a preferential rate. And it can be anywhere between 5 basis points to 15 basis points reduction. Sometimes there's a penalty associated with it as well. But all of this essentially is creating the momentum for people to, or creating even a hook for people to look at climate finance as a way to integrate into their organizations. And I'll touch upon some more examples as we go along, but I hope that I've set a context from a sort of development finance perspective.
Thanks, Priya, for very focused and very pointed response to this. You mentioned that we have only 6 years left. Let me give some numbers here, no? The world is emitting about 54 billion ton of emissions every year, 54. We need to reach 30 billion ton by 2030. That is the global this thing. India is emitting about 3.5 billion ton every year. So, and there is a difference of about 40-45 years between peaking and net zero. This is, I'm giving you numbers from all over the world. So I think this has to be taken, kept in mind. Now I move to Dr. Gopi Chandran. There is a mic there. Oh, you want to? Yes. Yeah, of course.
Amit, I don't have a presentation, but I
got scared.
But I thought I will as well come up here and speak. Would you like to say something more, or do I go?
No, please, please. You got 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
6 minutes, 30 seconds is a very, very long time. Yeah.
Then 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
I thought you said 7 minutes.
No.
Great. Samir, I think we should not trivialize this wonderful opportunity of coming together. I think it's extremely important. I will not touch upon the aspects of what Amit spoke just now about carbon budgets. The 2 words you can carry with you in your pocket is carbon budgets. How much do we have more, and by what time can we touch those budgets along their boundaries? Just remember this. If I get into the details of what this session is about, I wanted to emphasize one extremely important point, and by that I go back to the first, and that is to say, don't trivialize. Please understand, and I imagine Amit will agree with me, that policies are in response to signals that are presented by nature to us. We simply cannot trivialize this. We have been talking about business models. I think we should be slightly ashamed about raising this point. Supposing my papa is giving me 16 rupees a day, and then I go back to him saying that, Papa, I've already wasted 4 rupees a day. Why should my papa be obliged to support me further? What business model are we talking of? Do you know nature through her services, please mark this number, is giving us something like $16 to $54 trillion a year. $16 to $54 trillion a year. And how much money are we talking of as required for mitigation? I think we should be ashamed about our inability to protect our own nature. We say India, I am not a leftist or a communist, not at all. We say India is a poor country, but Indians are damn rich. What moral courage have we got to speak about mitigation and adaptation? I think this is extremely important. And the budgets that Amit therefore spoke about is guided by science. How many of you know that Amit is a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as a lead author? Don't hereafter therefore get into debates about India being misled about what mitigation strategies are. Samir and the wonderful group present here, you must do a great task of organizing small round tables about what are the activities the state of Gujarat can do with respect to small and medium enterprises. Amit, I've taken 3 minutes. I'll take 3 more minutes and I'll stop. How many of you would like to know that the first, Samir Bhai is seated here, Dangayach is here. We have all been sitting around for the last 3 decades. How many of you are aware that the first, Amit, the International Finance Corporation came out with a publication, and I'll give you a copy of that publication. It is about eco-industrial estates around the world. Can you imagine? Shyam Asulekar and my publication is cited there as a reference, along with the first work that has been done, and that is from the Naroda Industrial Estate way back in 2000. What are we doing about upscaling that work? Therefore, if somebody were to ask us about, do we have empirical evidences about the kind of limits and limitations small and medium enterprises suffer? Do we have answers to those questions? The answer is a big no. I've got the courage to speak with you about all of this because I'm also an Ahmedabadi. I've been here 30 years, around this place. So, the most important takeaway, nature is giving us $16 to $54 trillion per year, and we waste $4.6 to $5 trillion simply by creating pollution and health impacts. We waste this money, and isn't our business to therefore go back into mitigation and adaptation measures? Please do not therefore, which is point number 3, get confused between a policy, which is a statement of intent, a plan, which is a set of actions that will transform the intent into a reality, programs and projects. Policies, plan, program, projects, continuum are extremely important, and we should keep this in mind. Point number 4, please take this with you when you walk out of this room. Net zero is a concept that existed yesterday. Can you imagine what are the 2 latest concepts we are talking of? It is real zero and fake zero. Real zero and fake zero. I will pass your claps to the authors of these publications, not me. They define, and don't you think we should be talking about mitigation, going beyond what we should be doing, and therefore bring down the level of impacts? We speak a lot about culture, but I think we should be transforming that intent into a reality. Amit, just 1 more minute. We spoke about policy-driven finances. There is a classic mission of the government of India. Anant seated here, Anant is creating one platform now. He was one of the founders of the Adani University, a master on metallurgy. He is inspired by what is called Aditi, which is assistance in deploying energy efficiency technology in industry and establishments. We are aiming to avoid 129 million ton oil equivalent simply through mitigation, cleaner production, and waste minimization efforts. India has already done classic work through her PAT schemes. I think we should therefore go beyond rhetoric by really quantifying unit processes, unit operations, energy efficiency, cleaner production opportunities, material and water balancing in our industrial estates and showcase them. Samir bhai, you know, one of the best things you could do is to look at bringing together 29 financial institutions that have come together. When I get my turn next, if Amit still feels I can contribute to the discussion. 29 financial institutions have come together through a platform. Bring all the 29 to support initiatives in the state of Gujarat to do what are called test beds. These test beds will show us what are the limits and the limitations of tools, techniques, and technologies by which we will be able to develop locally adapted solutions. I will stop before you ask me to, and I'll sound more intelligent if you give me another chance.
Thanks, Gopi. Mr. Rohan Shukla, please. If you want to speak from there, you're most welcome.
Yeah, so
yes.
Hard to match from there. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for GCCI to invite me here. We definitely need events like this where we can network and talk to each other, because unfortunately in India, policy making is being done in silos, and we need initiatives such as this where we come together and then we learn from each other. So I think you can see my bio there. Broadly, I'll just take you through what the government is doing in this area, and what we at SEBI are doing in the area of ESG. Right now, I'm working in the area of ESG disclosures, but it all starts from the government's NDCs. We have a net zero target of 2070, and we have initiatives being undertaken by various authorities, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Power, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, the RBI regulator is doing a lot, including the framework on green deposits, framework on draft climate-related financial risks. Close to here, where we're sitting, the International Financial Services Authority has 2 committees on ESG. They have various frameworks on sovereign green bonds, ESG debt securities, and Professor Garg and Ahmedabad is also doing a lot in this area. Honorable Finance Minister has also recently announced that a climate finance taxonomy would be developed for India. At SEBI, we are working in ESG in 4 areas. Broadly, they are ESG ratings. We are one of the first countries probably to regulate ESG rating providers. Then there is ESG debt securities, which covers green bonds, transition bonds, yellow bonds, blue bonds. And recently we expanded it to cover sustainability-linked bonds as well and social bonds as well. So other than that, we have ESG mutual fund schemes. We have around 14 or 16 ESG mutual fund schemes so far. Roughly 10,000 crores of AUM, which is quite a drop in the ocean if you look at the entire AUM of the mutual fund industry. And then the area which I am currently working on, ESG disclosures. So SEBI had formulated a business responsibility report way back in 2012, which was based on the national voluntary guidelines which the Ministry of Corporate Affairs had devised. It was expanded to top 1,000 listed companies by market capitalization, and it was revised to BRSR, which is the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, in 2021. After MCA revised the national voluntary guidelines to national NGRBCs. This BRSR is also applicable to all top 1,000 listed entities by market capitalization, and it covers various disclosures on environment, social aspects, and governance. And they also cover various disclosures on value chain. In 2023, we also introduced mandatory assurance on some of these KPIs which are sought in BRSR. Where the issuer has to undertake a third-party assurance so that there is some sanctity to the data, because we saw that the quality of data was probably troublesome. As I mentioned, that we want verifiable data, not net zero, but real zero, not fake zero. For value chain, also we introduced some additional disclosures for top 250 listed entities, but right now at a voluntary basis, because we understand that we have to balance compliance requirements with ease of doing business, with the readiness in the ecosystem. And globally also we are seeing that, first of all, there are very few jurisdictions who have their own homegrown sustainability reporting framework. Europe is, of course, there, France is there. US law is stuck in code, but California has gone ahead, New York is planning to go ahead. And India is one of the few, perhaps the only emerging market, at least when BRR was introduced way back in 2012, to have its own sustainability reporting system. We are already working with industry associations, primarily CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and we want to take as much corporate perspective or feedback as possible, because we want this reporting to be done by the industry for the industry, and we want it to be a compliance requirement, but it should not be onerous. It should not be the main job of the company, and it should also be reflective of the Indian realities. We can't transpose international standards to the Indian requirements. So we have industry standards forum, and I think you all are from corporates or from value chains. So please reach out to these industry associations as well to relay your views to SEBI. Of course, any policy change that we do undergoes a public consultation, and you're free to provide your views on that as well. We also have our ESG advisory committee, where we have practitioners from the corporate, from the largest corporates in India, from foreign portfolio investors, asset managers, where we take multi-stakeholder view before any policy is being even put up for consultation. And recently, you would note that NGRBCs are being adopted on a sector-specific basis. So I think for automobiles and ready-made garments, the MC is already working on it. Globally also, there are these reporting requirements for ESRS, for instance. They are working on sector-specific requirements also. IFRS has sustainability standards, which again requires sector-specific disclosures. So in that sense, we at SEBI currently have a BRSR, which is sector agnostic, and there is no sector-specific disclosures that are asked. But we are also contemplating and thinking and examining disclosure frameworks such as the draft framework which RBI has released and the IFRS sustainability standards that are out. So broadly, we are working with the government, working with the corporates, working with multilateral development banks, universities, to collectively take this ESG journey forward. And we often come to these industry outreach events to gather some feedback and to get a sense of the pulse of the market, and not just make regulations out there in silos. I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Apurvu Parekh Sahab, Apurvu.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I won't take 6 minutes. I'll finish quickly.
Thank you.
I know everybody's now tired. So anyway, I'm Apurva Parekh. I'm a civil engineer, and I work on design of infrastructure projects as well as buildings. And actually, we are having this, conference on sustainability, but every conference related to the profession I have attended in the last couple of years, whether it be the World Water Week or the World of Concrete or any seminar, the only thing we talk about is sustainability. How do we reduce the greenhouse gas emissions? How do we, reduce the carbon footprint of the projects which, we are constructing? And across the world, like US, the Europe, every design guide or every, as you said, the design codes they have now has a chapter on sustainability. So it's high time that, we also have that kind of documents, not as separate documents on sustainability or on green building. It has to be built into our national building codes. It has to be built into the, regular tools which are used to create the infrastructure. So basically, I feel that, just talking about sustainability is not enough. I think we should talk about creating future-ready buildings and infrastructure. So future-ready, when you talk about future-ready, you talk about 4 different things. One is, of course, sustainability. How do we make it energy efficient, water efficient, and reduce the carbon footprint? We are seeing, every day that climate is creating havoc. So, for example, today we read that this was the hottest February in 125 years. So, and then tomorrow we will have 10 inches of rain in a few hours, and then we will have an earthquake. So we need to make sure that we have resilient infrastructure, and that just cannot come at the building level. It has to start from the regional plan level. The development plans have to address that, followed by the, the design guidelines, the development regulations, and then, of course, at the building level, one needs to be very sensitive about that. One of the things we realize as our infrastructure ages is that how do we retrofit it? How do we reuse it without having to create a new infrastructure? If a bridge is too old, why do we need to demolish the bridge and construct a new bridge or construct a new road? So we need to look at extending the useful life of our structures and being able to retrofit it at a very, very less and affordable cost with, of course, the least amount of environmental impact. The next thing is adaptability. We need to learn and we need to plan so that we can repurpose, change the use of the structures and replan it. So I feel that as climate change affects us, we will need to be more sensitive to all these issues. India has a long way to go. Like a state like Gujarat, we have now 17 cities, 17 municipal corporations, and then we have 150 odd towns. So we are almost, I would say, 60% urbanized. And with such a huge urbanization, we need to be very sensitive about it. We need to be very proactive to, just make sure that we don't end up being a disaster, for the people. So I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some very interesting and important points have been raised for our further discussion. So I think the one question which has come is green taxonomy. How green is green? Is it this green or bottle green or something else? So that relativeness is important. Where should we provide low cost financing? Because if it is transition is required all over the world, then we should be very, very clear and unambiguous about what is to be financed first. So that is one thing which is important. The second point is, we have been talking about macro, NDC, net zero. Who has seen net zero in 2070? But we have to move towards net zero. We are all dead in the long run anyway. So the point is the industry that is coming from macro to micro, is the industry and companies, are they ready for risk disclosures? Are they ready for any capping of their emissions? I think I will leave these questions and maybe one by one, just give your thoughts. Nothing is specific to anyone, please.
Sure. No, you raise very relevant questions, especially if, you don't represent a very large global organization that has all of these roadmaps laid out, probably had them laid out a decade ago. So, what does it mean for emerging businesses in emerging economies like ourselves? So just something that I thought would be worth sharing is, it's a daunting journey to go on, because it's all these words we're hearing for the first time: climate risk, resilience, net zero, when all we were used to seeing was a P&L and a balance sheet, and everything on there was supposed to make sense. So I I want to use climate risk as an example. Again, I'll use real estate because I think everybody understands buildings also. So for many years, we talked about green building certification, which meant we were calculating what the impact of, say, for instance, this building is on the environment. How much water did it save? How much energy did it save, etc. Now, and when I mean now, I mean like 5 or 6 years ago, it essentially dawned on the world that, hey, that's not the only thing we need to be looking at. We need to understand the impact that climate change will have on this building. So what happens in events of extreme heat, or what happens in cities like Bangalore when the whole city starts running out of water, or floods in Chennai? These are all events, climate change-focused events, which over a period of time are estimated to get more erratic and more severe, therefore impacting all our businesses. And that, in a nutshell, is what climate risk is. So IFC, being a development finance institution, keeps in mind that capacity building for organizations across the board, or having the right tools in place to be able to understand, make sense of this data, and then leverage it for finance is essential. So IFC has developed a tool called Building Resilience Index. It's called BRI. It's completely free. It's an online software where essentially we can model the building that you have. We can say it's an office building, it's 5 floors in a city like, say, Bangalore or Mumbai by the coast. And it will essentially tell you how resilient that structure is to things like flooding, extreme heat, water stress, and other climate events. And that essentially gives you a sense. So if you have exposure to real estate, either in terms of a real estate developer or a manufacturing unit, which is, essentially you have several units spread across the country, these sort of assessments give you a grip on that future-proofing and future planning, and begins to now enter your P&L and balance sheet and the way we budget for these sort of items. So a lot of companies are even budgeting for these sort of climate risk and climate-focused interventions. So I thought that it was important to bring up as part of the work we also do at IFC.
Thank you. Dr. Gopi Chandran, I request some slightly different question on how green is green, because we are talking about green energy, renewable energy. What's your take on this? You are working very deeply in power sector. What is your take on this? There is a mic there.
I'll be very happy to answer this question. Not so much from a power sector point of view. I'm only an accidental professor at the NTPC School of Business.
That's all right, we all are.
But then, I'm a hardcore ecologist, and that gives me the conviction to speak about what I'll speak. When the Montreal Protocol came into existence, there was a fascinating part of, how the hell do we know anything about ultraviolet radiations? We don't know anything about them. Samir and others might like to know that even building materials become fragile, they collapse on account of exposure to ultraviolet radiations. The ISRO developed an index which is called the UVB index. And the UVB index, through a middle atmosphere program, oriented ultraviolet radiation exposure to the Indian context. What I want to say, therefore, is when we look at what is green, green insofar as an ecologist is concerned, is about not so much the footprints. It's not about the impacts we create, but it is about the handprints. The handprints is about the actions that are taken to mitigate the impacts. And now that takes us to the second question. And I'll stop before you ask me to. I'll take just one more minute. How much do we really know about these impacts? And that's a very important science policy question. If somebody is interested in really taking this discussion seriously, please note the term which I'm placing before you. In science policy, there is a major challenge, and that is called agnotology. Agnotology. If you want to Note it down, please note it. If you don't want to also, please note it. I think it's extremely important. Agnotology is about the making and unmaking of ignorance. The making and unmaking of ignorance. It has played a very, very important role in defining market-based instruments. When there are people who walk up to Trump and say there is something called climate change, he says he doesn't believe what happened to the ice core experiments. We don't believe them. But then it takes an ecologist to understand what the boundaries are. Therefore, green actually means a handprint for us to tackle the impacts that are posed by climate change. It has got a huge public policy interface, and that is agnotology. Please understand. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rohan, now because we are talking about how green is green and SEBI is defining the greenness of various projects, so do you have to say anything on that?
Hello.
Yeah.
So, sir, right now we have green debt securities where SEBI has defined what exactly could be the end use where these proceeds could be utilized. So things like reducing pollution, conserving water, things like that. Eventually, we would have to have a uniform taxonomy in India, which would work for green credits, carbon credits, green bonds, sovereign green bonds, and which the Honorable Finance Minister has said. India needs 10.1 trillion US dollars to achieve its net zero target of 2070. The problem is all the money is flowing in green industries and green companies, while India needs money to fund companies to finance their movement from brown to less brown. So that is the need of our end. That's why transition finance is what we need really as a country. And that's why we have transition debt securities here at SEBI. We have a framework for that. IFSC has also created a framework for transition debt securities so that we can mobilize global capital to these companies. And that's why any policy that we create has to be uniform, has to be reflective of Indian realities, has to have multi-stakeholder consultation, and at the same time, it should ensure ease of doing business and ease of compliance.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I think, Apurv, you are working so much in infrastructure, designing cities, 17 cities in Gujarat you spoke about. Now, do you think we are ready for disclosures? That what is my risk if I put a building here? Is it in the path of a water flow where it will be inundated in 5 years, 6 years time? Do you suggest this type of thing to be taken up by the industry firms?
So if you ask me whether we are ready, we are not ready, but we are getting there. I will give you an example that so there are two things. One is that at the city level, the cities today, which are doing the future planning, which are doing the development plan, are looking at creating hydrology models of the city and seeing that which are the low-lying areas where there will be inundation in a 1 in 50, in a 100-year event, in an event, and also factoring climate change, that sea levels will rise. Maybe if you are in Mumbai, you know that sea levels are going to rise in the next 30 or 40 years, so you need to plan for that. So yes, we are getting there, but it's not enough. I think much more needs to be done. I think it's very urgent that you don't have to wait to do the next master plan of your city. I think it has to be done on an urgent basis throughout the major cities in India where there is so much investment coming. We looked at all the big real estate developers today like the Lodha and the Mahindra, and they are putting in so much money. Savvy, all the big developers are putting in so much money. I think we need to have a little bit more sense of urgency. In Ahmedabad, I will tell you that they are preparing a development plan and they are doing that right now, although it is a process which is going on. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for this very insightful thing, what you are experiencing. I think one interesting point is, could the construction lobby
nothing, and the government work together so that low-lying areas are improved and Gen 3 rates are enhanced so that the profit flows to the government which they can invest in these areas of affluent and the property price go up, win for everyone. Do you think we are reaching there?
So I think the first thing, definitely they can work together. But I think this kind of understanding and this kind of information has to go to all the people who are in the real estate, the large landholders, the people who are going to develop the real estate. They need to be sensitized about this. They need to be, always when there is this kind of an interaction, the other side, the side which is not government, is afraid that our land will go, our land values will decrease if they zone this in a certain way. So I think it has to be an interactive process where all the stakeholders are involved and a viable solution is, kind of reached in terms of what is the best way to, create a win-win situation for, both the developers as well as the government, and also I think most importantly, not impact, because we always feel that what we see on the ground is the world, but I think below the ground is also another world. So when you take out the forests and you create, inundated areas, you are spoiling the land and you are spoiling everything, the upstream, the downstream, the entire area. So one needs to look at it from a holistic point of view. I'll just give you one example. Like if you go to US and if you have to make a development, there is a very simple rule. The post-development outflows from your development, for example, you're putting up like 20-acre township. The post-development flows in a 1 in 100-year event from your area cannot exceed the pre-development flows, which means that because you're going to pave the area, so you are going to create imperviousness and so more water will go out when it rains. No, you're not allowed to do that. You need to create the storages within your 20-acre campus to ensure that, only what was being discharged out to the natural waterway is, maintained, thus not impacting the environment outside of your development.
Thank you. So before I request them for their last single point, maybe I'll open the floor for any questions to coming and then I'll give the floor to them again and they can think until that time. Yes, please give the mic there. Anjali?
I have the questions. We've been QRing them all day. So, can Rohan explain the difference between reasonable assurance and limited assurance?
So thank you for the question. SEBI has not defined what is reasonable assurance, what is limited assurance. It depends on the assurance standard that you're following. Earlier, there used to be ISA 3000, which was assurance of non-financial information. Now, recently, ISSF 5000 standard has been published, which delineates the differences between reasonable assurance and limited assurance. But perhaps more importantly, and one thing which I have not touched upon earlier, is that we have made assurance voluntary in the sense that the company have an option to do assurance or assessment, where assessment is would be based on the Indian standards that we would devise along with the industry. It would also be a form of third-party verification of sustainability reporting, but it would be relying on the data which is already submitted by the company to authorities such as pollution control boards, labor commission, or data which is verified by other body or other entities such as a financial statutory auditor. Thank you.
Okay. Are we thinking to extend the BRSR applicability to organizations other than the 1,000 top market cap organizations? Would anyone like to take that?
So should I answer?
Yeah, it's for you only.
So BRSR, we are mandated for the top 1,000 listed entities, but if you take a look at exchange websites where all these submissions are made, roughly 1,200, 1,300 companies disclose BRSR. A lot of companies do it voluntarily because their investors demand it. I know all real estate investment trusts that we have in India disclose an ESG report even though they are not mandated to do. Infrastructure Investment Trust disclose these reports. Even some startups have started disclosing BRSR framework because perhaps they're eyeing a public listing also at some point. So while we have mandated for top 1,000 listed entities, but it is voluntary for any entity, be it listed, unlisted, small, large, to adopt or disclose as per BRSR framework.
Okay, and how is SEBI looking forward to pushing industries toward green policy implementation with BRSR compulsion?
So we at SEBI believe in transparency and disclosure. We don't say that you have to have such and such level of emissions, or we don't sit and judge you on your ESG performance. We just ask that whatever your ESG profile is, KPIs are, you need to disclose that so that stakeholders, whatever they be, investors, lenders, they can take an appropriate call based on their opinions. So we have mandated BRSR, we have mandated ESG ratings, or allowed ESG ratings, and we are regulating them. We have green debt securities where these some component of BRSR is disclosed. We have ESG mutual funds which would judge a company based on their BRSR reporting. But that's all we can do at SEBI, is to push for more transparency, push for more disclosure, rather than pursuing an agenda otherwise.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Ahmed.
There was a question from him. Can we take one question?
One question, one last question then. Go
one
for it.
last, first and last question. You.
I am a witness of Ahmedabad and Gujarat since last more than 6 decades. We are talking about environment. About 15-20 years back, when foreigner come to Ahmedabad and he has addressed Ahmedabad as a gas chamber. And it was really gas chamber. If you go to Wall City, you cannot breathe because all the three-wheelers, rickshaws, they were using kerosene. So thanks to CNG, that pollution has reduced. But I have suffered because of pollution, and I was told by Gujarat Pollution Control Board that we need this type of industries only. If you see the last 50 years development of industries in Gujarat, who has developed? Chemical industries, petrochemicals, textile, paint, all pollution industries. Who has grown up more? Ankleshwar, Vapi, they are all pollution control. And my last question is there. Recently, President Trump has taken support from Paris Climate Agreement. So there is acute shortage of finance. So we'll be able to all this control, climate control will continue without funding of USA.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a topic. Out of 50 states from the US, 17 have already committed to carbon neutrality, already committed. And this was before elections. About 250 companies have committed to net zero in the US, and they are big companies. So I see only partial impact of President Trump withdrawing the US from Paris Climate Agreement, not majorly. So we can discuss if you want. So maybe I'll give the last one single point if you want to say, just 1 point each. Suggestions for...
Could I limit it to just one person answering, please? We're completely out of time. It's just one answer.
Actually, we're done answering.
As in if any one panelist could answer.
Should I just wrap it up? Okay. So, you know, that was actually a very good point, and I know it was slightly pointed towards IFC as well. But thank you for answering that, and I feel the same way. Perhaps in summary, maybe I can attempt to wrap this up. We're actually at a very interesting time in the way that we're doing business and in our lives, because all our stakeholders today are talking about sustainability. Lenders want to give you a green loan. Investors want to invest in a green project. Your customers are have a preference for a green product. And as a manufacturer, as a provider or a service provider, you're well equipped to do that. So the timing has never been better. And if there's one way perhaps I can conclude on all of our behalf is that sustainability makes business sense. So in some ways it's interchangeable and good, win-win for everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Priya. Thank you, Professor. And thank you to our panelists. Could I request the GCCI Vice President, Apurva Shah, to join us and share a memento with our guests. And of course, let's all have a picture as well, please. Did we get a picture? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Could I now request Shri Bipin Talati, IAS Special Director, State Institute of Rural Development, to join us on stage and share with us a closing address. Could I have a big round of applause, please?
Good evening. Present here, esteemed industrialists, policymakers, consultants, distinguished members of the Gujarat Chamber and Commerce and Industry, Mr. Samir Sinha, Mr. Sandeep Engineer, and other dignitaries. It is an honor to address such a distinguished gathering that plays a crucial role in shaping India's economic and environmental future. I want to begin with an observation. Sustainability, for me, is no longer just a choice. It is a business imperative. We are entering an era where a company's carbon footprint is much more important than its balance sheet, where global markets are demanding greener goods, and where those who fail to adapt the risk being left behind. I am from the Gujarat government, and Gujarat government has set an ambitious goal to achieve the net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2070, aligning with the India's national commitment. To support this goal, the state has developed a comprehensive net zero 2070 policy, obviously with the help of Mr. Amit Garg and with the IIT Gandhinagar, which outlines strategic actions across the various sectors. One is the energy transition. We are promoting renewable energy sources and enhancing energy efficiency. By 2030, we are going to get 100 megawatt by the renewable energy. Second is the industrial decarbonization, encouraging the industries to adopt the low carbon technology, strategy and practices. Sustainable transportation, advocating for the electrical vehicles and public transportation systems, and waste management. This all belongs to because of this European market and green mandate over here. The carbon border adjustment mechanism of the European Union, which is set to impose the carbon tariff on import from countries that do not meet the stringent European standards. This affects sectors like steel, cement, aluminium, and even textiles. If MSME in Gujarat want to stay competitive, they must embrace greener production method, energy efficiency machinery, and sustainable supply chain solutions. For aligning with the government policy and availing the carbon credit, Indian government has already set ambitious target, reducing net oil consumption with the help of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we are going to set up Gujarat Energy Efficiency Company Limited in a near future, where there is a one-shop solution, particularly for the carbon credit opportunities. The government's green credit programs allows industries to earn the carbon credits by reducing the emissions. This credit can be sold in the carbon trading market, providing an additional revenue stream. This is going to happen within the 2026. Subsidy and incentives is also already there with the ministry. MSME adopting the solar power, biofuel, energy efficient technology, they can avail the government subsidy under the schemes like production intensive links incentive and PM Kusum Yojana. Same thing with the logistic and transport, switching to electric or CNG based logistics fleets. You can reduce the oil consumption and open access to green financing from institutions like CDB, and even there is some percentage of the reduction in your interest from the different banks. Here I can say you the example. Suppose in the Germany, there are Mittelstand companies, just like our MSME, small and medium. They lead the world in sustainability. They have tapped into the green financing, carbon credit, and government support to enhance their global competitiveness. India's MSME can do the same. Making export competitive through sustainability, this is the third point I think we can look into the matter. One of the biggest cost burden which MSME have, that is the energy consumption. But sustainability is not about spending more. It is about spending smartly. And for that, we have to adopt the renewable energy, bioenergy. We have energy efficient machinery. We have to adopt. And for that, earlier there is a PET scheme, but under the JEDA, we are also making so many seminars and working for the 120 industries we have identified and 19 sectors. In that, common how you can minimum reduce your oil consumption, net oil consumption, and how you can make your energy efficient machinery, that is also going on, and we can take the use of that. And last but not the least, that is the circular economy. Automobile industry is the great example, particularly Maruti Suzuki and other. They are 75 to 90%, ranging between that, they are using the circular economy and they are recycle their materials. So here the point is what MSME can do, either individually or collectively. That is the, I think, take out from here. Individually, I think every MSME, first, they have to conduct a simple carbon footprint audit. Identify where emissions are higher, how we can cut down, and for my industry, how we can reduce the carbon emission. Switch to the LED lighting. I think now most of the Gujarat, we are switched to LED lighting, but we have to adopt more and more. Automated system, that is also answer. In most of the hotels, we are seeing automated systems are there. And we are cutting down the electric bills. These are the simple solutions, but I think each one, if adapt that, then we can go more towards the circular economy. Install solar rooftop and replace the diesel power generator with solar backups, hybrid power solutions. And last, conduct and implement energy audit and resource optimization. And for this, here, I think JEDA also, you can take the help of the list of the energy auditors and we can work out with them. Collectively, yes, from green industry clusters where businesses share renewable power sources, waste management facilities and water cycling plants. Naroda is one of the best example. Engage in bulk purchasing of green technology to lower the cost. And third is join the global supply chain alliances that prioritize the sustainability. Now even in a supply chain also, there is AI-powered solutions are there. We can utilize that. Finally, conclusion is that geopolitical perspective we are seeing every day is changing. And geopolitical scenario changing, supply chain is always changing. Everything is changing so fast. And so, we have to live with the one final thought. World is shifting from petrodollar to green dollar. That is the final. Countries with the high sustainability standards are getting trade advantages. Europe, China, US are setting the stricter carbon policies. Every day there is something new. If we don't adapt, Indian MSME at the risk of losing ground in global markets. And so Gujarat has always been a pioneer from the white revolution to India's top industrial hub. Now it is time to lead India's green revolution in manufacturing and export sector. I urge each of you to think about what one can change you can make in your business starting from tomorrow. because the future does not belong to the biggest or the fastest. It belongs to those who are smart, sustainable, and future ready. Thank you. Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And could I request Samir to join us on stage and share a memento with Sri Vipin, and also, of course, take a picture. Samir, you've been the one to put all of this together. We kicked off with you, and I can't think of a more appropriate way than to close with Samir's closing comments, wrapping up a day full of takeaways, insights, and perhaps setting the way for the way forward.
Thank you so much, Abha. I don't have any comments. I just want to say thanks, but it's a very, very important task. I have a list of names that I need to read out, and I can see that a lot of people have left, but the people who matter are here. So I'm going to read out a list, and these are the people who have made this happen, and I cannot be more obligated to them than I am. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for sitting through an entire day. I'm really, really obliged to all of you. This is something which is very, very close to my heart, and I was super impressed that we started the day with, honestly, when I went and met Sandeep Bhai and Apurva to set up a ESG task force, I have been trying to do this for many, many years with every possible organization. And I, being a developer, was obviously biased to organizations like IGBC, to CREDAI, and we've done that, and we've created some impact. But I truly, honestly tell you that there is no better organization than GCCI to tackle this issue and take it to the real industry of Gujarat. So Sandeep Bhai, Apurva Bhai, Gaurang Bhai, Ajay, everybody, thank you so much for making this happen. Truly honored that we could do this service. So from the list of people that I want to address, like I said, when we started this almost a month ago, we were hoping that if we can get 300 people, it'll be awesome. So we said, okay, if we get about 400 registrations and have 150 people in the hall, awesome, that'll be a great achievement. And then the registration started coming in, and then we went to 500 and 550 and then 600. I said, 600 loko, that means 300 avse. So that was a great achievement. So we shifted to a bigger hall. We were in a smaller hall in the same building on the first floor. And then we had 700 registrations. And I said, something is going wrong. We need to increase the capacity of the hall. We had 900 plus, almost 1,000 registrations. We had 750 people attend in the morning. There was no space to stand in the hall. We have had 1,000 plus people watch it on YouTube Live. So really incredible impact that GCCI is able to create on a subject which is so dear and so necessary for all of us. So thank you. List of names I want to read out. Cannot have a better leader to create this impact than Sandeep Engineer. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Cannot have a better mentor and a friend in this organization than Apurva Bhai. So Apurva, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Gaurang Bhai, thank you so much for the leadership. I have a whole list of huge ESG task force, which I cannot start thanking enough, starting with Ajay Bhai for your mentorship, for your guidance, and for your support. Talati Sahib, thank you for your vision. This started with a seed from a conversation that started with Talati Sahib many, many years back in the climate change department. So thank you so much for that. Prashant Das, who was here in the morning. Apurva Parikh, the star speaker of the day. He was very hesitant when in the morning, 2 days ago when I said you must be on the stage and talk about this, he said, "Mane kya muko jo stage upar." And you know how he rocked. Dangayat Sahib, thank you so much. I was here in the audience a little bit ago. Saban Godiawala, who could not make it, but again, true leadership from him. Vivek Shah, Dhruv Patel, Kailash Bahuguna, Abhirup Das, Ankit Patel, Neeraj Shah, the supporter of this event. Ajay Patel, Jigar Deliwala, Binjan Shed, where I still see. Thank you so much, Binjan. Dr. Bharat Jain, who just sent me a wonderful message. Thank you, Bharat Bhai. Nikhil Sutar and Niral Shah, who also is one of our sponsors. So thank you, Niral. This event would not have happened without the support of the sponsors, starting from my task force member, Neeraj Shah from Rajkrupa Textiles. Thank you for the support. Mehul Panchal from Filter Concepts, an amazingly passionate sponsor of this entire movement. Habil from Furat, again, a great supporter of this. Amit Ranjan, Guardian Glass. Neetu Jain Panache, who came all the way from Baroda. Navneet, an HVAC, leading HVAC consultant, Navneet from Pranam. Maheshwari sir, another visionary leader in this organization. Thank you, Maheshwari Vishad. Shalvi from Zenwatt, Badresh Nagori from Saral, Mahesh Thakkar from Xylem, Dikshit from Oziom, Manan from Saad Solar, and Niral from Xylem. Thank you so much for all your support. I can go on and on because the list is endless, but these are very, very important people that I want to thank. I do want to mention especially the team at GCCI, starting with the leadership of this man standing right there, Mukesh Bhai. Thank you so much for your amazing leadership. And Kejal and Tejas and all of you. I mean, I don't have the full list. I'm new to the organization, but the amazing leaderships are amazing organization. Wonderful. I also want to thank my own team, the Savvy team, starting with our CEO Shreyans, Kunal, Pooja, Renuka, Pinky, all of you. Thank you so much. Ashwin, Balkrishna, and all the others. There is a team of special warriors, green warriors in my organization, and I do want to mention them. This is the Savvy Greens team that is the sponsor for this event, and they are the reason that this entire thing has happened. Starting from the top, Ruchi Gandhi, Ruta Trivedi, Aditya Shah, Pavan Chawda, Man Gandhi, Prashansa Parashar, Neil Adesharya. Also a new entrant into the team, Daniela, who's put up all the graphics and the design. Special thanks to Daniela. Two more names, Shaurya Sinha and Shrey. Thank you so much for all the support. They have been up a long, long time and done this. And last but not the least, Anjani Patel, a huge resource we have. She has been able to put up this whole thing together. She's bothered all our speakers in and out. She has been pestering them, but she has the one reason that this has happened. So thank you so much, Anjani. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I hope we can do this again. Thank you.